Tomorrow with You. A Keys Sunset Beach Romance. By Cindy Ray. Part 1, Maggie's Story. Part 2, Where Tomorrow Leads. Part 3, When Tomorrow Ends. I originally wrote Maggie's story as a single stand-alone book, until my readers asked for more of Jake and Maggie. This became a 3-part serial, and I've put them all under one cover for those who love reading the whole thing in one shot. Chapter 1. Maggie's Story. Maggie yawned and shook her head. A wet tongue licked her cheek, and warm air crept up her nose. As she forced eyelids open, they went wide at the big tongue on her face. "Doggy? Go on." Even as she tried to scoot him away, her hand reached out and rubbed the long-haired setter's shiny coat. She tried to do a bit of work sitting on the lounger outside her rental unit, and this dog without a name would give her a kiss just as she was about to doze. Each time without fail, she tried to discipline the pup, but it never worked. There was something about a big soft-haired pup licking her face that made her cave in to his sweetness. "I'm sorry," a deep voice cut through the air behind her. "Jax, come here." The pup jumped off Maggie and ran over to the stern voice, its tail wagging back and forth. It was about time the owner showed up. Maggie had started to wonder if the dog was a stray, and yet the fenced-in yard proved the hairy dog belonged to someone right here. She turned her head, then slid dark shades down her nose. A dripping wet man stood by the patio, droplets of water cascading from every inch of rock-hard ripped flesh. The sun shone in her eyes, but she could see he wore little except a low-cut pair of shorts and a towel flung around his neck. His dark hair hung a bit long and was plastered against his head. She noticed a stubble along his chin that gave him a rugged and sexy appearance. From the looks of things, he just came out of the ocean. A slow smile crept across her face. "I know. That's the reaction I get," he remarked. "Are you serious? You just said that?" She stared at him. He was not only a hunk, as her mother would say, but a bit haughty as well. Weren't men like that a thing from the past, found in those old-fashioned historical romance books? He grinned. "I'm talking about Jax. He knows how to charm the hearts of pretty women." His deep smile caught her off guard, and the compliment didn't hurt a bit. She blinked and tried to focus. Did he wink at her? Maggie didn't have time for this charmer right now, and was about to tell him so. She opened her mouth, then clamped down on her bottom lip, as she remembered her mother's famous words. "Don't give the devil his due," Kate McCoy always said. Instead, she began to think this tall and dark stranger with droplets of wet dripping from a well-maintained body was like one of the self-proclaimed heroes from her best-selling romance novels. Were the gurus right, she wondered, when they said if you kept thinking and believing something it would happen right before your eyes? Did that whole secret thing work? Had she conjured up a man from the waters of the sea? She blinked, knowing how foolish that sounded. Perhaps she had her head in the pages of books for way too long. Maggie sighed. Being captivated by any man was not on the agenda today. This was not the reason she'd traveled to the Florida Keys. "I'm sorry," he said. "I must apologize for Jax jumping on you. I'm pretty certain this wasn't the first time it happened. I try to keep him from doing so, but he's pretty quick the minute the door opens. He knows when someone is on the property, and makes it his purpose in life to lick anyone who's out here." Maggie grinned and shaded her eyes with her hand, then realized her sunglasses were still hanging on the tip of her nose. She pushed them back up and tipped her head. "Apology accepted. I don't mind, to tell you the truth. The last few days, he saved me from falling asleep out here and getting burned. It's very easy to do. The lure of the water and scenery tends to do that." He strolled over to where Maggie lounged in the chair and held out a hand. "I'm Jake Hatfield, and you've already met Jax." At the sound of his name, the pup wandered back over. "You must be Maggie McCoy." "Are you serious?" she uttered as her shoulders began to shake. "You're a Hatfield, and I'm a McCoy." She stretched out her hand, laughing in delight. Jake laughed too, a rich, deep sound that made him seem way too sexy, and she was sure he knew it. "My company representative did comment about our names," he replied. "It didn't seem so funny then." He bent down beside the lounge chair, his hand still holding onto hers. "I understand you want privacy to work, and you have no worries here. This is one place where you will have it, except for Jax maybe." Maggie squirmed in her seat. "I was under the impression I would be alone. She gazed down and realized he'd encased her hand in both of his, holding on to her a bit longer than usual. She shook herself loose, then cocked her head and stared at him. Was that appropriate? Jake shrugged. Sorry, it was not. You don't look one bit sorry. She grinned. No, it wasn't, she murmured without conviction. He was hitting on her. She shook herself. There was no time for this. She needed to write, if she wanted to stay on top of her game. Maggie swallowed. Look, I'm here to work. I can't be distracted. I appreciate you making eyes at me, it sure makes a girl feel good, but I have to concentrate on my work. He chuckled. Okay, I won't make eyes at you. Yet those smoky grays bore into hers, and she couldn't look away. She never was good at this instant attraction stuff. It made her want to run for her life. Just what is so significant that you can't even talk to someone? He asked. She sighed. I'm a writer. I have a deadline, and I need to get my next novel finished. Maggie never told anyone she was a best-selling novelist. She used a pseudonym, and was able to go anywhere she pleased without being noticed. It might have been nice to have the recognition of her face everywhere, but this way was much better. She liked her privacy. Jake rubbed the stubble on his chin with a thumb and forefinger. He nodded and stood. Well then, Maggie McCoy, this Hatfield is hightailing it out of here to give you some privacy before a modern-day feud gets started. Jake strolled to the water's edge, where his powerboat was tied to the dock. Jax followed and leaped onto the boat after his master. As Jake started the motor, he turned to Maggie. His stare penetrated into her own, the boat and he rocking back and forth. It was so seductive from Maggie's point of view, it made her shiver. His hot body and the lure of the water distracted her, and warmth crept up her skin. She jumped up out of her lounger, forgetting all about the computer on her lap. When she realized it would hit the ground if she didn't do something, she bent forward and grabbed the laptop with both hands, realizing too late that the strings on her bikini top were loose. Maggie knew the moment the girls fell from grace. She stared in shock as Hatfield's eyes widened and his mouth opened. They both froze as time stood still. She watched tanned, muscular hands grip the wheel. She swore and covered herself as she gathered her pride and marched into the bungalow, slamming the screen door behind her. Maggie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She'd come to the Keys to find peace and quiet, so she could write a best-selling novel. And what did she find but this drop-dead gorgeous man who lived above her little bungalow? Maggie had told her manager that she wanted to go somewhere to free herself, and to clear up the writer's block that had been keeping her from publishing. She'd freed herself all right. Leave it to her own mother to find a rental with a hot man. Maggie doubted it was a coincidence. She strolled into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. Leaning over the countertop, she shook her hair to loosen the ponytail holder. She pushed dark brown shoulder-length hair out of her tanned face. As a writer, she didn't dress up much, because there were days when she hid behind her computer at home to finish the next chapter, which meant forgotten walks and exercise, days without getting into the sunshine or even eating. She couldn't help it though, and had to force herself to get out every now and again. Maggie did enjoy the outdoors, walking through the mountains at home after a day of writing. She loved wandering along the trails and rivers, but when a deadline loomed ahead, most of her outdoor life became non-existent. Here in the Keys it seemed so different, and she loved sitting outside by the water with a laptop, listening to a gentle breeze and the water slurping up against the docks. Maggie's phone chirped. She looked at the screen to see Kate McCoy's name imprinted on the screen. Hitting the green button, she started in. Mother, I can't believe you put me in a bungalow with a man named Hatfield. Her mother's delightful laughter rang in her ear. It's so not funny, Mom. I told you I needed. Hush, baby girl. I know you need peace and quiet to get those book juices flowing. I also know it doesn't hurt to have a bit of eye candy to help you reach certain goals. Maggie sighed in frustration. I should have known you were up to something when you bought me the plane ticket before I asked. From the moment I met Jake Hatfield, I had a hunch you'd set about doing what you do best, making things happen. You're too much. If you would give me some of that energy, I could get this book done in 2 weeks' time. Now see, that's the spirit. I had no other agenda, except I felt you needed to relax a bit. Sometimes that's all it takes. Besides, it's time you kick back and have some fun for once in your young life. You've had your nose in those books for way too long. Maggie sighed and took a deep breath. She knew her mother's heart was in the right place, but it didn't change the facts. How in the world am I going to get a book finished with that kind of distraction, Mama? Ah, if you can be distracted from writing, I'm glad I chose this place. Besides, you're a romance writer. It's time you experienced what you write about. As your manager, I order you to take time off, at least 1 week to enjoy yourself. Promise me? You could become my ex-manager. Have you thought of that? Maggie heard the sound of laughter through the phone. Katie McCoy managed 5 companies, including being the manager of Maggie's career. Honey, you know I mean well. Listen, I've got to run. I've got a few meetings, and perhaps you'll see me down there. I may decide to take a little vacation myself. The Keys were always one of my favorite places to go in my younger days. No, Mother, I need peace and quiet. Your whirlwind personality is too much. But it was too late. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Maggie would pull every hair out of her head if her mom showed up at her door. She loved her dearly, but if she showed up, the first thing she would do was try to match Maggie up with the hunk upstairs. Maggie grabbed a bottle of water from the refrigerator and pushed open the door to the screened-in porch. Here she could sit without being disturbed, because it was hard to see inside from the dock. This would give her the much-needed privacy she longed for, without any distractions. She stretched out on the thick-cushioned lounge chair and propped her feet up. A visit from her mother was inevitable now. When Kate McCoy said she was thinking about doing something, it was already in the planning stages. Maggie sighed and decided to try to get as much work done as she could until the woman showed up. Maggie had been in the Keys for 3 days, and the first 2 days had been quiet, except for Jax the pup licking her face every morning. She spent most of her time sitting in the sun, wasting time searching for ideas online instead of using her own imagination. For some reason, writer's block had a heavy grip on her she couldn't shake off. This same thing happened before, but this time it was worse than she'd ever experienced. Maybe her mom was right. Maybe she needed to kick back, unwind, and have a little fun. Should she take the advice to let her hair down? Maggie had to admit, the Keys were the perfect setting to do so. She'd spent the last 5 years writing amazing bestsellers, which meant there was no time to date. Several guys caught her eye, but there was never anything serious that came out of it. She sighed. Maggie would not change the past because she was doing what she loved, writing. Keeping her head down and putting out bestsellers without a thought of meeting someone had been her life. Was she burnt out now? Would writer's block win out and leave her an old dinosaur in the book industry? No, she had to refocus. Maggie didn't want to do anything else. She couldn't understand why it was so hard this time. Perhaps she'd take a look at the surrounding setting, perfect for a lover's romance. Fingers went to work searching for all things related to a great lover's romance in the Florida Keys. A few hours later, an engine purred as it slid into its place at the dock. She almost started to get up to hide inside the bungalow, but changed her mind. She would not let one little boob incident get the best of her. The guy was sexy and nice, and if she planned to enjoy the next week and have fun, she had to get over it. Maggie smiled to herself. The girls were not going to make any more guest appearances today. He looked up from the boat when she called his name. Hi there, Jake Hatfield. Do you know where there's a good place to eat around here? He jumped from the boat and walked towards the screened-in porch. He stood there for a moment as if in deep thought, a thumb hitched into the waistband of well-defined shorts. There's a great little bar and grill a few miles up the road. I'll be heading there in a bit. You're welcome to come along. Maggie reasoned with herself that she could follow him in the rental car, enabling her to be able to leave any time she wanted. That would be nice, thanks. She tilted her head to watch him stroll up the little hill to the steps leading into his house. Mama called it right, eye candy for sure. All of a sudden, he stopped and turned towards the porch. Who's making eyes at who now? He murmured in a low voice, and then chuckled as he disappeared. Embarrassment didn't stop her cheeks, as they turned bright red despite the tan. She rubbed them and laughed too. Caught red-handed gawking at hot man. When Maggie first came to this rental on No Name Key a few days ago, She was excited to get some well-deserved time alone, away from the world she lived in. Driving the rental car off of Highway 1, along the main road and down a narrow lane surrounded by trees and brush, she became worried that perhaps the place was too secluded. Nervous about alligators hiding somewhere in the lush greenery, she parked the rental and ran through the little white picket fence towards the small bungalow attached to a much larger house. The owner lived in the house, but her mother had left out the fact Jake Hatfield was the owner and was home. Maggie could laugh now, realizing she'd worried about alligators eating her. Even though it was a bit remote, she wasn't afraid of being alone. To be honest, she preferred it, and that was one of the reasons why she agreed to her mother's suggestion, or more like orders, since she'd bought the ticket ahead of time without Maggie's knowledge. No name key, was more remote than other places, and without potable water or electricity. Everything ran on generators. There were a few other homes in the area, so Maggie did feel a bit reassured. Even though she loved to spend time by herself, it was comforting to know someone lived upstairs. She could relax, unwind, and get her book done without a lot of intrusions. That was the plan. Chapter 2. Maggie strolled to the edge of the water, near Jake's boat, as she waited for him to come out for their excursion to get something to eat. If she lived here, it would be ideal to jump in a boat and travel anywhere in the Florida Keys she wanted, if she had a boat. The thought of sitting on the dock with her feet in the water seemed like a great way to relax. Perhaps Jake would show her around on his craft. It wouldn't hurt to take in some of the local scenery, for research's sake, of course. The upstairs screen door slammed shut, and Jake sauntered down the wooden steps. He looked hot in light jeans and a tight shirt, as the dress code was casual in the Keys. In the part of Pennsylvania where she lived, the air stayed cold and damp, but here it felt like a beautiful spring day. Maggie wore a pair of light blue bullet blues along with a white peasant-style top, with off-the-shoulder half sleeves. She knew she looked good, her bullet blues weren't cookie-cutter jeans. These curved around every bit of hip she had, and they made her feel like $1 million. She almost felt as if she were getting ready for a real date. "You may want to wear something that covers your toes," Jake mentioned. Maggie looked down at her sandals. "What's wrong with these?" Jake grinned. "You'll see," he muttered as he turned toward the front of the yard. "Change your shoes and then come out front." Maggie ran into the house wondering why in the world she needed to change her shoes, but as a writer, she was curious what adventure they were going on. Where in the world was this diner that she needed better shoes? Maybe there were bugs or snakes or worse where they were going. She changed into a pair of flats, ran out the door and through the white gate, followed the path along the side of the house, and turning the corner, she heard the distinct roar of a motorcycle engine even before she saw it. Of course. Hot Man has a Harley. Now Maggie realized why the shoes were so important. Riding with open toes was not smart. This was starting to come together as the beginnings of a novel. Then a brilliant thought struck Maggie. Was it possible to get some ideas for a bestseller from her neighbor, who rode a Harley, and looked like a steamy, rugged man of your deepest dreams and desires? Oh, why not? She walked up to Jake where he was sitting on the bike, his arms crossed, looking the part of a bad boy for sure. "We're taking your bike?" Maggie asked, a bit worried as she had never been on a Harley. She had focused on using Jake as a role model for her novel, so she'd forgotten how they were traveling. "Of course you'll enjoy the ride." He winked. She sucked in a deep breath. Jake Hatfield was coming on to her, no doubt about it. As long as she went with the flow, relaxed and had a good time, Maggie could use some parts of this night in her novel to get her writer juices flowing. So she'd give it a shot and see what developed. Besides, she thought to herself, it was kind of exciting to get to ride a Harley. "Here, put this on," Jake said, handing her a black half-helmet. Maggie turned it around, feeling a bit helpless, and began to place it on her head. All of a sudden Jake chuckled. He idled the bike, threw down the kickstand, and lifted his leg over the powerful Harley. He reached out and grabbed the helmet right before Maggie put it on backwards. "The dot sticker has to be in the back of the helmet," he told her. At first Maggie was a bit flustered, but then she realized since she'd never ridden a bike before, how would she know there was a right way to put a helmet on? She laughed aloud and let Jake set the helmet on her head. Then he took the long strap and his fingers brushed across her cheek and neck while he adjusted it. Warm fingers made her gasp. "All done," he said to her, his voice low and husky. "Look up, let me see." Both hands were holding her helmet, and he tilted her head upwards a bit. As he nodded his head in approval, Maggie chanced to look into his eyes. She held her breath as she wondered how far to take this moment. She was the opposite of her heroines, but could Maggie close her eyes and behave like Allison of Tempting the Winds, the character in her very first novel? Could she grab those muscular shoulders, pull him towards her and kiss him for all it was worth? For research's sake? Should she dare? She had to conjure up the courage to do some of the things that her heroines did. She longed to, but her hands wouldn't move. She stood in front of him like a lost puppy, unable to make a move on him. Then Jake turned and hitched his leg over the bike and patted the seat behind him. "Hop on." Relieved in a way, Maggie adjusted herself on the back and placed her feet on the passenger pegs. Jake maneuvered the bike and they took off down the road. Maggie didn't know what to do with her hands, so at first she held on to the bar behind her, but it just didn't feel comfortable. It was as if Jake knew what she was thinking, because he reached back with one hand and grabbed her arm and shouted for her to put her arms around him. Maggie wrapped her arms around his waist before she nestled close to his body, enjoying the ride. She raised her face into the air and laughed out loud. "What's so funny?" Jake shouted above the thundering rumble of the engine. She shook her head and yelled back, and then shouted in delight as she noticed a few key deer off to the side of the road, feeding on grass in a low-lying field. Jake slowed the bike down, then stopped at the edge of the road so she could get a closer look. The engine idled as they sat there taking in the sight of these amazing animals so close up. The deer never once jumped at the sound of intruders. "You'll see this a lot," Jake told Maggie. "Key deer are an endangered species, so it's important to drive slow through this area. There are signs posted everywhere. They're used to humans, so they'll walk right up to you. Not much scares them." Maggie hadn't noticed any signs posted because it was almost evening when she drove from the airport the first day, and she hadn't left the property once, until now with this hunk on a Harley. Maggie felt elated as they rode down Watson Road towards their destination. The roar of the engine and the slight wind in her hair gave her the feeling of a freedom she had never known. Holding on to Jake's body wasn't so bad either. Her biker landlord turned off down a small path into the boondocks. Then all of a sudden a structure came into view. Maggie jumped off the bike, unhooked the strap from the helmet and ran her fingers through her hair, smiling. "That was fun." "You don't have to shout anymore," Jake said as he took off his own helmet. Maggie laughed out loud. "You're right, but what if I want to?" she sang, turned and ran towards the small building. "Wait up," Jake ordered, laughter in his voice. He strolled over to the building in the middle of nowhere, grabbed the door and held out his hand for Maggie to go first. The darkness inside was a far cry from the bright daylight outside. Maggie stopped dead in her tracks. "Whoa? Will you take a look at that?" The walls and ceilings of the dingy bar were covered in hundreds of dollar bills. She walked over to one of the walls and reached out to touch the bills and began reading the different signatures and quotes. Her hands moved along the wall, touching every single bill within reach. Jake stopped behind her, brushing up against her back as he leaned over her shoulder. "It's amazing, isn't it? There's thousands of dollar bills stapled to the walls and ceilings." She turned her head to look up at him, and her mouth all but touched his cheek. She sucked in a deep breath and shivered. This was no good. She was unable to get close to him without wanting to touch him. Maggie was all about having a good time, but being unable to breathe in his presence was not one of the options she was going to deal with in this week of having fun. "I need food." Jake laughed, an intense deep felt sound that rang in Maggie's ears. "Come on." He took her hand as he guided her towards the bar, to where a young lady with some tattoos down one arm was serving a few customers in the early afternoon. The bar stools were so tall that Maggie didn't think she'd even be able to reach them. She was tall, but they were high. Jake must have noticed. "We'll grab a drink and take it out back," Jake said, then asked Maggie what she wanted. She shrugged her shoulders because she didn't know what to say. She was never much of a drinker and never went into bars. "We'll take 2 house ales on tap," Jake told the bartender. "Can we get a pizza with some shrimp, bacon and pineapple?" He turned to her. Is that okay with you? Good choice, it sounds delicious, Maggie agreed as she walked with him through the back of the dimly lit bar to a door that led outside. Scattered around the area were several Fiesta green and yellow picnic tables with bright blue umbrellas opened for shade. They sat at the first empty one they could find. More people were outside than in the darkness of the inside. A hidden gem, Maggie mentioned, trying to store that thought as she could use it for her novel. She tried to picture her next scene with the heroine, a writer with a deadline, who slipped away to the Florida Keys for some much-needed rest and relaxation, and who needed a quiet place to finish her book and stay on top of her game. Then along comes this dark hot man to stir things up, distracting her from her work. Would it be her own story she would write? That would be a first. A hidden gem it is. It's also a stop along the Keys for the tourists, and in a bit this place will be wall-to-wall with them, Jake remarked. I'll be right back. The pizza should be done. While he went back inside, Maggie sipped on her beer and realized she was really relaxed for the first time in months, perhaps years. There was something about this kind of life that made you feel as if time stood still. She didn't feel the need to rush for anything, even her work. Today Maggie McCoy would have fun, and research of course. Maggie and Jake devoured their pizza, as more and more tourists filled up the bar like he'd said they would. Jake drank the last of his beer and put down his glass. He looked into Maggie's eyes. Want to escape? She gazed right back at him. How did you know? Jake grinned. Let's go to the full moon party tonight. It'll take us about an hour to get there. It's quite a ride, but if you've never rode a bike on Highway 1, it's going to be a whole new treat. Say yes. Yes, she whispered, and laughed aloud when Jake looked surprised at her quick response. If she was going to let her hair down, then Maggie McCoy was going to experience a bit of nightlife in the Florida Keys. With a hunk on a Harley, during a full moon. That description alone was a novel in itself. Wouldn't that be what her heroine would do? Maggie was about to kill two birds with one stone. She was willing to have some innocent fun with this gorgeous landlord biker, and perhaps get some great ideas to open her mind to a best-selling novel. With her history of never getting serious with any man, Maggie knew there was no chance of ever falling for a guy like Jake. Maggie clung on to Jake once again as the bike rolled up Highway 1 towards Islamorada. The roaring sound of the V-twin engines vibrated on the paved road, and at times it felt like the winds pushed the bike a bit over the open bridges, but she wasn't afraid. Jake seemed to be a good rider. He propped his feet on the foot pegs, and Maggie peeked around his shoulder and looked in the side mirror. Her hair flapped around in the wind under her helmet, and she laughed out loud. This was more fun than she'd had in a long time. He took his left hand off the handlebar and reached back to pat her on the leg. Are you enjoying the ride? He shouted. She nodded and didn't mind on occasion if he reached back to pat her, but then he would let his hand linger for a few moments before grabbing the handlebar again. Jake dropped down a gear as they came to the island of Islamorada. Maggie was almost sad the ride was over so soon, but anticipated this full moon party he'd spoken about. As they made their way in and parked, she saw lots of people walking towards the beach. Jake grabbed her hand as they went in. What a fantabulous ride, thanks, Maggie said and giggled. She seemed to have a case of them today for some reason. It was not her personality at all. Most who knew her would be surprised that Maggie giggled at all. Jake laughed. If you enjoyed the ride, then I promise you will love this even more. As they paid their way in and walked onto the beach, it was almost dusk. Crowds of people were there, some in small groups, drinks in hand and swaying and dancing to the sound of a reggae band. Maggie looked on in amazement. I've never seen anything like this, she gasped, taking it all in. She noticed a young couple on the beach lighting a bonfire. Its yellow and orange flames sent a few sparks up in the air. The boy and girl stretched out a blanket and sat down, a perfect place for lovers. This is incredible, Maggie whispered. She looked over at Jake to find him staring at her. She shivered. He was looking mighty serious and sexy right now, and although that frightened her, it also intrigued her. Maybe it was time for Maggie McCoy to let her hair down. She slipped her hand from his. Come on, Jake, let's follow this parade. They fell in behind a Bahamian junkaroo parade, where everyone was dressed in elaborate and colorful costumes. Bright varieties of colored feathers stuck out on top of the dancers' heads, and some of the costumes revealed beautiful bodies tanned from the sun. Some shook their instruments and played lively music while dancing around the beach. Maggie joined in behind the dancers with others who followed along, her hips swaying and hands clapping to the reggae-style music. She couldn't help it, Maggie loved to dance. She lifted her face up and noticed how the stars dotted the sky. How did it get so dark already, she wondered. From out of nowhere, large hands clutched the side of her waist and Jake fell in step behind her. Maggie almost jumped out of her skin, then relaxed as they danced for a while, smiling and having a good time following the crowd down the beach, swaying their hips to the incredible music. All at once Maggie turned and stopped, separating them from the crowd of dancers. "Thank you for bringing me," she whispered and touched his cheek with her left hand. "This is incredible." Jake smiled. "Let's go let our hair down even more, shall we?" She giggled and followed him to the closest tiki bar where he ordered 2 drinks. Then they strolled over to where some people were gathering, and saw a young, beautiful woman in a bikini with dark exotic hair that fell below her hips. She twirled 2 lighted torches in the air to the sound of music, twisting and turning the fire poles around her body as she danced. A crowd of onlookers circled around and watched in awe as she practiced her art. "She is breathtaking, isn't she?" Maggie wasn't much of a drinker, but the smooth, fruity drink tasted great. It didn't take much to give her a buzz. "Want another?" Jake asked. "You did say yes to letting your hair down." She smiled. "Jake Hatfield, are you trying to get me drunk?" He shrugged and looked offended at her remark. "Nah, Maggie. That's not my way, but you did say you wanted to have some fun. I just thought you would want another drink, as you downed that one pretty quick." She didn't need to drink 1 drop of alcohol to be sucked into his charm. "Do you know how sexy you are, Jake? Where did that come from?" He laughed out loud and grabbed her hand, drawing her closer to him. His hips started swaying to the music, and he twirled her around the sandy beach in a slow, seductive dance. The night air was warm. The bonfire's crackling noise filled the air, and suddenly all the voices sounded so far away as they danced. It was just the 2 of them, in the moment. "I could dance the night away with you, Maggie McCoy." Jake's low, husky voice resonated in her ear. At that she trembled, and then jumped up in horror as a loud crack and bang filled the air. The night sky lit up with a powerful burst of sparkling lights and colors. Fireworks! Maggie and Jake stood there side by side watching the display, she laughing in delight like someone who was seeing them for the first time. She could feel Jake's eyes on her, and wanted to turn and kiss him but didn't. She was going to have to suck it up, and take some chances if she were going to use this night as a writing tool for her novel. Did she want to make the first move or let her hero do it? He moved first, just like the hero did in most of her books. Their lips touched, and although startled at first, she opened up when he devoured her mouth. Maggie, captivated by him, was sucked into the lure of the Florida Keys, the night, the island drink, the full moon and seductive music that drew her to a man she didn't know well at all. She ran her hands across his shoulders, digging this first kiss with hot guy. "Jake," a woman's voice cried out. "Jake? Over here. How are you?" Reluctant, he let her go with a deep sigh. A petite blonde, barefoot and wearing a short tight black mini, grabbed Jake and gave him a big hug. "It's so good to see you out and about," she cried. "I can't wait to tell John I saw you here." Jake turned to Maggie. "Maggie, this is Carrie, a friend of my brother." Carrie glanced at her but just kept on talking. "Jake, you must meet some of my friends." She then turned to Maggie. "I'm just going to borrow Jake for a few minutes and then you can have him back," Carrie said, unsmiling. She tried to steer him along but he stood rock still. "I'm with Maggie tonight, Carrie. I don't go unless she's welcome too." What a man, Maggie thought, impressed. She was liking this moment best of all, because Carrie looked uncomfortable or perhaps furious. She acted like one of those demon women in her novels. She wasn't about to include Maggie. "Jake, it's fine. I'm going to go get us another drink. I'll be right over at the tiki bar," and she turned and fled before he could refuse or see the disappointment in her eyes. She was having such a good time, but she wasn't going to be somewhere she wasn't welcome. Her first gut instincts were always right, and she had a bad feeling about his brother's friend. It was time to pull herself together anyway. She was falling in pretty deep with Jake under that moonlit sky. Maggie made her way to the tiki bar. She liked Jake and wanted to get to know him. She was having a good time, something that never happened to her, and she was getting much needed research in too. Most of all, she was enjoying the lure of this place. The bar was filled with people waiting for their drinks. She watched two girls who were on the bar stools next to her, already pretty pie-eyed, each lick a hand down a shot and suck on a lime slice. "What are you drinking?" Maggie asked, curious. The two girls raised their hands in the air. "Tequila," they shouted, and the surrounding people hollered and clapped. They were having fun, and Maggie figured she'd join in. She wanted to try some tequila. "I'll have one of those," she told the bartender. The girls introduced themselves as Faith and Charity, twin sisters who were down from Miami. Maggie chatted with the girls, and they showed her how to drink tequila like an expert. "Body shot. Body shot," someone in the crowd cried out. Charity looked at Maggie. "Did you ever do a body shot?" She didn't wait for Maggie to answer. "Here, I'll show you." She ordered a shot from the bartender and said to Maggie, "This is what you can do to that guy you keep watching over there." Maggie couldn't help it. Jake seemed to be spending a long time with his brother's friends. Perhaps it just seemed that way, she supposed. It even looked like he was trying to turn and leave a few times, and then Carrie would grab his arm again. Maggie felt sorry for him, and thought perhaps she should go rescue him. But first, she wanted to find out what this body shot was all about. As a writer, curiosity always got the best of her. She may like her privacy, but she was always open to learning new things. Charity said, "Okay, let's give this crowd a show," and winked at Maggie. "Now put the lime wedge in your mouth with the juice side out." Charity then sprinkled some salt on Maggie's neck and exposed shoulder. "What are you doing?" Maggie laughed, mumbling, the fruit hanging out of her lips. "I'm going to lick the salt, drink my shot, and then suck the lime out of your mouth." Maggie giggled because the crowd was starting to get rowdier, clapping as Charity yelled out, "You want a body shot?" She licked the salt from Maggie's neck, downed the shot in her hand, and then smacked her lips on Maggie and sucked on the lime while the crowd cheered. The girls laughed and laughed. "Now you do one to me," Charity said. "We've got this crowd going, and I think your man's attention too." "He's so not my man," Maggie mumbled. The bartender set them up again, and the crowd started banging on the tiki bar and yelling louder. It seemed as if everyone within eyesight came over to check out what all the noise was about. Maggie sprinkled some salt on Charity's neck and held the shot in her hand. She placed the lime wedge in her new friend's mouth and looked around to see everyone at the bar laughing and shouting and cheering her on. "I can't believe I'm doing this," Maggie slurred. She was feeling the effects of the tequila already. Maggie took her tongue and licked the salt from Charity's neck, then downed the shot and leaned in to suck the lime. She almost tipped over, and the two grabbed each other. That's what Jake saw when he appeared out of nowhere. The crowd cheered and then went about their drinking, and Maggie and Charity and Faith were laughing and trying to keep Maggie from toppling over. She turned to him and laughed. "Did I tell you what a great time I'm having?" "Tequila? Are you serious?" He shook his head. "Come on." He grabbed her hand and dragged her away from the bar. Maggie turned and waved to her new friends. "We'll do this again, Charity and Faith." Maggie slurred again. Then she pointed to Jake's butt and gave the girls another thumbs up. He walked her to the water's edge. "How much did you drink?" Maggie shrugged. "I only had a few of those little glasses. There couldn't be possibly enough in them to hurt. Although I do feel a bit high. I may be drunk, Jake." "Very much so. I'm sorry I left you alone for so long. I should not have gone with Carrie to meet her friends. It was a ploy to talk to me about my brother. I told her I'm staying out of that." Maggie nodded. "Well, I did miss you. We were having so much fun, weren't we?" She swayed back and forth on the beach and then kicked off her shoes. "Let's dance on the beach, Jake, just you and me." He grabbed her hands and placed them around him. The subtle sounds of a DJ playing soft music lingered in the background. There was so much going on around them, crowds hanging at the tiki bar, partners lying together on the beach, small gatherings of friends in little groups talking and laughing around bonfires. But to Maggie, it felt as if she and Jake were the only ones there. The full moon cast shadows on the water. They swayed to the beat of the slow rhythm, and Maggie snuggled closer to him, if that were possible. Then she giggled. Jake relaxed his arms around her waist. What's so funny? Want to do a body shot? I'm afraid no more tequila for you, he cautioned, his breath fluttering across her skin. Don't need any. You just lick, she whispered, lifting her head up and sliding her tongue across his neck and up his chin. Then you suck, she mumbled and found his mouth. Jake didn't need an invitation because he devoured her once again, leaving her clinging to him. Maggie struggled to stay upright, and yet she couldn't seem to get enough of him. She leaned harder into him, trying to get closer. Then she just passed out. Chapter 3. Maggie was not going to open her eyes, not yet. The smell of the ocean air and the sounds of morning were all around, but she wasn't ready to face life after a night of tequila. She had indulged but was afraid to find out how much. A body stirred next to her, and she knew without looking it was Jake. Funny how she knew that. His arm held her close to him, and she leaned in a bit, wanting to snuggle. When she did so, everything moved all at once. It's okay, don't open your eyes yet, Jake mumbled. We're in a hammock. Any movement with closed eyes, and we'll both go toppling to the ground. We're in a hammock on the beach? I remember dancing with you, and then my mind is just blank. She tried to lift her head. It hurt. Oh Jake, what have I done? I think you let your hair down a lot, he said. I'm just glad I was here. Who knows what else you would have done if I hadn't come to your rescue. Maggie groaned. You should tell me everything so I'm not shocked when I find out later. She flung her arm over his stomach. She wasn't ready to move yet. Did we make out? You made out, that's for sure. Just not with me. What? Maggie shifted and tried to sit up. She had one hand on Jake's shoulder and one on his other arm, hanging on to him for fear of upsetting their bed. Tell me, Jake Hatfield. What are you talking about? You and your friends at the tiki bar. Don't you remember doing body shots with them? Maggie's face turned bright red. She closed her eyes. I think I do remember that, kind of. Her shoulders started shaking and she dropped back down. She laughed again because even though she was not herself, she had ventured out and done things that her heroines might attempt. That should account for something. At least the night wasn't a total disaster. It gave me some material for my novel, if I can just remember everything. She shaded her face with her arm. If only she had the energy to get up, but laying here beside him felt good at the moment. Jake started swaying the hammock back and forth, then looked at her and winked. Is that what you are looking for, Maggie McCoy? Novel material? Kind of, she replied. I can give you novel material, Maggie, he replied. If that's what you want. What I want is for you to stop rocking the hammock, she teased, and then rolled off of it onto the white sandy beach, landing with a plop. She reached up and grabbed the edge of it just at the right time, toppling him out too. He rolled over on top of her. Maggie, that's not playing nice. He pinned her arms up over her head and nuzzled her neck. If romance is what you want, I can help you get that novel started, he murmured. He nipped her earlobe, then traced small kisses across her face. Stormy eyes looked into hers, his face so very close. Jake, she whispered back. If you don't get off of me, I'm going to throw up on you. He rolled. She ran up the beach, sand flying in the air as she headed for the ladies' room. When Maggie emerged from inside with her face washed and feeling a bit more alive, she found Jake at one of the outside tables sipping coffee. She sat down. I'm so sorry, kind of. He grinned. Ah, Maggie, it's been interesting. Here I thought this was just another night out in the Keys, and then you came along stirring up my whole world. I stir up your world? She asked, intrigued. He smiled and pushed a cup filled with red liquid towards her. I did have fun, especially right before you passed out on me. He leaned back in the chair, watching her. What's this? She picked it up and tasted it to avoid his stare. Tomato juice? Drink it down quick, you'll feel better in no time. Maggie wrinkled her nose but drank it down. There was other stuff added to the tomato juice. She looked over the beach to see several others chilling in the sand. I see we weren't the only ones too drunk to drive. He leaned forward. I was fine to drive. It was my passenger living a fantasy romance who was too drunk to put on the bike. Her head shot up. Living a fantasy. What are you saying, Jake? She sat forward in her chair and stared right back at him. After you passed out, I placed you on the hammock and you kept talking in your sleep or tequila-induced state, I should say. What did I say? Maggie shifted. Her stomach was starting to feel sick, but not from the booze. His brow shot up. You were glad it was me who was going to be the hero in your new novel. You said there was plenty of material, that you thought you could write a whole series. Maggie shot out of her chair. You'll have to excuse me again, she told him, her face crimson. She couldn't look him in the eye. She needed to make a fast break away for a few minutes to compose herself. Maggie? She turned because his voice was so serious all of a sudden. She waited. Hot man will be right here waiting, he deadpanned. She ran, once again through the sand, heading for the bathroom she was beginning to know way too well. Maggie hid in the stall for a few minutes, furious with herself for overdoing it. She heard some others enter the ladies' room, talking away in familiar voices. It was Charity and Faith. They sounded like they were ready to start their partying again. Well, if it isn't the two entertainers of the month, Carrie's voice rang out. You put on quite the slutty show. Charity and Faith laughed. Drop dead, Carrie. You're just jealous. Look at you, what are you still doing here? Boyfriend kick you out again? That seemed to make Carrie furious, and Maggie heard a commotion. The girls started yelling at each other. Maggie flew out of the stall. That's enough. She stood between the three of them before they wound up hurting each other, and then the girls noticed who she was. Hey Maggie. You survived? Charity and Faith gave her a hug. Just ignore this one, she wishes she was half the woman we are. Carrie and Furious seemed to go arm in arm, and even more closely when she spotted Maggie. Aren't you a piece of work? Carrie yelled. Her target had shifted in an instant. What did I do? Maggie was not in the mood for a fight, verbal or physical. It's not what you did, it's what you will never do, and that's have Jake. He'll just toy with you, and then toss you out like the piece of trash you are. Carrie slammed the stall closed as Maggie turned to go into the stall after her. Little did Carrie know that calling her dirt was not a wise move. Come on, Maggie, she's the one who's dirt. Don't give her the satisfaction of getting angry. She's not worth it. Faith and her sister looped arms with Maggie and led her out of the bathroom, but she was steaming by now. I want to go back in there and kick her righteous ass, Maggie said, furious. Dirt? I'm not dirt. Jake was walking towards them when he saw how mad Maggie looked. What's wrong, Maggie? He stopped in front of her and reached out to touch her. She turned and headed towards the parking lot. I'm ready to go, Jake. It's obvious, not all the witches live in Salem. The twins' goodbyes rang out as Maggie stomped through the parking lot, and Jake, taking long strides, tried to keep up. Calling her trash brought up an old childhood memory. She thought she was over it, but that just wasn't the case. She stopped and turned, Jake almost running into her. I know she is your brother's friend or girl or whatever, but I don't have to take that from anyone. Jake hooked his thumb in his jeans. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What happened in the ladies' room? Your friend Carrie cornered the twins, and then when I jumped in she called me trash. She didn't tell him what else the witch had said. She's trouble, Maggie. I'm sorry you had to deal with her. My brother has been trying to get rid of her for a while, but nothing seems to work. Of course she lays a little loving on him, and then he gets sucked right back into her web. Your brother is nowhere around, Jake. I think she wants you. He nodded. I was afraid of that. I can go talk to her, tell her to leave you alone. She shook her head. No way. Let's get out of here. I'm ready to go back to my little bungalow. The ride back was uneventful, but Maggie clung onto Jake a little tighter than usual. Her body felt as if it had worked for 2 weeks without sleep. I'll never drink again, she shouted to him over the loud roar of the Harley. He nodded, reached back and patted her thigh as if it were the most natural thing to do. She liked the way he touched her like that. Jake was starting to rub off on her, even if they'd known each other for only 1 day. How could that be, she wondered. She never let anyone get too close. Writing was all she knew, it was all she cared to do. At least that's what she'd thought. When they finally got back to his house, Maggie thanked him for taking her, and then ran for the shelter of her bungalow. At first, while they were riding, the rain had come down in tiny drops, but now it poured down in a steady stream. As soon as she got inside, she headed for a much-needed shower. 20 minutes later, Maggie curled up in her bed with the covers to her chin. She needed to rest. It had been a wild night for a girl like her. She didn't go out much or drink since one particular night in high school, and that was quite a while ago. Maggie McCoy was one sick woman in need of a bit of pampering. She was going to sleep until everything she had done in the last 12 hours wore off. Chapter 4. Sunlight filtered through the wooden blinds, and Maggie shifted the bedspread to cover her face. How long had she slept? She snuggled into her covers until a hard knock on her door made her leap out of bed. Man, she was so jumpy here of late. Grabbing her short robe off the bathroom hook, Maggie opened the front door. No one was visible until she heard a little doggy sound and looked down. She laughed and shifted herself to Jax's level. He sat there on his hind legs, tongue hanging out, his ears perked. "What's going on, little fellow?" Maggie reached out to pet him, and then saw the little bag attached to Jax's collar. "What's this? What is your master up to?" She reached in the bag to retrieve a note. Maggie smiled when she saw who it was from. She sat on the floor in front of Jax and read the note while he tried to jump on her. "Maggie McCoy, you are invited to breakfast on the veranda. I'll see you in 20. Take the steps to the second-floor balcony. Don't say no, the view is amazing up here. Jake." 20 minutes later, Maggie was taking the steps one at a time, smiling. She felt pretty good today, with her mind clear and focused. Breakfast with Jake would be just the thing to start her day. When she got to the top of the steps, she started to speak to Jake, but stopped dead in her tracks. Set out before her was a very romantic scene overlooking the bay. A white cloth was draped over the round table, its edges hanging a bit on one side, but that was what made it so crazy cool. Jake had put a lot of thought into staging a romantic breakfast. A table for two, adorned with square yellow plastic plates and matching flatware the color of a bright sun. A bunch of flowers of different varieties in purple, pink, white, and orange sat in a glass vase, a bit crooked but to Maggie perfect. 2 small candles sat on a large saucer, their light flickering back and forth, the wax dripping here and there. "Very nice," Maggie gushed. Jake pulled out a chair covered with another white sheet, tied with rope to keep it in place. "Sit," he ordered. "I am trying to make up for the way our excursion ended the other night." She looked at him. "The other night? You mean last night?" He shook his head. "I'm afraid not. You slept for about a day and a half." Maggie groaned. "I don't think I ever slept that long in my life," she mumbled. She reached for the cup of coffee he set down and took a sip. It had a slight taste of hazelnut. "This is good, thanks." He winked at her. "You haven't seen anything yet, Maggie. I'll be right back." He grabbed their plates from the table, letting the screen door slam as he went inside. She sat looking over the deck at the beautiful sky. The clouds were so white and big, and seemed so close she wanted to reach out to touch them. This was paradise, and he was making it even more so by his kind gesture this morning. Jake came out carrying 2 plates and placed them on the table before he sat down. He was in his famous low-cut shorts that hung tight and low on his hips. A sleeveless white cotton t-shirt clung to his abs for dear life. Maggie was thinking she didn't know where she wanted to start first, and then laughed to herself. "Get your mind out of the gutter, girl." She shook her head at this amazing man. Thick French toast dripping with chocolate sauce and topped with fresh ripe strawberries sat before her. "This looks delicious." She dug in as Jake sat back in his chair and watched her take the first bite. He grinned when she moaned. "I am famished." "It's good," she mumbled, her mouth full. "I figured you would be hungry, considering how long as you slept, Maggie." "How did you know I slept so long, Jake? You got a peephole in your floor somewhere?" He laughed out loud. "Afraid not, but thanks for the idea. I came down a few times yesterday to make sure you were okay, but didn't see any lights or movement. I'm afraid it's the case when tequila is involved." "You talking from experience?" she asked as she downed the waffles. They were delicious, and she was going to eat every last forkful, even lick the plate if necessary. She looked up to see that Jake hadn't even touched his yet. "In my army days, you could say there were a few times. But we didn't have the luxury of sleeping in for a day. You had to fall right back into your routine and work, hangover or no hangover. She nodded towards his plate. You gonna eat those? She said around a mouthful. Maggie was so hungry she couldn't help herself. She had never pigged out like this. He chuckled and pushed the plate towards her. After all that work making them, I'm not even hungry. I prefer just my coffee. She reached over the table and cut herself a quarter of his waffles, then commenced downing them too. He watched her as she ate, until she put her fork and knife down. Phew. That was decadent and heavenly, and I'm ready to get to work. That's if I can move now. Maggie smiled and rubbed her belly. She sat back and sighed. If you tried to make up for Carrie being a jerk, you did well. But it isn't your fault we ran into her, or she acted that way. I know, Maggie, but you were with me. I felt responsible for making it up to you. He took a sip of his coffee. You mean breakfast by you each morning isn't part of the deal I got when my mom booked this place? She teased. A girl could get used to that. No. He leaned forward in his chair and gave her that look again, the one where smoky eyes stared into her big brown ones that couldn't look away. I do have another treat for you. For some reason, I got to thinking about your work. There's a great place to take you where you can be alone and get some writing done. It's reachable by boat. Want to check it out? Sure. Although I have gotten quite a bit of material in the last few days, she teased, then sobered. I'm sorry I mumbled all those things in my sleepy drunken state, Jake. It's the writer in me. I would never use you or your name in a book, unless of course you said it was okay. Jake grinned. No worries, Maggie. Let's start fresh and keep away from the tequila. Deal? She nodded. Maggie helped to clean up the breakfast feast. She followed him inside, and when she saw the mess he'd made in the kitchen, she made a mental note to offer to make the next meal. It took half the morning to clean up, but they laughed and had a good time together. Then Maggie went to collect her writing tools so they could go off on this jaunt that Jake had mentioned. Hop on. Jake held out his hand as she climbed aboard. The powerboat made its way from the canal and around some of the tiny islands that jutted out along the way. Maggie stuck her face in the gentle wind, loving the ocean breeze and hearing the roar of the engine and the sound of the boat cutting through the water. She knew without a doubt that her novel would be set here, in paradise. Jake concentrated as he maneuvered the boat around a long sandbar on the south side of an island. He shut the motor down and anchored. He helped Maggie out into the water, which was about knee-high. She gave out a little cry when she hit the cool ocean water, then clung onto his arm with one hand as they made their way through the water to the sandy beach. She lugged her laptop in its waterproof bag in her other. Jake unfolded the chair he carried and set it down on the sand in a small area enclosed with a few trees and brush for shade. Oh, let's explore first, Maggie cried out. She darted around a few trees as if playing hide and seek. Come on, Jake, she urged. He strolled over to her, laughing at her, and then darted through some dense brush until she couldn't see him. Are you serious, Jake? Don't you know I am the queen of hide and seek? She shaded her eyes, even though she wore her sunglasses, to see if she could find his shadow. That's what gave people away. They forgot about their own shadow. Where are you, hot man? She called out, pretty confident she'd soon find his. Right here. His arms grabbed her from behind, and Maggie almost jumped out of her skin. She giggled, and then dropped to the ground, taking him off guard. Then she jumped up and ran towards the water's edge and splashed her way out deeper. She sat down in the ocean, with just her shoulders and face above water. Catching up with her, Jake started splashing first. She jumped up and gave it right back to him, laughing so hard she was almost in tears. You are incredible and fun to be with, Maggie said. She ran out of the water and plopped onto the chair Jake had set down earlier. She watched as he stood up, water dripping from those ripped muscles as he splashed more over his face and hair. Then he made his way to his boat, where he disappeared for a few minutes and reappeared with a small cooler, and once again got back into the water. When he began to stroll up the beach towards Maggie, it was like watching a live movie right in front of her eyes. Yep, Mama was so right. Eye candy never hurt a soul. He set the cooler on the ground beside the chair. It's filled with some fresh fruit and a few drinks. Are you okay alone here for a while? I'll be back later this afternoon. That should give you some time to get a bit of writing in. It is the perfect spot. Thanks for bringing me here, Jake. Maggie tilted her head back. He stood over her, his face serious as he gave her instructions not to wander too far out in the water. She wasn't a child but understood his concerns. She could live with being pampered by this hunk her mother had gifted her with. Then she enjoyed the view as he once again headed towards the water, his muscles flexing as he made his way onto the boat. More like a yacht, she thought. She heard the engines start and felt kind of sad that he was leaving, even if it was for just a few hours. Maggie was in heaven. The rustle of the wind, the small shifting of the water all around her, the sandy beach and the sun peeking from the clouds was the perfect setting in which to write. It was as if her writer's block had disappeared. Maggie felt free, and she typed for hours, her head down as she put ideas together. The feeling of freedom at being able to let go and write was incredible, and so necessary. When she got up to take a break later, her leg had fallen asleep. Shaking off the numbness and dancing on her toes for a moment, she took a quick dip in the water. Maggie wondered how long Jake would be gone. It had to have been a few hours already, but he hadn't said when he'd be back. She sure didn't want to be stranded here, alone on a deserted island. In the distance, a boat came into view as it worked its way towards the little island. Maggie jumped up and down waving her hand, then trod through the water to meet it, but when it got closer she realized it wasn't Jake. "Hi there," an older man's friendly voice yelled out to her. He wore a captain's hat and a button-down shirt with the words Captain emblazoned on the front pocket. "I spotted you out here alone. Where's your boat?" "Oh, Jake just ran an errand. He is on his way back." She was a bit leery giving out any information to a stranger, but he did seem friendly enough, although she didn't think Jake would leave her here if it was dangerous, would he? "Did you say Jake? You mean Hatfield?" "Oh yeah, he spends a lot of time out here on the island. Not sure what he does on that computer of his, but if he says he'll be back, his word is good. I'm Rob, retired Army. Nice to meet you." "Thanks, nice to meet you too. I'm Maggie." Rob started to turn his boat towards the open water when he turned and shouted, "Sometimes we get storms out of the blue. If that happens while you're here, there's a little area over yonder where you'll be out of the storm." She glanced in the direction he'd indicated and turned back to wave as he left. He seemed to have confidence in Jake's ability, so she wouldn't worry yet. She had some other ideas and wanted to get them down fast. Maggie found her way back to her spot on the beach, relishing the peaceful quiet. Checking the time on her computer once again, Maggie realized it would be dark in another hour. Where was he? There was no way to leave here except on a boat, and the last one had left hours ago. Maggie was starting to doubt Jake, and wondered if she were going to be stuck on a deserted island about the size of a football field. She couldn't swim to shore, it was too far away, and who knew what was in the water? What if something had happened to Jake? Rob the captain knew where she was, but he was under the impression Jake would be back. She didn't know whether to worry whether Jake was okay, or be furious that he might have lost track of time and forgotten her. She closed her laptop and put it in the waterproof pouch after failing to get online. Her phone had no service either. She tried to text her mom to see if she could get through, but it just kept telling her it would send it when she was in an available area. Maggie slid the phone in the pouch with the laptop and paced back and forth along the sandy white beach. Out on the water, a few sailboats lingered in the distance, way too far to get anyone's attention. She couldn't even start a fire without matches or a lighter. Maggie sat back down, frustrated. She opened the cooler, reached in and pulled out a water, then slammed the lid. Then the rain started. Fast and furious it came down, surprising her because she'd never even noticed any rain clouds. Maggie jumped up, snatched up the chair and the cooler, and headed for the trees where Rob had said there was a safe place to go in a storm. The sun was starting to fade, and she had no idea if she would even be able to find this shelter, until she noticed the bright yellow arrows that pointed to a little cave-like entrance. Someone had been smart enough to make a little shelter in the brush, and guide strangers like her by way of bright arrows. It was pretty ingenious. She had to bend down to get in, but the leaves and brush surrounded her enough that it was like a big old umbrella hiding her from the elements. Maggie felt like a bear in a cave. The rain pelted against the brush, but so far the surrounding ground was dry. What was she thinking to trust Jake so much? She sat on the ground, her knees hugging her chest as she wrapped her arms around them. There weren't a lot of things that scared Maggie, because she always made sure she stayed in control. As she sat all alone under the brush, this moment took her back to her younger days when things were not so good. She grew up with a single mom, living in a trailer during the early days when Kate McCoy was building her business. A lot of the other kids made fun of her, called her trailer trash because they all lived in cookie-cutter houses in developments. They told Maggie her dad didn't want to be trailer trash, and so that's why he left her mom. Kids were so cruel. She'd rather stay home and read borrowed library books than hang around them. Perhaps they'd done her a favor, because she was laughing all the way to the bank today. She was proud of what she'd accomplished and proud of her mom. Kate was the best example of a single mother, accomplishing the impossible. Maggie hugged herself tighter. Many times she'd thought about telling the world who was behind those bestsellers, just so she could show those old childhood schoolmates that she wasn't trash. But then she realized they were just kids too back then, and her privacy meant more to her than anything else. She was happy doing what she loved. Maggie shivered. She'd be happier if Jake would come rescue her. He was going to owe her big time for this. Chapter 5. Maggie. Maggie. She heard the deep voice shouting her name before she even heard the sound of the boat. Finally. He was out there somewhere calling for her. Maggie crawled to the entrance on her knees and peeked out of her little safe house, the rain still coming down in buckets. She slung the bag that held her laptop over her shoulder, but left the other things behind and started running toward the beach. The rain felt like pellets hitting her, but she didn't care. She was getting off this island. It was darker now, and she could see the beam of light he was waving around. "Jake," she shouted. "Jake!" She ran towards the light. "Where have you been? I've been scared to death." "I'm so sorry, Maggie." He wrapped his arm around her and squeezed tight, and then dragged her towards his boat, trying to shield her from the pellets of rain crashing against them. "Come on, let's get out of here." Maggie let him guide her to the boat. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, just put one step in front of the other, treading through the water, letting Jake guide the way. In what seemed like forever and yet in reality was not more than a few moments, she found the first step and hoisted herself on board, Jake right behind. He led her towards the cabin ladder and ordered, "Go on below and dry off. There's a bathroom down there. I'm going to get us back." He was gasping for air but pushed her forward. Maggie didn't argue. She went down into the lower part of the boat through a tiny hatch to find a dry area where she could finally see. The lower deck was all lit up, so she made her way past a leather couch and galley area to the bathroom, where she opened the cabinet to find a few towels. The boat juked a bit, and then seemed to rock back and forth as Jake headed towards the mainland. They weren't that far from land, just far enough away that she had been stranded. She was so grateful to be heading back to her little bungalow. Jake Hatfield was not going to get away with treating her this way. She dried off her face and rubbed her hair dry, then noticed blood on her shirt where Jake had hugged her. What in the world? Then her gaze rested on a pile of bloody towels on the floor. What is this? Bending down, she noticed the white t-shirt Jake had worn earlier today. He was hurt? He was driving the boat, and he could be hurt. She turned and flung the towel into the sink as she raced back up to the deck. "Jake, what's wrong?" "I saw blood." "Oh, Jake, what happened?" She gasped at the sight of him, steering the boat into the canal with one hand holding his side while blood seeped through his shirt. His whole right side was covered in blood. It suddenly occurred to her that Jake had come back for her when he was hurt all along. They were so intent on getting off the island that she hadn't noticed. She ran to his side. He looked like he was ready to topple over. "Let me help you, Jake, please," she cried. He looked at her with desolate, smoky eyes and grinned the best he could. He looked exhausted. "Maggie, I'm bringing the rig in. When I do, grab the rope over there and tie it around the post at the dock. There's another one at the bottom end, tie that one too," he ordered, his voice ragged. It took him so long to give the orders, she was worried about him passing out. "I got this, Jake." Maggie scurried over to the rope and secured it the best she could. She hoped the knot she made would keep the boat secure. After tying both ends, she fumbled her way back to him, noticing how his face was drained of all color. He needed help, that much was certain. At least the storm had calmed down and the rain had all but stopped, except for a light drizzle. It was the darkness now that made it difficult to get around. "Maggie, you're gonna have to help me off the boat." Yet after saying that, Jake moved his powerful legs one after the other as he made his way onto the dock. Maggie took his good arm and held him up the best she could. She led him to her little bungalow and switched on the light. He staggered, but she held on to him until she could get him to the couch. "Sit, Jake, please, before you fall." He did so, half lying on his good side. Maggie ran into the bathroom, opening doors until she found an empty basin and filled it up with warm water. She searched through the drawers and grabbed some towels, then set the basin on the floor beside Jake. She snatched a pair of scissors from the kitchen counter. "I've got to see what's going on here, Jake." She cut his shirt up the side where the blood kept seeping out. Maggie sucked in her breath. He was cut in several places, large gashes along his side. She kept moving the scissors back and forth along the t-shirt until she could push it back away from the bloody mess. If this was the second shirt he'd gone through, Jake could be in serious trouble. "What happened, Jake?" "Never mind, save your breath. I can't fix this, you're gonna need stitches." She had to call 911 and told him so. Jake grabbed Maggie's arm with his good one. "No, call my brother John. He's a doctor." "Get your phone." Puzzled, Maggie did what he asked and tapped in the numbers as Jake slowly gave them to her. She held the phone to his ear while he talked to his brother. Maggie pulled the phone back and said to Jake's brother, "Hurry, there's blood everywhere." Then she hung up. "A bit dramatic, don't you think?" Jake muttered, his eyes half closed, his face in pain. Maggie held pressure on his wounds and tried to keep him from passing out. After about 15 minutes of talking to him, she was worried he would become disconnected. She knew she had to get him to the hospital. It seemed that his brother was too far away. "Jake, you really should be at the hospital. You're pretty banged up." "What happened?" He shook his head very slowly, his eyelids flickering, his words husky and strained. "I'm sorry, Maggie, so sorry that I was late. You must have been terrified." He reached out and tried to grab her hand, but his arm fell to his side. "So sorry." His voice was fading and he sounded so weak. "Jake, honey, don't pass out. Please," she begged, dipping the rag into the water and blotting it on his face. Where was his brother? "I don't care if you didn't show up on time, you showed up," she whispered. Maggie swore if the brother didn't show up in the next few minutes, she would call 911. Then she heard the gate slam. "In here," she shouted. Jake's brother came bursting through the bungalow door carrying a doctor's bag, or more like a backpack. Maggie was stunned at first. He was a dead ringer for Jake, except his hair was cut a bit shorter. She shook her head and blinked her eyes. They were identical twins. "Yep, that's usually the reaction I get," John said. "What's going on here?" He didn't wait for an answer, but tossed the backpack beside his brother and knelt down on one knee. After assessing the damage, John went to work getting the area sterilized and stitching up the deep wounds. With Maggie's assistance, he dressed them, gave Jake a shot and forced him to take some pills, then left the bottle on the table, the whole time ignoring Jake's grumblings and incoherent ramblings. "Jake, I'm gonna get you up, but you'll never make it up those steps tonight. Do you mind if he stays here?" John turned to Maggie. "Of course not. I'll help you get him in bed." Maggie turned down the covers and helped John get a now drug-affected Jake into it. She covered him up and sighed. "Thanks, John, you saved him." John nodded. "Story of my life, it seems. This isn't the first time." Maggie's eyes flew open. "What do you mean?" she asked, terrified that Jake was some kind of criminal. Where had he been all day, and why did he come back for her covered in blood? Was he doing something illegal? She was afraid to know the answer. Was that why he didn't want to go to the hospital? "Are the police looking for Jake?" Maggie asked. John laughed out loud and it sounded almost like Jake's. Almost, because Jake's was just a little bit deeper and rougher. "No, the police aren't looking for him, but others are. You may want to catch the news later." Then John nodded and left her there, wondering what in the world was happening to her calm little world. Chapter 6. Maggie stood in the living room of her little bungalow, staring at the flat-screen TV, her mouth hanging open. There was Jake, on the local news, surrounded by emergency responders, the police, the Coast Guard, and news media. He was helping to guide a stretcher into an ambulance. A little body was on it, covered in a blanket with an oxygen mask over its face. There was a downpour and you could barely make out Jake, but she knew it was him. He had on the bloodied shirt she found in the boat. No one else had abs that fit a shirt like that. After the ambulance pulled away, Maggie watched as Jake was surrounded by news media. "Sir, what happened out there? Can you talk to us?" Several microphones were shoved near Jake's face. He pushed them away, turned and headed towards his boat, which was tied to the dock. "Sir, where are you going? Come back here and talk to us." "Sir, sir." One journalist turned to the camera. "We just witnessed a life-saving moment for a small child who was in the water with her family. Their boat almost capsized and the parents were left unconscious. A man, whose name we do not know, rescued them and hadn't realized there was a child. The mother woke up screaming that her baby was still in the boat, so this unknown hero went into the dangerous waters and rescued her. The small child, whose name we just found out is Lily Rose, has been saved by a mysterious man who has just fled into the dark, rainy night, as you have just witnessed live. If you know who he is, please call the Monroe County Police Department or our news station, as he looks seriously hurt." "He was coming for me," Maggie whispered, stunned. She sat down amazed and in shock, just staring into space, realizing what kind of man Jake truly was. Maggie McCoy felt like the luckiest girl in the world. How could she feel this way within a matter of days of meeting Jake Hatfield? Was this one of those moments when you knew the guy was right for you, even though you'd just met? Was she just feeling special because of what happened? Maggie tiptoed into the bedroom and stood staring at her hero. He was so still that she almost walked over to him, but then saw his chest rise and she knew he was in a deep sleep. Maggie went upstairs and let Jax outside. "You poor thing," she crooned. "I bet you were wondering where your master went." She wandered around Jake's kitchen, searching for Jax's dinner. In the corner of the counter stood the bag of dog food, so Maggie grabbed it and took it down to the bungalow. "You're gonna have to stay with me, Jax." She closed the bedroom door tight, so the dog couldn't disturb his master, and set about preparing the puppy's meal. Gathering some plastic dishes from the cupboard, she placed them on the floor in the kitchen and watched while Jax happily ate, as if he hadn't been fed in a week. The phone rang. "Hi, Maggie. How's Jake doing this morning?" Jake's brother asked, all doctor-like. "He's sound asleep. Has been since last night. You'll need to wake him soon and get some more antibiotics in him. I left them on the table. Thanks for being here for him last night, John. I saw the news. Jake was coming for me, that's why he left," she explained. "Coming for you? Where were you?" he asked, sounding perplexed. Maggie didn't want to go into all kinds of detail, but felt she should explain why Jake hadn't stayed around to get medical help. "He dropped me off on this island earlier in the day so I could do some writing, then it started storming. I didn't think he was coming back, and there was no way off the island. When he finally did show up, I had no idea he had been saving lives. He's so brave. He got us back without a hitch, and that's when I saw the bloody mess." She heard John take a deep breath through the phone. "That explains why he took off so fast, but no worries, Maggie. He wouldn't have let them take him to the hospital anyway. He would have made them call me first." "Really? Why is that?" "Most people would relish the idea of getting help if they were hurt as bad as Jake. He doesn't like hospitals, but I'll let him explain why. I'll be by to check on him later this evening. Gotta run, a doc's work is never done." "Bye, Maggie," John said and hung up. Maggie tiptoed into the room again, shutting the door behind so Jax wouldn't run in and jump onto the bed. She held the bottle of pills in one hand and a glass of water in the other. She hated to disturb him, but he needed to get these down. She sat on the edge of the bed. "Jake," Maggie whispered. "Wake up." Jake stirred and slowly opened his eyes. Trying to stretch, he stopped and let out a groan. "I feel like a truck hit me." He moaned again, then grumbled some words that she couldn't understand. It was obvious to her that he didn't want to wake up. "Not a truck, but perhaps a boat," Maggie joked. "Here, open up." She placed 2 pills between his lips for him to take, and he looked at her for a moment with that stormy, smoky gaze. He opened his mouth to take the pills, nipping her finger with his bottom lip. He winked. Maggie sighed. Are you kidding me, Jake? You've just been through a night of hell, and you try to flirt as soon as you wake up? She shook her head, smiling. He took a sip of the water she held to his lips. I'm having some pretty amazing dreams, Maggie. Want to know who's in them? He asked in a sleepy voice. Then he winked again, before his head hit the pillow. She shook her head. Go back to sleep, Jake. You need to rest. She closed the door behind her and smiled to herself as she made some lunch. Afterwards she checked on him to see if he felt like eating, but he was sound asleep. Maggie put a plate back for him and sat outside, working on her laptop for the afternoon while Jake got his rest. Jack stuck close to Maggie, looking a bit lost. Hey buddy, Jake said to the pup as he started out the screen door. Maggie jumped up to help him, as he was a bit unsteady on his feet. Really, Jake? You're supposed to be healing. I'm fine, just a few cuts and bangs, he said. I'm feeling a lot better now. He eased himself down into one of the patio chairs on her little porch. Maggie went inside and made him a cup of coffee, while Jack nuzzled his master. I'm afraid I don't have any hazelnut, but this should wake up your senses. She placed the cup down in front of him. I'm sorry, Maggie, Jake said, getting right to the point. I didn't mean to leave you out there on the island by yourself. If it had been the weekend, there would have been a lot of people there, but during the week it really is deserted. That's why I thought it was a perfect place to write. I go there myself at times just to get away and unwind from work. He brushed his good hand through his hair. It's okay, Jake. She sat down across from him at the small table and gripped his hand. I understand now. But I doubt I ever want to go back there alone again, without a way to leave. It was scary. He squeezed her hand and then gazed at her, his smoky gray eyes troubled and intense. I promise I will never do anything to hurt you. I never planned for you to be there that long. I know, Jake. I was calling you some really bad names. But after listening to the news, I think you are a hero. Jake shook his head. I'm not a hero, Maggie. Anyone would have gone in the water to get those people out. I just happened to be there. According to the media, you are. It was all over the news again this morning. They're searching high and low for the mysterious man who disappeared into the sea. He sighed. Let them search. All they want is a sensational story to up their ratings, while all I wanted was to get back to the island to you, Maggie. He closed his eyes again. Come on, Jake, you need to rest. She stood up and made him go back to bed. He didn't argue, but followed her inside. She poured him some of the liquid concoction that John had made up for him, laced with pain meds so they were easier to get down. She covered him once again and closed the door. She leaned up against the wooden frame and closed her eyes, remembering those words that had blown her mind. While all I wanted was to get back to the island to you, Maggie. She floated on air, feeling as if she were living inside one of her bestsellers. Even though she had grumbled about her mother sending her here, this trip may have been just what she needed to help get writing again, and to find someone that she could care about. Because it was starting to look like she and Jake were getting to be more than just casual neighbors. Chapter 7. 2 days of bliss, and to be honest, Maggie was enjoying every bit of it. She'd never had a man in her bed for so long. Most of the time he slept, taking very strong antibiotics and regaining his strength. Jake failed to mention he'd bumped his head, so after calling his brother about the terrible headaches he was complaining about, Maggie tried hard to keep him quiet. John told her he checked Jake's head at each visit, noting that he suspected by the knot he found on his brother's skull, there was the chance of a mild concussion. He wanted Jake to go get an MRI to make sure everything was fine, but Jake refused. So every night after John left work, he would stop by to check on Jake. Maggie was writing on the patio one evening when John came through the gate. Hi John, can we talk? She stopped him at the door. John sat down across from her. What's up, Maggie? Jake's brother looked exhausted. It was almost dusk, and John was only now leaving his practice. I just want you to know how grateful I am to have you checking in on Jake. I'm certain you work very hard, and to come by here every night like this, well, I wanted to thank you. He's my brother. I don't need thanks, but it's nice of you to say so. Now it's my turn to ask some questions. Maggie shifted in her chair, realizing she opened the door and the tables took a turn. Jake never rents out his little bungalow. How did you happen to get in his little world here? John circled the air with his hand. I'm just curious, not judging. She laughed. You can thank my mother. She's also my manager. I needed to get away from the daily grind and spend time trying to get back my writing capabilities, which I had lost for some reason. His eyebrow shot up. Who is your mother? Kate McCoy, international speaker and woman of a million other things, like running my business. She's like a tornado when she becomes determined. I'm not sure how she got me this bungalow, but if she wanted it, you better believe it's possible she strong-armed poor Jake into giving it up. John burst out in laughter, a disarming deep sound. I doubt anyone could strong-arm Jake. I think there is more to this story than meets the eye, he said. I remember my father talking about a Kate McCoy. If I'm not mistaken, she was his first love before our mom. I'm just wondering if perhaps my dad didn't have something to do with this arrangement. Maggie propped her elbows on the outside table and leaned forward. My mom and your dad, now that interests me. Mother mentioned she had a past here in the Keys. That could explain a lot then, John said, nodding his head. I think my dad more like strong-armed Jake, not the other way around. Dad can be very convincing when he wants to be. Jake will do anything for him. Maggie tapped her nails on the table. She was already conjuring up more dramatic stories in her head. The two talked for a few more minutes, then John went in to check on his twin. Maggie went right back to her laptop while the two brothers spent time together. She could hear them talking, John raising his voice a few times until he exited out the screen door a little while later. Maggie looked up. How is he? John shrugged. Grumpy, like usual. Nothing new there, he mumbled. I brought him something to help relax a bit. He should be up and about in the next day or two, but I told him if he continues to get headaches, I'm taking him to get an MRI myself. Good. Someone needs to keep him straight. That is one stubborn man inside, Maggie mentioned, but she smiled. She had listened to him cuss and complain every time she woke him up to take his meds. He would wink at her after she put them in his mouth and got him to swallow them, nibbling on the fingers that touched his bottom lip. Then he would roll over and fall asleep. He should be able to go back to his house tomorrow, but it is nice if you could keep an eye on him. Maybe we'll just keep him here a few more days, just to be sure. Is that a doctor's order or sibling concern? Maggie asked. Both. Jake is stubborn and thinks he can defy anything. But those gashes were deep, and if it weren't for you applying pressure when you did to his wounds, he'd be a lot worse off. So I can use the line, I saved your life with accuracy? Yes, and I'll back you. John reached over and gave Maggie a hug. You are good for him, I think. I don't know you at all, except what I've seen here, but I tell the truth, and I see you must care about him to put up with a man like my brother. She blushed. John, we aren't anything but neighbors. He laughed out loud. Yeah, right. And he turned on his heels and went through the gate, slamming it behind him. Maggie shook her head, trying to focus on her writing. She needed a distraction. Thinking about Jake always made her crazy, because her emotions were at odds when it came to him. She had one objective here, and that was to finish a book. Falling for the guy in her bed was not a good choice, not at all. Maggie was trying to work on her laptop after John left, but she kept thinking about the man inside. Whenever she was around him, she had a great time. He made her laugh and knew how to have fun. Being sexy, hot and ripped were a plus too. But did it mean anything? Was he having a good time with her in the land of paradise, or was there something more? He had tried to get back to her when she was on the island, but it was because he'd left her there and felt responsible, wasn't it? Of course, he could have sent someone else and got the medical attention right away. Like he said about saving those people, anyone would have done it. Is that how he felt about coming back to the island for her? She shouldn't be thinking this way. Sometimes her head went in too many directions, so she decided to consult her fans. Maggie went online, found her author Facebook page and started writing. Okay fans, here's a good one for you. Let's say out of the blue, you had one date with a guy and had a good time. Then this guy gets hurts and winds up in your bed, and you have to nurse him back to health. Things are starting to change, you are developing feelings for him. Do you take advantage of him while he's ill and in your bed, or wait until he's feeling better and talk to him about it? She hit send and closed her laptop. She trusted her readers, they would tell her the truth. After listening to the sounds of the night, Maggie went inside to spend another night on her couch. At least it was comfy, even if she would rather be in her own bed. Chapter 8. The next day brought on more of the same routine. Maggie got up and took her shower, grabbed coffee, and went outside to the patio to start working on her book after checking on a sleeping Jake. She opened her laptop, and then remembered what she had asked her fans the night before. She searched her Facebook page to see if anyone had responded. If there was one thing she knew, her readers could have some pretty wild imaginations, even disturbing at times. She would on occasion ask them a question or two about something she was writing about, and they would respond right away. She was right on the mark, there were already answers waiting for her. Maggie had to laugh aloud at some of the banter going on. Two of the readers were fighting over the answer. Someone named Peeboo answered, "Oh yes, I would take advantage. Maybe pretend you forgot he is in your bed, and slip in beside him at night. Then act surprised when he wakes up to see you there. Of course by then you've got yourself all wrapped up around him." Romancing Betty said, "Peeboo, you're a slut. Just be honest and tell him that you like him." Peeboo answered back, "RB, suck it. I ain't no slut. Your answer is boring. He'd laugh at you, you jerk." Along came another reader, one of her faithful followers, who read every book Maggie wrote, and gives excellent reviews every single time. Barb Loves Books told them both off, knowing she'd get plenty of backlash but sounding like the only adult there. Barb Loves Books said, "Both of you, Peeboo and Romancing Betty, have no class. This is an author's page with some serious stuff going on. We either talk nice and answer the intended questions, or we keep our mouths shut and don't be rude to others. If you want to fight, go meet somewhere and duke it out. We have better things to do here. Now let's get back on track and respect each other's answers." Of course, Maggie knew that when Barb Loves Books got on a subject, she could talk and talk. She was right, there was another entry right under that one, this time in detail. Barb Loves Books said, "If I had a man in my bed that I was nursing back to health while he was ill, I wouldn't bother him with any nonsense. Now, if he started feeling better, I'd be nice to him and show him the kind of a lady I am. I think I would not try to make out with him while he was in my bed, although it may be hard to do. Like, if he had a hot body with ripped muscles that made you drool every time you gazed at him, perhaps then it would be okay to maybe rub your hands over his chest and arms just to get a feel of those muscles. I don't know, what does everyone else think?" Maggie was laughing out loud. She didn't notice Jake standing in the doorway watching her, smiling at her through the screen. She looked up and waved him out. "Good morning, Jake. Want a cup of coffee?" He came outside and made his way to the patio, then sat down across from her on the one empty chair. He set his coffee down. "I already got a cup. I doubt you ever heard me with all that laughing going on. What's so funny?" He nodded towards her laptop. "Oh, nothing. Just a bunch of fans on Facebook. You know how some people bring their drama to these places. Are you hungry? I was just thinking eggs and toast. Want some?" He nodded and gave her his sexy morning smile, smoky eyes staring into her big brown ones. "Oh, I want some, all right." She shivered and got up too quick, not sure if he meant eggs or her. "You must be feeling better," Maggie stated, grinning to herself. She pushed her laptop to the center of the table, a habit she had because the one time when she didn't it fell from the edge, shattering her screen. It was before she'd made any money, and so she had to rent a laptop to keep writing. Lesson learned. Maggie made some eggs and toast she'd picked up when she first came here, humming in the kitchen as she worked. It was a rare occasion when she cooked, either grabbing a salad or throwing something together from the deli. She was feeling a bit domestic, and liked the fact that she could do a bit of cooking now and then. Did Jake bring these feelings out? She was sure they would just remain friends, wouldn't they? After all, he would soon go back to his place and she would finish her book and move on. She took the 2 plates out to the table, and then went back in to refill the coffee cups. She set them down on the patio table, and then went to sit down, when she noticed her laptop close to the edge of the table. Oh my. She closed it and took it in the house, almost certain that she had pushed it to the center of the table earlier. Maggie shook her head and sighed. I could have sworn I did, but that would mean that Jake was snooping on my computer, or else he has me in such a frenzy these days that I forgot. Maggie commenced dipping her toast in the soft yolk of her egg, and as she was getting ready to bite into it, she stole a glance at Jake. He was looking down at his plate with the biggest grin on his face. Do eggs make you that happy, Jake? She mumbled, curious. He laughed out loud, a big boisterous laugh, and then shook his head. I'm sorry, Maggie, I was deep in thought. John told me that I could go back upstairs in a day or two. I argued with him and told him that I'd go today, but now that I think about it, perhaps I should stay another day. That's if you're okay with me sleeping in your bed one more night. Maggie was almost certain she remembered John saying that Jake could go home today, but she wasn't going to argue. John had said it would be better if she watched out for Jake for a while. She liked it when he was around. I don't mind at all. Just don't take advantage of a healing man, Maggie. Jake sat back in his chair and grinned. What's that supposed to mean? Maggie's guard was up. Had he snooped on her Facebook page? Then she knew it was true when he asked her to go up to his place and get his laptop. I want to do some work on it myself, Maggie. If you don't mind, that is. Not at all, Maggie said, skeptical he wanted to do any such thing. What kind of work do you do? I buy and sell buildings and such, Jake mentioned. I need to check in on a few things. Would you mind going up to my desk and bringing my laptop down? As Maggie made her way up the steps, she thought maybe she'd jump to conclusions. Perhaps he hadn't seen her Facebook page, although she could have sworn she pushed that laptop to the center of the table. She bit down on her lower lip, wondering if things were about to change for the better or for the worse. After getting Jake settled in on the couch with his own computer, she went back outside and sat in the sun working. Anxious to read more of her reader's remarks, she switched tabs back to her page on Facebook to see if there were any new suggestions. Now that Jake was busy doing his thing, she could enjoy her readers' banter once again. Sure enough, there they were with new readers chiming in. Peeboo said, "What do you know, Romancing Betty? I know this is an author page and blah blah blah, but the author was asking us what we thought, and I was just telling the truth of what I do. You mean to tell me if there was this hunk in your bed, so hot you couldn't stand it, you wouldn't feign a memory loss and crawl in that bed? Ha, then you're not normal is all I can say." Cherry Pie spoke up. "I know I'm normal and oh yummy, I'd jump right in." I Love Books chirped, "Ooh yeah, I'd def jump in, yeah." There were about 40 other remarks as well, keeping Maggie entertained until REDJH popped up. The smile left Maggie's face the moment she saw the entry. REDJH said, "Hi ladies, would you like to hear what a man really wants?" There were about 13 replies almost at once with a resounding yes. Maggie puckered her lips. She was suddenly highly suspicious. She clicked on the link for REDJH, her face turning red when she saw his page. It read real estate developer Jake Hatfield, LLC. He had seen her page earlier, she knew it. Did he honestly think she wouldn't figure out who he was? Did he even care? Let's just see what you got, Jake Hatfield. Author Christina Day. Ladies, thank you for all of your entries. I think we all would love to hear a man's point of view. Have at it, REDJH. REDJH. I don't think any man cares how you get here, just as long as you do. Do you think that feigning a memory loss makes a difference if there is a fire going on between two people? Romancing Betty. That's hot and a good point, REDJH, but dishonesty is not a good start in any relationship. REDJH. I hate to burst your bubble, Romancing Betty, but we're not talking about a serious relationship here, or are we? Author Christina Day. What would it matter, REDJH? With women, it's more about the romance than just crawling in bed with someone. Would you be prepared to romance the lady too? REDJH. Well now, that would be something that she would need to stick around for to find out. Author Christina Day. What do you mean, REDJH? Are you saying that if a woman crawled in your bed with you, after a night of pure raw sex, you wouldn't know if you would romance her after that? Are you saying most men want a one-night stand? REDJH. Now we're talking, my dear. I had no idea it was that intense. If that were the case, and I'm not sure it isn't, then you can bet you'd be romanced right in your own bed while we were having pure raw sex. PBOO. Now that's what I'm talking about, honey. REDJH, you can text me in private if you'd like. REDJH. Lol Pboo. I'm kind of tied up right now. PBOO. Tied up? Now that is interesting to know. Author Christina Day. You didn't answer my question, REDJH. Are you into one-night stands? Maggie heard a laugh, soft and subtle, coming from inside her bungalow. Oh my, she'd forgotten he was a few feet away, sitting on her couch. This was crazy. Did she want to know the answer to her question? She needed the answer though, because Maggie was starting to feel close to Jake, and she didn't want to be too disappointed if all he cared about was a one-night stand. REDJH. I doubt any man would answer the truth to that question. I could say of course I'm not into a one-night stand, but would you believe me? I could promise romance, but I'd rather show you myself what I am capable of. Maggie swallowed. It was getting hot outside, yet there was no sunshine at all. She looked up at the sky. It looked like it was going to pour down any minute now. She hoped that wasn't the case, because if she had to run inside now with her cheeks aflame, she'd die of embarrassment. She watched her Facebook page as more and more ladies commented on Jake's remarks. He sure had them going, and thanks to his jumping onto her page, she was almost certain she'd wind up with a ton more fans. Her readers asked how he would romance a woman. REDJH. If she were here with me, I'd take this beautiful rose from the vase that is sitting in front of me and entwine the flower in her hair, brushing my fingers through those dark, thick waves. I'd brush my knuckles across her cheek and down her chin and neck, followed by small kisses, then back up until I found what I was looking for, those sweet lips that I have been dreaming about for days. Maggie slammed the laptop shut. She jumped up and ran into the house, hurrying past Jake, who was sitting in the living room, leaning over his laptop on the coffee table. He looked up as she flew by, but she couldn't look at his face. It's too hot out there, Maggie yelled. I need a shower. She drowned out his chuckles with the running water of a very cool shower. Chapter 9. Maggie let the water pound over her hair and face, running down her back until she couldn't stand the cold any longer. What was she thinking of, to get in on that conversation? Now she didn't know if she could go back out there and face Jake. Had he thought she wanted a one-night stand with him? Or could he read between the lines and know that she was a woman who loved romance? Anyone with common sense would know that a writer of romance would want to be what else but romanced. If he did try to romance her, she wouldn't know if it was real or if he was just trying to use that to get what he wanted. Which was what she wanted too, wasn't it? How could she not want him? After spending that incredible time with him at the full moon party, and riding on his Harley, arms wrapped around him driving down the highway with the wind in her face, and his body so close, any woman would be crazy to turn him down. She even felt a bit responsible for his injuries. After all, if he hadn't tried to get back to her, she was pretty sure that he would have gotten help sooner. At least he could have called his brother sooner. Because of that, he had been down and out for quite a few days. Even though it was his suggestion that led them to the private island, she still felt responsible in a way. But then again, if all this hadn't happened, Jake Hatfield, aka Hot Man, would be up in his house and she wouldn't be enjoying these moments with him. Everything happened for a reason, didn't it? It was all for research, she told herself. He had helped her with writer's block more than he would ever know. She hopped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around her. Picking up another one, she wiped the fog from the mirror. Big brown eyes stared back at her. Who are you kidding, Maggie McCoy? You are falling big time for a Hatfield. Maggie woke with a start as she realized Jax was licking on her face again. She opened her eyes to see Jake beside the pup smiling. Wake up, Maggie, I made us some dinner. She stretched and realized that she had fallen asleep atop her bed. After taking a shower, she had gotten dressed and then sat down on the bed watching the storm pummeling down from the bedroom window. Before she realized it, she had fallen asleep right there on the bed, the one Jake had been sleeping in for days. His smell was everywhere, and she hadn't been able to help herself when she curled herself around the blanket and pillow, taking in the smell of soft leather and spice. "It's going to be one of those rainy days in the Keys tonight, Maggie. I made some dinner and thought we could watch a movie if you like," Jake offered, as she got up and followed him out of the bedroom. She walked into the living room to find the coffee table set up. Pillows sat on the floor around the table, and a small candle was burning, alongside that vase of flowers. "Impressive," Maggie smiled at him. "You're doing good, Jake. What else you got?" He gave her his trademark wink. "Sit," he ordered. The dreary weather outside tried to bleed in through the windows, making it darker than usual in the late afternoon. Jake's makeshift candle burned bright on the coffee table, giving off just the right amount of romantic flair. He brought 2 plates over, and then sat beside Maggie on the pillows. Then he pushed a few buttons on the remote until a classical sound came out of the speakers. "Oh wow, where did you get this?" she cried out when she saw the variety of seafood on her plate. Crab cake, scallops, and conch covered the plate, along with a few items she wasn't sure about. Her eyes gazed around the little kitchen and saw the cardboard containers from a local takeout. Smiling to herself, she wasted no time dipping one of the seafoods in butter and put it in her mouth. "What is this?" "Oysters." She gulped as it slid down her throat. She wasn't a fan, and she wondered why he'd ordered oysters for this romantic dinner. Everyone knew they were a lover's aphrodisiac. Well, the night was young, and he was doing well in the romance department. The man was trying, she'd give him that. She looked at him and smiled, and caught him staring at her, his face serious. "Jake, don't look at me like that." She put her fork down. "Can't help myself," he said, his voice low, husky. She licked her lips. He reached over to the flower vase and pulled out a yellow rose. Breaking the stem, he slid it behind her ear with a gentle hand, then brushed his fingers through her thick hair. She shivered. His knuckles caressed her cheeks as he slid them across her face, her chin down her neck. She closed her eyes and waited in anticipation for his lips to come next. He didn't disappoint. He dropped light kisses across her chin and neck, making Maggie's head swirl. She leaned her head back, giving him more exposure as he caught her earlobe in his mouth, then found his way to her lips. "Are you sure, Maggie?" he asked, his husky voice a mere whisper as he yawned in spite of his mouth making its way all over her. Maggie blinked. "Did you just yawn, Jake?" She pushed him away, insulted at first until she looked into his eyes and noticed the pupils were tiny and glazed over. "Jake, what's wrong with you? Are you on something? Are you drunk?" He shook his head, like he was trying to snap out of it. "I've got this incredible feeling of sleepiness that came over me. I'm so sorry, Maggie. I can't seem to help myself." He yawned again, his eyelids drooping closed until he snapped them open. "Perhaps you did too much today. Maybe John was right." She reached over to grab her wine glass and took a long swig, downing it all at once. She needed that, she sighed, then licked her lips over the strange taste on the glass. Her eyes snapped open. "Jake, where did you get this wine?" She jumped up from the pillow on the floor and ran to the refrigerator. She knew before he even answered. Yanking the door open, she knelt down to check the bottom rack. "Jake, did you take the bottle from the bottom shelf? That wasn't wine, it was apple juice and Roxanol liquid." When John mixed the concoction for Jake, she'd rinsed out the wine bottle because it had been the only container she could find. She should have labeled it, but never thought anyone would find it. "Oh no, Jake, that was to help you sleep at night. Don't you remember? I gave you a glass every night. Your brother put in enough drops to help you to sleep a bit sounder at night, and so you wouldn't be in pain. I had forgotten it was there because after the first 2 nights you didn't need it anymore." She found her cell and paged his brother. 20 minutes later, Maggie was yawning too. While waiting for John to answer his page, it hit her. She too had drunk a full glass of apple-juiced Roxanol. Jake was no help. He sat on the cushion on the floor yawning, staring into space. Maggie was getting sleepy herself. She prayed John would call back before she passed out. Had she drunk enough to harm herself? She was feeling pretty good, even if things seemed a bit blurry. A few minutes later, her cell buzzed. "John, you're not going to believe this one." After he reassured her that there wasn't enough Roxanol to do any harm in the apple juice except help them both to get a good night's sleep, Maggie hung up relieved. She made her way back to Jake. She had to get him in bed. Jake, stand up. Time for bed. John said that because the roxanol was in juice, it isn't as potent as if you took it plain. He isn't worried at all. She grabbed his arm and helped him up. She had a funny feeling he had drunk more than one glass, because the bottle was empty. John had mixed enough for 5 doses. She had given it to Jake only twice. That left 3 doses, and she'd had one tonight. He grinned. Baby, let's go to bed. He winked and slung his arm around her shoulders, staggering through the door to her bedroom. Maggie tried to put him in bed, but he took her down with him. The two were wrapped in each other's arms. My head is spinning, Jake said, and he placed his forehead against hers. His arms were wrapped around hers, and he brought his leg over on top of hers, nudging them closer together. But it's not spinning enough to know that I've not forgotten my pledge to romance you, he mumbled. I'm feeling kind of woozy, Jake, but it isn't from you, she giggled. Her head was spinning a bit too, and she felt as if she were floating. He could have had his way with her, and she couldn't have cared less. She told him so. Oh, is that right? He brushed his lips against hers, a light, flickering movement. She opened her mouth to catch his. They lay there, arms wrapped around each other, lips against each other's, unmoving. Jake, are you kissing me? She mumbled, her eyes closed, her body and mind floating deeper away. Yes, I think so, he answered, his warm breath against her lips, then he stilled. Chapter 10. Maggie knew she was in his arms. She sighed and opened her eyes to find those smoky eyes bearing down on her. He looked touchable. His dark hair was the kind that made you want to reach up and run your fingers through it. A bit longer than normal, it had a few flyaway waves that just called out for her to touch. Sometime during the night he must have taken off his t-shirt, because her arms wrapped around hard flesh and muscle. She snuggled closer. I could wake up to this every morning, Jake Hatfield. He smiled, a slow, sexy grin that took her breath away, and he cupped her chin, lifting her face closer to him. He dropped a light kiss on each eyelid and looked into her eyes. I've got a proposition for you, Maggie. That got her attention. A what? You heard me. I'm not sure where we are going here, Maggie. But I do know one thing, and that is you don't want a one-night stand. I want to prove to you that I don't either. Are you sure about that? She asked, snuggling even closer, temptation getting the best of her. He laughed. I'm sure. We've woken up twice now in each other's arms, and you haven't taken advantage of me yet. She grinned. You sound disappointed. Maybe I'd like to see just where this takes us. I want to show you I'm not just in this for a one-night stand. The Facebook page must have affected him more than she realized. That's sweet, Jake, and I must say very romantic and brave. Do you know how hard this is for me, Maggie? I'm not into relationships. I've had my share, but I've been here alone for a few years, living the life. There's something about the Keys that sucks you in, makes you want to be here and tells you that nowhere else in the world will suit. I've been many places, but this has always been my home. If I were to get serious about someone, she would have to understand that when I crossed that 7-mile bridge a few years ago, I came home for good. There is no going back for me. She'd have to be okay with that. Maggie ran her hand up and down Jake's muscled arm. At this very moment, Jake, I can say I get it. My work allows me to create from anywhere in the world, and no one knows who I am. I'm not sure, though, if I were to stay here in the Keys that I would feel the same way. Right now, I love it here. I love our time together, even if we've had a few bumps in the road. My favorite thing to do is sitting outside by the water, writing in the morning air. I love it, and yet I feel so far away from the rest of the world. She sighed. He gave her a hug. Thanks for your honesty. We'll just have to see what tomorrow brings. She snickered. Or we could just have hot raw sex and then go our own way. She shrieked when he pinned her to the bed, his body hovering over hers, and began to bite at her neck and shoulders. He had her hands above her head, holding them together. She closed her eyes, smiling. The wet lick on her face was not Jake. Ugh, Jax? Who let you in here? The dog pounced on the bed, almost on top of them, then Jake rolled to the side and stood up. He staggered a bit after the effects of the roxanol, but strode to the shower laughing. Maggie patted Jax, rubbing his head. She was in 7th heaven. Could she get used to this kind of life? Did Jake mean that he was ready to have a serious relationship with her, Maggie McCoy? Was she ready for something different in her life? She forced herself off the bed and went outside, letting Jax do his thing and breathing in the morning air. She wandered over to the dock and stood, looking out over the water, taking in the morning air, enjoying the warm sun on her face. Ah, the Florida Keys. This place was like nowhere else she'd ever been. But she wanted to see more. If she were going to even think about investing her life in one place, then it was time for some exploring. They sat across from each other on the patio, having their ritual of morning coffee. Jake was back to his old self, his body healed, and she knew that he was going to go back up to his place today. It was time. Jake, you were talking about a proposal earlier before Jax interrupted. What did you have in mind? She put her coffee mug to her lips, acting indifferent but curious to know. Jake winked. He stretched back in his chair and picked up his cup. I know these last few days have not been very kind to you. You had to nurse me back to health, which was quite enjoyable, I may add. But I'm sure it left you with very little time to work on your novel. I want to thank you for all you've done. Maggie shook her head. No, please. There's no need. Wonder how he wants to do that? Jake stretched out his hand and caught hers. He interlaced his fingers with hers and rubbed the top of her hand with his thumb. Yes, I insist, Maggie. The company bought some hotel property a while back, and the renovations are waiting on my finalizing things. I'd like it if you came along with me. I promise you'll have your own suite, where you can relax on the balcony and write until the sun goes down. The sunsets will take your breath away. A suite? What kind of place is this? He leaned forward and grinned. You'll just have to come along and see for yourself. Maggie tilted her head and let out a sigh. Let's see, does it have a jacuzzi? He nodded. Delightful. How about my own private butler? I can arrange that. Room service? Of course. She was going for the gusto. A massage on my balcony while the sun sets. He laughed out loud. Dear Maggie, you have no idea. Time to pack. I'll be ready in about an hour. She took a sip of her coffee, smiling at the thought of another ride with Hot Man on his bike. He started up the steps 2 at a time, without any problem getting up those steps. How are we going to take our luggage on a Harley, Hot Man? Maggie yelled. We won't be taking the bike this time. Jax is going with us. Chapter 11. Jake waited for Maggie out front, his back seat loaded with a few bags and Jax. When she saw the dog, she laughed out loud. There he was in the back seat, wearing a doggy seat belt and of all things doggy goggles around his eyes. Adorable, Maggie squealed, throwing one bag into the back seat. She placed her laptop bag on the floor, careful to keep it away from a drooling Jax. They would be driving the overseas highway in a classic restored 1967 Camaro convertible. Timeless. Jake seemed to have a love for some pretty awesome rides. She ran her hand along the side of the seat. Did you fix this up, Jake? Maggie asked. Nah, believe it or not, John did it. What? How would he have time? He's a doctor. Maggie sat in the passenger seat after Jake opened the door for her. He shut it, pushed down on the lock and brushed his soft lips across her cheek. You'd be amazed what we Hatfields can do. Enough about John. How am I doing so far, Maggie McCoy? She reached up and touched his cheek. Not bad, Jake Hatfield, considering we're not even out of the driveway yet. Jake planted a quick kiss on her lips before he got in, and they made their way out to Highway 1. You haven't seen anything yet, babe, he said as he shifted the 3-speed, revving up the engine a bit to show off. With the wind in her hair and on her face, the ride in the convertible was almost as fun as on the bike. Except Maggie wasn't tied up against Jake, hanging on to him like she would have been on the Harley. They could talk too if they wanted, but he turned on radio tunes and they just enjoyed the music until he left the highway and turned down a long lane. They drove for a while on back roads lined with trees of various sorts, nestled so tight together you had no idea what was ahead. The resort came into view like a storybook castle. Oh, Jake, you didn't tell me you owned something quite like this. The view was glorious. An exquisite hotel stood in the center surrounded by the beautiful blue sky and the ocean as a backdrop. It's the ultimate place for a getaway, she whispered, in awe of such an incredible scene before her. Tell me, who wouldn't want to come here, he said, nodding his head in agreement. I knew this design would be perfect. Wait until you see the rest. Jake pulled up to the circular drive and put the car in park, letting the motor run. Maggie gasped when he got out without opening his door, and strode around the Camaro to open the passenger door. You are about to be pampered like a princess, Jake announced. He winked, and she took his arm as they walked into the hotel. Mother, I've got a 2-bedroom suite here, you can stay with me, Maggie told her. There's so much room, you won't even see me for days. Kate McCoy was about to leave for the Keys, and so Maggie had to tell her she wasn't at the little bungalow. How long do you plan on staying? Kate asked. I'm not sure, Mom, but who cares? This is one of those resorts where you feel pampered, and it's so much fun. Didn't you tell me to have fun? She knew she was throwing her mother's words back at her, but Maggie was as high as a kite, living like a queen. The hotel was exquisite, and Maggie had never enjoyed a stay quite like this before. She'd always been a bit tight with her dollars, and didn't indulge much. This was a rare treat for her. Don't even go there, Missy. Kate started in on her. I'll be there in about 4 hours, and then we'll talk. Love ya, hugs, bye. That was Kate. When her conversation came to an end, so did the phone call. She didn't mince words, got the job done no matter what she did. Her mom was a type A. Some days Maggie could not and would not keep up with her. The door buzzed. Come in, she yelled out. A butler came through, unsmiling. He parked a tray of cheese and fruit with a glass of wine on the little table by the lanai, and stood there while Maggie reached in her pocket to get him a tip. She looked down at the wad of bills. She'd have to go get more soon. Then she smiled up at the young man, who gave her a cheeky grin and started towards the door. Thanks, Charles, Maggie chanted, picking up her afternoon drink. He'd told her his name was Charlie, but she preferred to call him Charles. It sounded a bit more elegant. After all, if she were a queen for the day, then he had to be a Charles. That made Maggie smile. She was being silly now, but it was so much fun to indulge and just let go. Charles was no more than a teenager, but he wore his casual shirt and shorts well. He'd acted all grown up and professional when she first met him a few days ago. Jake left a message at the front desk to give her anything she wanted, and so she chose Charles. He had been cleaning up the atrium on the lower level, and caught Maggie's attention, so she told the front desk she wanted him. It made him a very attentive concierge to know that she picked him out special. She was having so much fun. She was feeling like a princess, no, a queen. Ever since the first night when Jake dropped her off at the door of this 2-bedroom suite, she'd looked out at the ocean and felt as if she were in heaven. The lure of the tropical lush greenery surrounded the white sandy beach. Its contrast was so beautiful. A stunning pool with a cascading waterfall was magnificent. She sat on the lanai for hours after the sun went down, watching the lights flickering as people strolled along the beach, enjoying the night. A soft breeze sang to her as she got lulled by the ocean. It had been a wonderful few days. Jake told her he would be busy for a few days, but after that they could spend time together. So while he was working, Maggie took it upon herself to indulge. He told her whatever she wanted. Perhaps she should teach him to be careful what he said to Maggie McCoy, because she was running Charles ragged with her requests. Maggie kept ordering chocolates and wine, fruit and champagne and plates of cheese to her room hour after hour. She was having a grand time being waited on hand and foot. She set about finishing up her novel when the phone rang again. Maggie, are you finding things to keep you happy? Jake asked. I am. If I haven't told you, thanks. This is heaven, and I'm enjoying being pampered so much. She slid back in her lounger, smiling into the phone. I have a few hours free before our big meeting. I thought perhaps we could do something together. Maggie sat up. That's perfect. You must be working hard, Jake. Come up to my suite in about 15 minutes. All you need is a pair of shorts. I've got the best thing right here. She hung up the phone and punched in some buttons until Charles answered. Charles, first need you again. By the time Jake got to Maggie's suite, the massage tables were on the lanai, ready. She handed him a glass of chilled wine, eyeing his tanned legs in shorts and his abs in his t-shirt. Drink up, I'm gonna get you so relaxed your muscles will be crying out for more, Maggie crooned. Jake grabbed her. An eyebrow shot up. Maggie, are you sure? He put the wine down and took her in his arms, leading her to the bed, where he thought they would make love. Jake, there are people here. I didn't mean that. He looked up to see the two ladies who would be giving them their massage walk across the lanai, and waved them out. Come on, one of them said with an accent. We can get started now. Jake looked at a smiling Maggie. You ordered a couple's massage. One of his eyebrows rose and he shrugged, then pulled off his shirt and was the first one on the massage table, his bare back tanned and muscular. Maggie ignored her own treatment for a few minutes, and watched him moan and groan every time the masseuse struck a sore muscle. See, Jake, she said to him, you needed that. Another groan followed. Maggie closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she found Jake watching her, his eyes on the masseuse as she rolled her hands across Maggie's shoulders and down her spine. She wondered what he was thinking. We're not done yet, Jake. Come on. She got up and grabbed his hand, guiding him towards a large wooden tub on the opposite side of the lanai, tucked in a small private corner. You have to try this, it's wonderful. They both stepped into the open-air soaking tub, while the massage therapists packed up and left. Maggie dried off her hands, and punched in some numbers from the phone that she placed on the table by the tub. Charles? Yes, we would like some chocolate-covered strawberries and wine, please. Oh, and just come out to the lanai. Jake looked at her funny. Who's Charles? My porter. Remember, you said I could have one. Yes, I did. You mean Charlie? Just then, Charlie knocked and entered the hotel suite and made his way outside. He almost dropped the tray when he saw Jake. Uncle Jake? I didn't expect to see you here. That's your uncle. Maggie looked from one to the other, not seeing any resemblance at all. It's a long story, Maggie, Jake mentioned when he saw the look on her face. Charlie works and lives here. He nodded to the young man, and Charlie made his way out of the suite in a flash, not waiting for his usual tip. Jake, I didn't realize John had children. He's not my real nephew. It's a long story, but his mother and father basically abandoned him. When I first bought this property a few years back, we found him living in one of the empty rooms. There was the kid, about 12 years old then, living in a hotel room on his own. His parents left him, telling him someone would come back for him, but no one ever did. Maggie reached out and took his hand. He continued, my dad took a liking to him and told Charlie that as long as he took a breath, the boy would have a home. My dad runs this resort. In reality, I bought this place for him so he'd have something to do. He looks out for the kid. Charlie has been waiting for his parents to come back for him, but no one ever has. It's been 3 years. Maggie squeezed his hand. Maybe something happened to them, have you thought of that? Yes, we did a search. We checked hospitals and the morgue, and even the homeless shelters and the nooks and crannies where the homeless hide. Our conclusion is they loved their life of drugs and alcohol more than they loved their son. That's a sad story, and you were so kind to reach out, Jake. I knew you were a man of integrity. He looked down at her bikini top. I'm afraid that is not always true, he said, and dove for her, catching her in his arms because there was no place to go in the small tub. He looked down at her, and was about to give her a much-desired kiss when the hotel door swung open. Maggie held her breath. She was getting tired of interruptions. She wanted to be kissed. Mags, I made it. Maggie, hello? Mother. She stared at Jake, horrified. I forgot she was on her way. I told her to have Charles bring her up. A very lovely, tall, and assertive woman, an older version of her daughter, except for the lighter hair, sprinkled with a few wisps of gray, sashayed onto the lanai as if she had a mission to accomplish. She stopped short when she saw Maggie and Jake in the soaking tub. Oh, Mags, you didn't tell me you had company. Then she walked right up to the tub and held her hand out to shake Jake's hand. You must be Jake. How are you? We talked on the phone for a moment when I was reserving your bungalow. Kate McCoy smiled, turned and made herself comfortable on one of the chairs. She picked up a chocolate-covered strawberry and poured a glass of wine. Mother, do you find it odd that you are interrupting our soak? Maggie asked, incredulous. Not at all, Mags. I knew the two of you are meant for each other. Oh, you have no idea how hard it was to get you to come down here and meet Jake. I knew he would be perfect for you. She looked up at her daughter and smiled. What? I knew you planned all of this, But did you involve Jake from the beginning? Maggie stood up in the tub. She looked at Jake. Were you part of this too, Jake? She cocked her head. Did she pay you to ask me out? Kate McCoy's laughter rang out. Mags, honey, Jake had nothing to do with this. All he knows is that his dad asked him to let you stay there. I've known his father for many, many years. He was doing me a favor, that's all. Maggie sat back down. Mother, you exhaust me. Jake and I are friends. Oh, really? Kate puckered her lips and lifted her brows. I don't know what you see, but where I'm at it does not look that way, my dear. Jake's brows crunched together and he spoke up. We are, Maggie. I thought we were working on being more than that. Or is a friendship all you want from me? She didn't like the tone of his voice all of a sudden. You know we've talked about this and said we'd see what tomorrow brings. I think it brought your mother. He swore under his breath. Jake got out of the tub, dried off and left. He didn't even look at Maggie. Now look what you did, Mom, you pissed him off. Why do you have to be so outspoken? Kate popped another strawberry in her mouth and licked her fingers. These are good. Jake's got a lot of great things going on. You'd be wise to stick with him, Maggie. Now, get out of that tub and go after him. He likes you a lot. Maggie sunk deeper in the tub. Go away, Mother. Kate McCoy shook her head and laughed. Perhaps I'll go look up my old pal Philip Hatfield. I've spoken to him over the phone and in emails, but I haven't seen him for over 20 years, not since his wife died. Chapter 12. 20 minutes later, Maggie sank further into the tub, until the only thing sticking out was her face. Not wanting to get out, she went over the earlier conversation to realize Jake's mother must not be alive. Was that why he didn't like going to hospitals? Kate said she died over 20 years ago, so Jake had to have been a child then. How did her mother know the Hatfields? There were too many questions left unanswered, and she planned to start finding them as soon as she could locate her own mother, who had once again took off somewhere in a flash, probably looking for the senior Hatfield. It wouldn't surprise Maggie a bit if they took up where they must have left off many years ago. It was time Maggie left her suite and got to know the Hatfields a bit better. She punched in the number to her porter. Charles, it's me again. I need you to stop by in about an hour. I need a companion for this evening. Would you be okay with showing me the resort? As if right on cue, the minute Maggie finished dressing, there was a knock on the door from Charles. He wore his usual pair of island shorts, bright yellow and green with tropical trees, and a crisp white button-down shirt tucked into the shorts. He had even slicked down his runaway curls. You look very nice, Charles. Thanks for escorting me around the resort, Maggie said, as she smiled and took his outstretched arm. With her other hand, she pushed a number of bills into his. He was making a small fortune these past few days, but Maggie liked the fact that she had someone here to help her find her way around. There was a rather large gathering of people around the outside seating area, some mingling with others, a few standing apart from the crowd sipping on tropical drinks. A trio of men played soft classical music outside, just loud enough to flow through the evening air in the background. It was very tantalizing and drew Maggie in. What's going on? She asked Charles, who was privy to most things here at the resort. She was finding out that if she wanted to know anything at all, she just had to pick up her phone. It's a special ceremony tonight. They're naming a part of the hotel after Phil's wife, who died a long time ago. Weren't you invited? Everyone in the hotel was? I think I must have slipped through the cracks. It may be my fault. I was going to invite you, and then when I saw Uncle Jake in the tub with you, I forgot to ask you. Charles shifted his feet. Maggie patted his arm. It's okay. I'm surprised Jake didn't mention it to me. Charles shook his head. Oh no, Jake doesn't say much when it comes to his mom. Whenever Phil tries to talk to him about it, he just gets mad and walks away, but then Phil decided to go ahead and have the ceremony. It just happened that Jake showed up. Maggie stopped short when she spotted Jake sitting by himself by the docks. Excuse me, Charles. If you want to go join the others, I'll be fine here. She turned toward the single dock where Jake was sitting, Jack's right by his side, lying on the wooden board stretched out in front of his master. His tail started thumping on the wooden planks when he saw Maggie. She walked up beside Jake. It's beautiful out here. She stood at the water's edge, watching as the waves rocked back and forth, and the lights from the torches along the dock glistened across the water, throwing shadows all around. It was a very romantic night, perfect for lovers. She looked down at Jake, sitting on one of the covered loungers. "Sit down, Maggie. Enjoy the evening with me," he said. "I'm not intruding, am I?" He shook his head and stared out into the water, almost as if mesmerized by the flickering lights. Maggie sat down beside him on the empty seat, giving him silent support. She touched his arm, hanging over the arm of the chair. She had a feeling this had nothing to do with the two of them, but with his mother, and she didn't want to go there unless he brought it up. Jake brushed a hand through his hair and took a deep sigh. "I'm sorry about earlier today, leaving like I did. I'm not even sure why I got so angry. You were right, we did agree we would see what tomorrow brings. I'm pretty sure that I should be the one apologizing. My mother seems to bring out the worst in me at times." "She's rather pushy," Maggie admitted. She turned to look at him, and saw such a sad look deep in his eyes. She reached over and touched his cheek. "This isn't about earlier, Jake, is it?" He turned his head and brushed his lips across Maggie's hand. "No." "Talk to me, Jake." He pulled her off the chair onto his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and curled up against him. "Maggie, I care a lot about you. I do, and I trust you. I've just never talked about this before with anyone, not even my dad." She brushed light kisses on his chest and gave him a hug. "Then perhaps it's time to get it out, Jake. It's been a long time since my mom died, and yet I can see it in my mind just like it was yesterday." "How old were you, Jake?" 11. I was outside playing. It was the weekend, and John was bugging me to go fishing with him so he could catch some fish and dissect them. He said he wanted to be a fish doctor. I thought it was gross, but wanted to watch him anyway. So I ran inside to tell Mom we were going, and she was sitting at the kitchen table looking kind of weird. You know, like she was about to throw up. He wrapped his arms around Maggie and she snuggled even closer. I didn't think much about it at the time, but I told her we were going to the docks and she said okay, but go down to the workshop and tell Dad to come to the house. I ran out of the house, and then John was already down by the dock waving at me to hurry up. So I forgot to go to his workshop and give him Mom's message. I ran to the dock, and it was almost 20 minutes later when I remembered. I raced to the workshop to tell Dad, but it was too late. When he got to the house, my mom was on the floor. Jake lowered his face into Maggie's hair. She could feel him tremble. He was a man of integrity, and he wouldn't break down. He just needed a moment to pull himself together. Mom was still alive when the ambulance came, but she had a brain aneurysm. They put her on life support, and I went into her every day for 2 weeks. I told her I was sorry. If I would have told Dad when she asked me to, she might still be alive. Maggie hugged Jake. "I think you've carried this far too long, Jake. In cases like this it's hard to say, but I doubt you or your dad could have helped her." "I'm 32 years old, Maggie, and I've never told a soul that until now." "Until you." That's 21 years of silence. It's what drives me as a multi-million-dollar real estate investor. I've put everything, every feeling, every piece of guilt into driving myself to become something my mom would have been proud of. You'd be surprised at what I own here in the Keys. I'm not bragging, I'm saying my guilt drove me. I know she'd be proud of me if she were alive, and I worked hard to make sure of it. But I can't even stand there tonight beside my dad and watch as they dedicate this hotel to her. Do you know why? Because of my guilt. I am the sole person who could have saved her. But I got distracted by going fishing with John. It haunts me every single day of my life. Son. Maggie could feel it the moment Jake realized that his father was right behind him. His body stiffened, his muscles became taut, and she heard his deep breath go in but not out. "Jake, it's time we talked." Maggie jumped up off Jake so he could stand up. She wanted to reach out to him, but stood there in case he needed her. How much had his dad heard of their conversation? She looked at the older version of Jake. He was a handsome man. His eyes, lined with a few wrinkles, were the dark familiar eyes of a Hatfield. His hair was dark brown sprinkled with gray. He stood tall, had a good body for an older man, but his twin sons looked just like him. Philip Hatfield had aged well. Jake stood facing his dad. What Jake revealed tonight had been carried by a man torn by grief and tortured by guilt. Maggie was afraid to let him carry the burden any longer. He had to talk to his father. She needed to go. "Hello, Mr. Hatfield. Come sit over here. I'm just leaving." Jake reached out to take Maggie's hand to stop her, but she pushed it back. She looked into his eyes. "It will be okay," she whispered the words, then placed a light kiss on his neck. "You know where I am, if you need me." With a final hug, she let him go and walked away from the two of them. If Jake were ever to move on with his life, he needed to put this behind him. Maggie strolled around the courtyard for a bit, enjoying the beautiful surroundings, while wondering how Jake and his dad were making out. On occasions her head would swing back towards the dock and she'd find the two in deep conversation, Jake's hands moving back and forth. She was far enough away that she could make out their shadows, and smiled to herself when she saw them stand up and shake. Then his dad threw his arms around Jake's shoulders. "Mags." Her mother's voice drew Maggie away from the dock. Kate McCoy looked furious. With a martini glass in one hand, she leaned on a chair and pulled off her heel, shaking it out and then replacing the expensive shoe on her foot. Maggie watched her balance herself like no one else could, and then continue on as if nothing had just happened with her shoe. "Mom, this is a happy moment. Why do you look so angry?" Maggie gave her a hug, just to try to relieve some of the tension that was apparent. Kate stared at her daughter. Furious is the word. "I was called a love them and leave them gal, by none other than the man who claims he loved me once." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Maggie watched in surprise as her mother downed the rest of her martini and shook her wrist. A server appeared with a tray of drinks. Maggie watched fascinated as Kate pulled some bills from her bosom and threw them onto the serving tray. Maggie laughed. If it were the 1940s, Kate McCoy would make a perfect Elizabeth Taylor. "What's so funny?" Kate faced her daughter and overstepped her ankle. "Grr, these shoes are coming off," she fumed. She shoved the martini glass into Maggie's hand and reached down to take off both shoes. "That's much better," she said, holding them by the straps in one hand and grabbing the glass out of her daughter's hand. "Mom, you better slow down. I've never seen you drink like this," Maggie uttered, a bit concerned now as she watched her mother falling apart right before her eyes. This had never, ever happened before in all of Maggie's 27 years. She'd watched her mother struggle through many things, but touching alcohol like this was a first for Kate. "I'm gonna find that man and give him a piece of my mind," Kate muttered, eyes darting around searching for the object of her fury. She peered towards the docks and started walking that way, when Maggie realized who Kate was angry at. "Philip Hatfield." "No, Mom, this isn't the time to confront him. There's more going on here than you know." She hooked her arm into her mother's and led her towards the hotel. "Let's go have a girls' night. We'll drink and talk and all that kind of stuff and you can tell me what happened, okay?" Chapter 13. Mother and daughter sipped on the leftover wine that Charles had brought up earlier in the day. Maggie didn't have the heart to bother the boy anymore. He seemed to be having fun out on the grounds, laughing with a bunch of other teens he found to hang out with. Propped up on the king bed, they sipped on wine. Maggie abstained from drinking too much this time. Besides, she needed to be there for her mom. "Well, Mags, what do you want to know? Do you want me to tell you why I'm furious at Philip Hatfield?" Kate giggled then, and snuggled deeper into the propped-up pillows. She didn't sound like she was angry at him anymore. Maggie could hear the softening of her mother's voice when she mentioned Jake's dad. "I am curious to know the history of Kate McCoy and Philip Hatfield. Perhaps this could be one of my novels waiting to come out." Maggie grinned at her, knowing there would be an instant outburst. "Oh hell no. You will never write a novel about my love life." "Or non-love life," Kate said. "What happened with Philip and me was over and done with many years ago. As a matter of fact, we touched base a few years back when he found me on Facebook. He would have never found me if I hadn't returned to my maiden name after I kicked your father to the curb." Maggie nodded. "I'm glad you never gave me that man's name. If he couldn't stick around long enough to be my dad, then I never wanted his name. I've forgiven him a long time ago, Mags. The gift of having you made up for his infidelity. But there is more to this story, and it's time I come clean." Kate reached out to Maggie and squeezed her daughter's cheek. But first I want to say that when I found out I was going to have his baby, he had already cheated on me more times than you could ever dream. When I decided to kick him out for good, I knew that it was up to me to make a life for us. Just looking at you was all it took to work hard and make something out of my life. I did it, Mags, we did it. Maggie hugged her mother. No, Mom, you did it, and at a time when most women would have just stayed with a man because they had nowhere to go. You built an empire and taught me to go for my dreams. But saying all that, I still don't understand how Philip Hatfield plays into all of this. Kate smiled. Ah, he was a hunk, that one. Young and studly, that was Philip Hatfield. Kind of like your Jake. Maggie cringed. No one uses studly anymore, Mom. Kate kept on as if Maggie hadn't spoken. I never told you any of this before. Your father and I were living in Miami at the time, trying to make it big with his singing career. What I didn't know was that he was out all night in clubs, not trying to further his career, but sleeping with other women while I worked my tail off with 2 jobs to pay the bills. I found out he was cheating at the same time I became pregnant. One day I got in my car and drove until I came to Highway 1. I drove it until I came to this little motel. It was old and falling apart but cheap. There was a little cabana bar within walking distance of the hotel, and I remember sitting there, sipping on tea, and listening to the sound of the water, contemplating what to do next. It was so serene and breathtaking there, Mags. Sounds dreamy. The sunsets here just take my breath away. Maggie sipped on her wine, enjoying listening to her mother's secret past. I met Philip at that little cabana bar one night. He was having a beer at the bar, and I was sitting there feeling sorry for myself. Oh, Mags, he made me laugh, made me feel as if I were beautiful. I guess I was tired of my husband, never at home with me. Mags, we had an affair. I cheated on my husband just like he cheated on me. I am not one bit sorry because I fell in love with Philip Hatfield that day. Wow, Mom, that is deep. Maggie wasn't quite sure she wanted to know more. Perhaps some things needed to stay buried, and yet she was curious as to what made her mom work so hard for so many years without a man to help her. Deep? You have no clue. I never told you this part and I'm sorry, but I could not do it before, and now all of it is coming to light. Philip doesn't know and I don't ever want him to, promise me. Kate was a bit fuzzy from drinking, but her intent gaze had Maggie nodding in agreement. Kate's eyes glazed over. Maggie, I never intended to have an affair with Philip, but it happened. I'm not that kind of girl, or so I thought. I was vulnerable, and he was there and he fell too hard. We were like instant soulmates. We even knew what the other person was going to say. After we spent a few days together, I told him I was married. Can you believe it? In those short days I almost forgot that I was. He was hurt and angry at first, but I promised him that I would go back to Miami and end my marriage. Kate shuddered and Maggie kept silent, surprised at the secrets coming to light. My plans were to go back to Miami, pack my clothes and tell my husband that we were through. But after driving for hours, I knew I had to be honest and tell my husband that I was pregnant only because he was the father, and at least to give him a chance to change his ways. When I told him, he went into a rage and accused me of ruining his career. I won't go into all the details, but I told him that I would leave so he wouldn't have to worry about a wife and child ruining him. So I started packing, thinking I was soon going to be free, and I would figure out what to do about the baby soon enough. I knew I couldn't expect Philip to raise another man's child. I wasn't thinking straight at the time, I realize that now. Maggie snuggled closer as she listened to her mother's confession. I was gathering my things together, and when I came out, I found him rummaging in my purse looking for money. He didn't care about me at all, I realized. What he found was the slip of paper with Philip's address. That's when he beat me so bad, Mags, that I lost the baby that night. He even told me he was glad I lost the baby. I had him arrested, and he went to jail. I hated him with all my heart. But I was a fool, Mags. I worked hard while he was in jail, but he wrote me letters telling me how sorry he was and how much he loved me. I was desperate to believe that he did care. Oh, Mama, I am so sorry. Maggie was in shock and angry that she could have had a big brother or sister. This man, her father, whom she hated even more now, had taken away the chance for her to have a sibling. Oh Mags, I let him come back. He was in jail for a long time, and when he got out he had nowhere to go. You see, I let him come back because I'd lost Philip. He married someone else. He got tired of waiting for me, and didn't know where to look. He never had my phone number. I had his, but because of all the stuff going on, I never called. I didn't want to bring him into a relationship until I was done with your father. I've paid dearly for that. Mom, you have been through hell and back. I'm glad in a way I didn't know any of this, but keeping it to yourself all these years had to be hard for you. Kate smiled a bit sadly. I blame myself for losing the baby. I know he was a cheater, but that didn't give me the right to cheat on him, even if I was planning on ending the marriage. The perfect mother you always see isn't one at all. Maggie hugged her. You're perfect in my eyes, Mom. I think you have suffered enough. Now finish your story. I'm dying to know the end. Kate laughed. You are too much, girl. After I let that man come back, he was good for a while. At times I could see he was trying, but I hated him deep down. I tried to forgive him, but I just couldn't forget. Then he started cheating again. Once a cheater, always a cheater, and I have lived it. I don't even know why I let him come back. Then one night, I saw Philip in Miami with his wife. He looked very happy. He never saw me. I stayed hidden because he had a new life with a beautiful wife, and he seemed to be doing well for himself. She was so pretty, Mags, I could see he cared deeply. Knowing it could have been me standing in his arms sent me home to my husband. The one time I let him make love to me, I wound up pregnant with you, which was not a bad thing. Well, one good thing came out of all of this, and that was me, Maggie boasted. I am guessing that you had enough of his cheating ways and left him for good. Kate nodded. I tried to make a go of my marriage, Mags, but deep down it was no good. So I told him to get out. I started a home business while pregnant with you, and it took off like magic. I was so tickled that I could make so much money on the internet. Don't get me wrong, it took me months to learn and find a skill that I could use, but I realized I didn't have to be trapped anymore. Most of all, I did not want him around my baby. Thank the good Lord for that, Maggie added. Kate agreed. It had been almost 5 years since I lost the other baby. I knew that I would never put you in harm's way, and I kicked him out and never looked back. Everything that I have done since then was to make up for my mistakes, and I hope I have done well. The funny thing is, he left and never looked back. He knew he couldn't touch me or I would have him arrested, so it was easy to make him leave. I'm not even sure why he was there in the first place. Soon after, I moved back to Pennsylvania to your grandparents. We were there a year, until we had enough money for that trailer. It was uphill from there. I know you had some tough times in school, but look at us now. Mama, thanks for telling me. I'm not certain I want to know, but whatever happened to my father? Did you ever tell him about me? I didn't think he deserved to know, not after what happened the first time. I was not taking any chances on you, period. Now tell me, why are you so furious with Philip Hatfield? Maggie asked, changing the subject back to where it had started. Kate looked like she was going to fall asleep at any moment. Maggie grabbed her wine glass in case she tipped it over. I'm furious because I am still madly, deeply in love with him. Maggie pulled the covers over a sleeping Kate. She felt as if the roles were reversed and she was the mom this time. It was the first and only time that Maggie had ever seen Kate's vulnerability. Philip Hatfield had a hold on her, must have had it all these years. Her mother had worked herself to the bone, building her companies to give her daughter a good life. Or perhaps it was to forget a man that had her heart. Maggie strolled out to the balcony and looked down at the almost silent night. A few torches were still lit, their lights flickering, casting shadows over the grounds. Servers were clearing off now empty tables, while the trio of musicians packed up their instruments. Trash littered the grounds, and she noticed Charles running around picking it up. A lone figure was standing in the garden. It looked like Jake, she could tell his body anywhere. There were bushes all around, and it was hard to see what he was doing. She'd just run down and surprise him. Maggie was curious to know if everything had gone well with his father earlier. She missed him. Jake was starting to mean way too much to her. Chapter 14. When Maggie entered the lobby, she saw a desperate Philip Hatfield looking around as if he'd lost something. When he spotted Maggie, he took long strides to reach her. "Have you seen your mother?" he asked, fear etched in his voice. "She's upstairs in the suite." "I doubt you'll wake her, she's had a bit too much wine," Maggie yelled after him. He didn't wait for her answer, but turned and headed for the elevator. He was on a mission. Maggie shook her head. The two had a lot of making up to do. She would have to steer clear of the suite for a while, perhaps all night. She spun around a few times in the big atrium, giggled to herself, and flung her arms out as she danced like a ballerina. Luckily, the room was empty. If anyone saw her, they would think her mad, but she felt on top of the world tonight. So grateful to be alive, to have lived such a great life, and to be young enough to enjoy it all without worry. What her mother had told her tonight made her feel more blessed than ever, because her life could have been so different. If she didn't have a parent who had mapped out a future for them, she could still be living in Miami, waiting for a father who never grew up to make a life for them, or worse. Her mom had given her a gift, a desire to work hard and make something out of herself. Now Maggie had to decide if the life included Jake. Did she want to tell him how she felt, or wait to see what tomorrow brought? She stopped twirling, and it struck her right then that if she walked away from Jake, she might not get a second chance with him. She could go back home and write novels forever, but without Jake her life would feel empty. In just these few short weeks, she'd found an amazing man who cared for her. They were good together. She just couldn't walk away from him, could she? What if she went back to Pennsylvania, and then realized that was a mistake? What if she came back here, and he was with someone else? The Florida Keys were paradise, heaven, and everything in between. There was no other place like it. She loved it here, she really did. Maggie didn't want to go back anymore. She wanted a new life, one with Jake included. It was time to tell him that. "Maggie McCoy, you march up to him and tell him how you feel." It wasn't like they were going to be married this moment, or anything. She knew they had a long way to go to even get to that point. So she stood on the steps outside the atrium doors, and began to practice in her mind what she wanted to say. Watching him as he stood in the shadows, she was unsure of what he was doing there. She glanced around. Charles was no longer outside picking up trash. The now empty courtyard looked deserted. The only figure outside was the one of Jake hiding or doing something in the shadows. Where was his pup, who was always by his side, she wondered. All of a sudden, another figure stepped out from the foliage, and began to walk in an unsteady gait towards the hotel doors. Maggie stared hard at the figure. It was female. The woman swung her ass back and forth to entice the man in the shadows. She turned around once, and pointed her finger at the shadow and then at the hotel, enticing him to follow, then continued on up the steps until Maggie could make out the figure. The demon girlfriend. She noticed Maggie right away. "Well, look who it is," Carrie said with a sarcastic twist. She smirked at Maggie, then laughed aloud. "You'll never learn that I am the one with the power. Can you see him as he watches me? He'll follow me up to my floor very soon, I guarantee it." With that, Carrie bounced past Maggie and flung her hair back. She turned back for one last dig. "What I gave him in the bushes, you'll never ever be able to top." Maggie's mouth dropped open. She knew better than to believe a word Carrie said, but the fact was that Jake had been over by the foliage in the garden with Carrie. Maggie wasn't blind. Was Jake a cheating, lying jerk just like her own father? She could hardly believe it, she couldn't believe it. Something had happened to make him desire Carrie all of a sudden. He didn't like her one bit before. Was he drunk? Would he desire other women when drunk? Mean, nasty women at that. Carrie was the most despicable woman she knew. Maggie rubbed her eyes, closed them at first, and then opened them to get a better look at the man in the garden. Why would Jake bring her to the resort, and then make out in the bushes with that witch? She should walk away right now, go upstairs and leave this place. She should say goodbye to this two-timing creep who couldn't keep his hands off other women. Anger boiled inside her like a volcano ready to erupt. She'd leave all right, but Maggie McCoy would let everyone here know what kind of lying, cheating, gutless creep stood in those bushes before she walked away and kicked the dust of Jake Hatfield from her shoes. She stomped down the steps and marched over to the garden where Jake stood in shadow, his back to her. He was bent over at first, and Maggie wondered if he were sick. Then she shook herself, and remembered that he had been in those same bushes with her arch-enemy, Carrie. "Jake Hatfield, you no good lying," Maggie shouted, surprising him. He swung around so quickly, they butted into each other, and Maggie reached out, afraid she'd fall. She grabbed onto his shoulders, as they both went flying into the bushes. Maggie was on the bottom, her face stuffed into Jake's chest. She could barely breathe. "Maggie, I didn't know you cared," John Hatfield whispered in her ear. "You know, if Jake finds out, we're both in trouble, deep trouble." John, it wasn't Jake in the shadows with the witch, it was you?" "Oh, thank you." She hugged him tight and gave him a big, quick kiss on the lips. "Maggie, I heard you yell for me. Are you okay?" She saw Jake's form around the corner. She was lying on her back, his twin brother on top of her, and she had just been caught in the middle of her grateful kiss to John. "What the John, get off my girl." Jake didn't wait for John to move away, but jumped on his brother and in one swift move knocked John off Maggie. The two wrestled, putting each other into wrestling locks, each daring the other to give up. "What are you doing on my girl?" Jake demanded, then flipped his brother onto the ground and pinned him. "I wasn't doing anything, it's all a misunderstanding." John pleaded with him, yet there was a grin on his face. "Carrie was after me again, and let me tell you, after all the booze I had tonight, I was going for it. Then along comes Maggie. She thought I was you and tried to kick my butt." Maggie stared at the two of them in shock. John laughed while Jake applied more pressure to his brother's arms to keep him pinned to the ground. "Give up, John, say the word." "Which word? Never." Maggie composed herself and sat up. "Would you two quit acting like you're in high school?" She was sitting up on her knees to dust off her clothes when Jake reached out with one arm and pulled her to him. She was caught in his embrace as they both leaned over John, who was still pinned to the ground. "Let him up, Jake." Jake growled. "John has to say the word before I let him up." "Never," John laughed again. "I want to see what happens with you two next." Jake applied a bit more pressure on his brother, and John yelped. "You sound like a girl, John. Ready to give up?" He turned to Maggie. "Does this mean you were a little jealous, Maggie?" She squirmed, then wrapped her arms around his waist. "It means I don't want to leave the keys. It means I don't want to leave you." "There, I said it." Jake placed both hands on Maggie's cheeks, no longer interested in his brother. He brushed his fingers across her cheeks. "Ah, Maggie, I am falling for you. Deep. I want you to stay." She smiled. "If you want me to stay, Jake, it's gotta be more than I'm falling for you deep kind of thing. It's got to be more than wait to see what tomorrow brings. I want love, I want it all. I'm a romance writer, Jake. I have to have a happy ending." John laughed out loud, but Maggie ignored him. Then he rolled away from the two, jumped up, and dusted himself off. "I know when I'm not wanted. Good night, kids," he slurred. Maggie waved but turned right back to Jake, who was giving her that stormy dark look she loved so much. "You want it all? Romance, love, a happy ending?" Jake asked. He pulled her up from the ground and hitched his thumb into the waistband of his shorts. He nodded. "I'm not sure if I can do it all yet, but let's start with romance." "Wait here," he commanded and took off for the hotel lobby. "What are you doing? Where are you going?" "Stay right there, don't move." She stood at the edge of the garden and watched as he strolled into the lobby. Several minutes passed before he came back out, a trio of musicians behind him. They stopped in front of Maggie and Jake took her hands in his. "Jake," she whispered, loving the romantic atmosphere as soft sounds of the guitars strummed in the background. Jake looked into her eyes, serious. "I want you to know, Maggie, you have my heart. I fell for you the day I saw you, and nothing's been the same for me since. I want you in my life, because I doubt I can continue on without you here with me every single day. I can't promise you marriage and the white picket fence right this moment, but I can promise you my heart." He placed her hand over his heart. Maggie looked into his dark, stormy eyes. "I love you." "I love you," Jake repeated, and those words carried across the water's edge into the darkness of the night. "Do you hear me, Maggie? I love you, and I want you to stay here with me in the Keys in paradise." A tear slipped from her big brown eyes. "Do you truly mean it, Jake?" When he nodded, The heat in his eyes weakened her knees. She burst into tears, and Jake held her as she clung to him. He pulled back, his hands resting gently on her shoulders. He towered above her, then brought his mouth to hers in a sweet deep kiss. I know you've written blockbusters that bring many women to laughter and tears, and I adore you for your talent. You have so much to give the world, but all I have to give you is myself. I have money. I have hotels and buildings in places you won't believe, but it will never be the same again, unless you are in my life and share it all with me. The violins and guitars faded into the background, as Jake and Maggie embraced each other in the garden. She took in a deep breath of salty ocean air. I don't need the white picket fence, or the 2.5 kids in station wagon. Or in your case, sports cars and Harleys with hotels the size of tiny islands. All I want, Jake Hatfield, is you. He grinned. I always thought if I bought one more hotel or one more building, there would be satisfaction in my life. The truth is, I never felt more complete until right now, this very moment. Until I had you in my arms, and you told me you love me. Jake, I think I do want the white picket fence, she whispered. On one condition. If you are the man to walk through its gate. We'll walk through it, together. We'll wait to see what tomorrow brings, but we'll do it together, you and me. Maggie looked over his shoulder. I think you left someone out of the picture. She bent down on the ground and put out her hand. Jake looked confused but then followed suit as an overgrown puppy wriggled between the two of them, a slick tongue dolloping out wet kisses. They collapsed on the ground in laughter. It was the beginning of a great life in the Florida Keys, land of sunsets, love, and romance. Maggie smiled to herself. She was indeed in paradise. Where Tomorrow Leads. Part number 2. Chapter 1. Jake stood back and nodded to himself. He brushed fingers across his chin and ran a muscular hand through dark hair. Perfect. Is that all, boss? Another man asked, standing up and stretching his back. Thanks. It looks good. I appreciate the help. No problem, boss. See you tomorrow. The man in blue jeans and a light t-shirt closed the door behind him. Jake wasn't sure why he was so nervous. In 20 minutes, Maggie would walk through the door to find a surprise. Would she like the changes? He stood in meetings with the mayor and governor of the state, without being one bit nervous. Why was a trickle of sweat forming at his brow now? He sucked in a deep breath, and let it out slow, memories of the last night at his hotel burning bright. He paced back and forth in the small bungalow, a grin on his nervous face as he remembered how she thought he was his twin brother John, standing in the garden hidden by foliage, making out with Carrie. Maggie was so jealous she marched down to the gardens to confront him, and when John turned, they both crashed into each other, winding up entangled in each other's arms on the ground. At that exact moment, when Jake entered the garden and thought she was with someone else, his heart pounded in his throat. She was the one for him, the one who had his heart. He had to tell her what she meant to him. Even though she said she wanted it all, the house, kids, white picket fence, all he promised her at the time was a loyal heart. No more, no less. He knew she wanted marriage, but he couldn't ask her yet. He had to work out some of his own issues first. After the moment in the gardens, they became inseparable. She moved in with him, and the bungalow she rented below was empty. Now here he stood, nervous as a teenager as he waited for her to come home to see the surprise. Being a man's man was easy. This romance stuff was enough to drive a man insane, but it was what she loved, and he was going to make sure she had the perfect place to write her romance novels to her heart's content. He heard the Camaro pull up out front. She took a liking to his hot rod, so one day he handed over the keys. After all, she didn't have her own car to drive. His heart clenched tight when he remembered the look on her face. Man, it was a whole new world, to have someone to love and be loved back. He'd give her whatever she wanted, whatever she asked for, and more. Jake slipped outside to the patio, and waited until she came through the white picket fence. Jax bounced by her side. He shook his head, at the reminder of the dog's betrayal. When Jax was a pup, he never left Jake's side, but ever since Maggie came on the scene, she won both their hearts. He gave her a nervous grin. "Hi, baby," Jake said, slipping an arm around her. His mouth drifted to hers, a lingering kiss leaving a spark of emotion he couldn't hide. "You look like you're up to no good, Jake. What's going on?" Maggie asked, her dark shoulder-length hair bouncing back and forth. He reached in his back pocket and pulled out a strip of dark material. Turn around, I have to blindfold you. Are you serious? She said, turning around at the same time. I didn't realize you were this, She let the rest of the sentence linger on her lips. He chuckled, but couldn't resist those lips again. He bent down and brushed against her mouth. I'm afraid yours is the only mind in the gutter. Come, follow my steps. He led her to the bungalow and threw open the door, then positioned her facing the room. You ready? He asked. It's amazing how a blindfold heightens the other senses. Why are you so nervous, love? She reached back and squeezed his thigh, the one place her hand landed as he stood behind her, tight up against her body. His rough fingers gentled as he untied the blindfold and moved it away from her face. Her body stiffened under his touch. She took long, slow steps over to the beautiful wood-carved desk he found at an estate sale last week. She walked around the room, speechless at its transformation from a simple tropical living room to a personalized office any writer would envy. On one side was the gorgeous desk, with 2 bookshelves along one side of the fireplace. On the other side was a cozy chair, big enough for 2, with an ottoman in front. He watched her face as she realized the chair would fit them both. Across the room sat a treadmill, with a desk over top to put her computer and other things. A perfect way to exercise while working. He waited for a sign. Sometimes Maggie was very emotionless. He didn't realize he held his breath. What kind of man was he to be this nervous at a simple transformation? He stuck his hands deep in his pockets and rocked back on his heels. His brow shot up when she looked into his eyes at last. A tear slid down her cheek right before she burst into wild sobs. Her face scrunched up, and she ran into his arms, the impact almost throwing him off balance. His arms tightened around her. Was he wrong? Did he make a mistake? I'm sorry, baby. Maybe I should? Maggie lifted her face to his and whispered, her voice hoarse. It is perfect. Oh, Jake, how did you know I longed for my own space? Her eyes, filled with tears, spilled over and ran down her cheeks. He held her, unable to speak, not expecting this kind of emotion to come out. Filled with relief, his arms tightened, his body moved as close to hers as possible, melding together. He smelled the lingering jasmine scent in her hair and closed his eyes. She felt so good, he held on to her, forgetting for a moment where he was. Jake, you're going to crush me. He let her go and stepped back. I'm sorry, baby. I'm relieved you like this. The bedroom hasn't been changed in case your mother stops to visit. She can stay here instead of with us upstairs. Jake's 2-bedroom home above the bungalow was perfect for the 2 of them, but Maggie's mother was a whirlwind of chaos. Jake liked her but tried his hardest to keep her at a distance. Good idea, although she is spending most of her time at the hotel with your father. It may be too early to tell, but I think Mother will be moving in with your dad sooner or later. He's her long-lost love. Jake nodded. I think it's time to forget about your mother and try out this 2-seater chair. He grabbed Maggie by the waist and swirled her around, and then lost his balance on purpose as they both toppled into the soft plush chair. Maggie landed on top. Now this is the way to enjoy this chair, he mumbled into her neck as he began to drip tiny kisses across her skin. She pulled back, a serious look on her face. Thank you. He grinned and then his dark eyes became intense. I love you, Maggie. I want you to have everything you need, and I can afford to give you anything. She looked at him with her big brown eyes filled with wet tears. All I want is you. I can write my books anywhere, with or without an office. On the other hand, this is perfect. I'm glad you're pleased. I tried to keep it a secret. You kept snooping around every time I was on the phone, making arrangements. He hugged her tighter. She threw her head back and laughed out loud. I'm going to be honest here, love. I had my suspicions but didn't know what it was. I liked the game you played, leaving me subtle hints. More like a tease, he admitted. Over the last few weeks, Jake gave her enough information to let her know he was buying something or bringing something home. The curiosity on her face was priceless, but she never questioned what he was doing. You're pleased? I can change anything you don't like. It's perfect. Now I have a surprise for you. She tried to stand up but Jake held on to her. I'm the one who is supposed to give the surprises. Oh, Jake? I can give gifts too. I can afford to. Jake frowned. He liked to protect Maggie, to shower her with money and gifts and whatever she wanted. He didn't expect anything in return. It was what a real man did. I like to take care of you. He realized the moment he said the wrong thing. Her face closed down. Her bottom lip began to move, as she started a slow burn at the words he spoke. He forgot Maggie liked to be independent. I take care of myself, Jake. You know how I feel about our situation. I pay half the rent here to pay my own way. I don't ever want any man telling me I owe them, and, she began to sputter some other words out, but Jake didn't hear any of them. All he saw in her eyes was fear. Baby, I know you can take care of yourself. He held her against him, as her stiff body began to relax. He massaged her neck and back, his hands kneading her tense muscles until she curled into him. I know you can afford to buy a desk and remodel this room with your own money. You are a successful author, and it amazes me what you accomplish day to day. This is my way of showing my love and how much I care. Jake had to tread light when it came to giving her things. Maggie's mom was a single mother, and they had a hard life in the beginning. Maggie never met her dad. She heard stories which made her determined not to ever need a man for financial reasons. He understood the fears, but it was time she moved on and let him take care of her. Except he wasn't about to tell her so again, he'd have to show her somehow. I'm sorry, she sniffed. How rude of me to ruin your surprise. I act like a baby at times. You didn't ruin a thing. I get it, baby, and forget sometimes that you need me to back off. I love to shower you with things. Maggie twisted around. It's not all about the money. You have money. You're a big-time real estate developer. I'm sure you make a lot more than I do, but I need to know I am contributing to us. I'm not sure why. She splayed dainty fingers across his cheek. Jake lifted her hand and placed a kiss on the palm, letting his mouth linger there. She had no idea how much money he made over the years. He invested smart and could live the rest of his days without working, but the love of creating and developing buildings drove him on. At one time he worked day and night, never lifting his head up even to breath. One day he realized he worked so hard because he felt as if he let down his mother, who died when he was young. Now he realized his mom gave him a gift to make something out of himself. He could pat himself on the back, because he did well for himself. Now he wanted to share the fruits of his labor with Maggie. Except she didn't want them. Maggie took a deep breath as she faced him. Jake, her love, looked at her with intense dark eyes that made her fall harder and deeper with each passing day. When he revealed this surprise, it was better than the one before. He liked to give her things, one after another. Didn't he know she didn't need material things? All she needed was him. He may not realize it now, but he would. She was glad he was sitting. She batted her eyes. On purpose. Are you ready for my surprise? Jake drew air deep in his lungs. His chest swelled and then he let it out. He hesitated at first. He hated to accept anything from her, but perhaps it was time for him to learn how. You've been working long and hard on the newest project, but it's time we took a little breather and enjoyed each other a bit more. I enjoy you every day, he said, nibbling on her neck, his face nuzzled against her skin. She took him by the shoulders and pushed him back. Pay attention, love. I have to leave here. He stiffened, serious dark eyes more intense than ever. When she grinned, there was a flicker of relief in his eyes. At that very moment, she realized his fear of losing his mother when he was 11 made him afraid of losing others he cared for. She would make it a point to never mention the word leave again. She placed a finger over his mouth. I don't mean leave, what I mean is I have to take a trip up north. We talked about having my things moved here, but I kept putting it off while I wrote my last book. It is finished, and now I want to go see my grandparents and pack some things to move here. He cupped her face in his hands. Baby, whatever you want. How long? I'll miss you. You won't have to miss me. I want you to come with me. He shook his head. I wish. There's a big project coming up next week. I can't miss the meetings. Maggie shifted on his lap. Well, I kind of canceled you from attending those meetings next week. He stared hard. Crap, was he going to be mad? Was she behaving like her mother, interfering where she should not be? But Maggie knew he would never leave his work without being forced to. You canceled me out of my own boardroom? He sounded incredulous. Don't be upset. I love you. A few seconds passed and then he flung his head back and roared with laughter. Jake picked up her hands and drew them to his mouth as he placed soft kisses on each hand. He drew her face to his and kissed her so hard it took her breath away. Baby, I think you're exactly what I need. She held him tight. Good. We'll be gone for a few weeks and a week is all I can afford to take off. Maggie pouted, her bottom lip sticking out as she batted big brown eyes. Please give me 10 days of your life and no cell phone nonsense. He grinned and nodded in agreement. 10 days, Maggie. It's all I can afford. She jumped up from his lap. I promise it will be the best 10 days of your life. Now all she had to do was keep her grandmother's surprise for last. Or at least until they got off the plane at the Philadelphia airport. Chapter 2. Maggie was so happy Jake relaxed at last. The past few days were chaos, until he finished up with last-minute meetings and a list of orders for his office secretary to follow. At first she thought he changed his mind, but he did make it to the airport on time. When he first boarded the plane, he couldn't let his cell phone alone. Now it looked as if he forgot all about the phone. She looked down to the light layer of evening fog over Philadelphia as the plane began to descend towards their destination. Are you awake? She asked in a quiet voice, not wanting to disturb his rest. No. I'm sleeping, he teased. When she looked over, she noticed the usual lines that creased his forehead disappeared. He looked relaxed. She liked this side of him much better than the real estate developer who never let up on his work. She'd have to show him there was more to life than working from sun up until sundown. My grandparents said they'll meet us at the airport. They're going on a cruise tomorrow. They like to get a hotel here a day ahead of time, so we'll get to visit with them before we head to Wilkes-Barre. Jake's eyes remained closed. Sounds nice. I'd like to meet the rest of your family. There's something else. Jake's eyes popped open and he turned to stare. Another surprise, he questioned. She nodded. What kind of surprise? She clasped her hands together on her lap and took a deep breath. We were going to get a rental car at the airport and drive back to the Keys, remember? After his nod, she continued on. I canceled the rental. His brow shot up. Why did you cancel? Or shouldn't I ask? She twisted her hands again, then entangled her fingers with Jake's. My grandmother had a dream years ago, and so my pappy made her wish come true. He gave her a car. She's bringing it here to the airport, so we can drive it back to the Keys. She wants me to have the car, since she's getting too old to take it on road trips. Jake frowned. How old is this car? Is it able to go such a long distance? I have to get back in a few days, not spend time worrying if a car will break down? Maggie placed a finger over his mouth. Jake, please. You promised me 10 days, not a few. We'll have fun, and you'll love the car. It's all restored and looks amazing. Jake sighed. Tell me about the car. It's a 1966 Chevy Impala. Oh. She nodded. Yes, 3,000 miles with a rebuilt engine and 4-speed tranny and a 12-bolt rear. Now what do you think? She asked as he seemed a bit more impressed. I thought we were going to drive in some old rattletrap from the 30s. What a relief. Maggie giggled. He had no idea, but she'd wait to surprise him. Maggie's grandparents stood at the rail with a big sign that said, Maggie McCoy, we love you, in big bold pink letters. Oh cringe, my nanny is still going wild with her crazy, bright outlandish colors and such. Jake laughed out loud. You can't slip past them now, he said, a big smile on his face. Maggie ran forward, glad to see them both. Her nanny wore a bright pink top with matching shorts, blonde hair tied back with a multicolored ribbon flowing down her back. She liked to be seen, and her bold colors matched her personality. Most grannies let their hair go gray, but not hers. Nope, she changed her hair color whenever she pleased. She thought she was still young and hip, and that was okay with Maggie. She squeezed her nan harder, she was so happy to see her. I missed you so. Maggie cried out. Oh honey, you look wonderful, Nan told her. I see you found yourself a hunk, she whispered for Maggie's ears. Her cheeks turned red. Nan, please behave. I like him a lot. Well, he'll have to pass our inspection. Isn't that right, Mr. McCoy? Maggie ran into her pappy's open arms. He was not a big man, but had one of the biggest hearts she knew. He doted on her Nan, and gave the woman anything she asked for. His bald head, covered up with a baseball, wore his signature button-down shirt with the front pocket. When Maggie was a child, he would keep surprises for her there. She'd reach in the pocket to find some kind of goodies for her. As if she went back in time, her hand went to his pocket. He grinned. I think you already know what's in there. Maggie pulled out the keys to her Nan's car. I can't believe you decided to give this up, Nan. Jake stayed out of the picture while she reconciled with her grandparents, and for a moment Maggie forgot he was there. When she looked back at him, her heart swelled with love for his patience. He had no clue how important he was to her, and how much she loved him. There's someone I want you both to meet. Jake, come here and meet my angelic grandparents. Maggie's Nan stood in front of Jake, all 4'5" of her. Her blonde head had to look up at his face. She gazed at him from head to toe. Maggie coughed. Nan, behave, she whispered. So you're Jake Hatfield? She asked, although she knew who he was. Nice to meet you. Jake held out his hand towards her, but she shook her head. We don't act civilized here in this family. Give me a big old hug, Nan ordered, and put her arms out to embrace him. Maggie looked at her pap. He stared at Jake too, his head nodding at his wife's acceptance. If she liked him, then he was sure to accept Jake. Pap always agreed with everything she did. He held out his hand. Welcome to the family, Pap said, giving him a slap on his shoulder with his free hand. I guess you heard we are gifting my granddaughter with the SS, but I better show you some things about the old girl before you drive off. The two men began to walk towards the parking lot, and Maggie grabbed Nan's hand. I want to be there when he sees the color, Nan. Hurry. You didn't tell him it's pink. Nan cried out and began to giggle. Oh dear. I need my phone for this. She dug in her purse until she found her bright pink cell phone. Jake walked beside the older man towards the terminal's parking lot. He looked back once to see Maggie and her Nan walking fast towards them. He slowed his pace a bit to let them catch up. Her Nan had a bright pink phone in her hand. I see your wife likes the color pink. Paps laughed out loud. You haven't seen anything yet. That woman wanted a pink Cadillac like Elvis had, but I convinced her to go with a Chevy. I found this one for a good price, and had it modified for her. We had lots of good times with the old girl. Now I hope the two of you do as well. I'm sure we will. We're driving it back to the Keys. My wife thinks I give her whatever she wants. She wanted a Caddy, but I wanted a Chevy. She thinks she won the fight, and I always let her think so. Son, if you want to keep peace, let the woman always think she won, and then do it your way. Works every time. Jake shook his head. He realized the old man wasn't a pushover after all. It made him chuckle. Son, there's one other thing you should know, and I'll bet my boots Maggie didn't tell you about Pinky. Pinky? Pap stopped and pointed. Jake followed in the direction of his finger. In one corner of the parking lot sat a bright pink 1966 Impala SS convertible. A rush of pink color zoomed by the two men standing there. Jake blinked at the bright flash. He realized too late, Nan snapped a photo of his reaction to the bright pink car. Several more went of in his face. He heard Maggie reprimand her Nan. That's enough photos. No downloading them on Instagram or Facebook, Nan, promise me. Oh honey, I can't promise what this old heart does. Some days my hands have a mind of their own. Jake ran a hand through his hair. He was in an airport garage staring at a bright, loud pink Chevy Impala named Pinky. An old woman dressed in all pink is shooting photos of his reaction, and he will have to drive this car to the Florida Keys, over 1,400 miles of bright pink in his face. Paps chuckled. She wanted a Caddy. I gave her pink. At least it's a Chevy. Jake shook his head. What do you think? Nan asked, a secretive smile on her face. Jake sighed. His hands dug deeper in his pockets, and he rocked back on his heels. He grinned at Nan. Mrs. McCoy, it will be an honor to drive your car on our road trip. It's good I'm a man who couldn't care less what type of reaction I get. That's my boy. I knew the moment I saw you, we could leave our Maggie in your hands. Nan, I can take care of myself, remember what we discussed? Maggie piped up. She began to tap her toe on the cement ground of the parking garage. Jake reached over and took her hand. His touch must have reassured her, because Maggie didn't argue anymore with her Nan. The four of them decided to go back to the hotel and have a nice dinner together before heading out. I believe I'll drive the car back to the hotel, if it's all right with you, dear. Nan asked Maggie. I want one last ride. The hotel was right across from the airport, a short walk from where they stood. I'll ride along, Maggie squealed and jumped in the front seat. The two men watched the ladies drive off in the pink Chevy. You'll get used to the pink color after a while, Jake. I doubt it. Think I can talk her into changing the color to factory blue? I doubt that. Maggie will want to keep it pink, as a reminder of her Nan. Trust me, I tried too. You see the color. Pap patted him on the shoulder, as if he were passing a torch on to Jake. Come on, son, let's start to walk. We should get there before they do anyway. I know my wife, she'll get lost driving 2 blocks down the road. We need to stand outside the hotel and wave her down. Jake felt as if a whole new world was about to begin. It turned out Maggie's pap was right about his wife. They did get to the hotel before the pink car. After about 20 minutes of waiting, Jake reached in his pocket and texted Maggie to make sure they were okay. Maggie said they see the airport now. They got sidetracked. The old man whistled and nodded. As I thought. I told you, son, that woman can get lost in her own house. I swear she's getting that dementia in her old age. Jake didn't know what to say. Anxious to call his company, he wanted to see how everything was holding up without him there in direct command. He made a promise to Maggie he would try to relax and have a good time. He wanted to keep the promise. The phone buzzed. When he looked down, a text from Maggie made him smile. You promised, he read, before he stuffed the phone deep in the pocket. He swore she could read his mind. The pink-colored car came around the corner the moment Jake looked up. Nanny turned to pull into the hotel parking lot, but didn't use her turn signal, and the car behind honked its horn at her, a loud cuss word flying from the window. Nanny's hand slipped out the window, and she held up her wrinkled middle finger. I salute you, she hollered. Pap began to laugh. That's my woman. She doesn't take crap off anyone, he boasted. Jake joined in. He wondered if Maggie would turn out like her Nan, eccentric and crazy wild. The two ladies got out of the car and found the men waiting. Jake picked Maggie up and swung her around. He placed a quick kiss on her lips. Maggie's arms tightened around his neck. Did you miss me that much? She teased. Sure did, baby. I'm having a fun time. I'm glad I came along. He kissed her again, before they followed the older couple into the hotel restaurant. After being seated, Nan began to bombard him with questions about his family, including his mother. I didn't know my mom well, Jake told her. She died when I was 11. What I do remember is how beautiful she was, and how much she loved my brother and I. She had these distinct eyes that showed kindness, and I will always remember how they filled up with so much love for me. Oh, that's beautiful. Nan picked up a napkin and dabbed at her eyes. I am sure she is always looking out for you. After Nan sniffed a few more times, she changed the subject. Young man, what intentions do you have for my granddaughter? Jake set his fork down. I love Maggie, he said point blank. Yes, it's obvious you do, young man. My baby here is a romance writer who loves to be romanced, wined and dined, and have a happily ever after. I understand, Jake said. Well then why don't I hear wedding bells yet? Nan, this is not proper. Maggie reprimanded her. Although to Jake's ears, her voice sounded a bit weak, as if she wanted an answer to the question too. Pap stuffed more food in his mouth. Jake cleared his throat. Look, we've been so busy with all these new projects and such it hasn't come up yet. There, he said it, who would argue with busy? Nan would. Mr. Hatfield? Did I hear you say your work is more important than my granddaughter? Nan, enough. Maggie argued. Stop trying to strong-arm Jake into popping the question. She turned to Jake, a red blush across her face. I'm sorry. Nan can get out of hand. I don't get out of hand, Nan said, taking a swig of her iced tea. Yes, you do. Pap spoke up. The older woman pointed a finger at her husband. You hush, Mr. McCoy. This is too important stuff to let go. Nan seemed to be on a mission to get him to propose. He wanted to, but not like this. Plus, there was always something going on at his business. "Is that you, Pinky McCoy?" a voice came out of the blue, saving Jake. Nan jumped up and hugged the other lady, and they began to talk like old friends. Jake took in a deep breath, relieved the conversation went in another direction. He had plans to ask Maggie to be his wife someday. He even asked Maggie's mom her ring size but didn't buy the ring yet. Why was it so hard to propose? Why was he so afraid, if he asked her to marry him, then things would go awry and he would lose her? Some things were so hard to forget, and his mother's fate haunted him. He watched his dad raise them alone, because he grieved for their mom over the years. He didn't want to wind up like his own father. Even though there was a slim chance of something like that ever happening, his heart couldn't bear the thought. He knew he had to work this out. Maggie wouldn't wait for him forever. "Jake, everything all right? I'm sorry about Nan, she can be a busybody at times." "She sure can," Pap agreed. "Looks like our old friends are here, so we'll say goodnight. You have a 2-hour drive, and it looks like we'll be up partying all night." Pap smiled and shook Jake's hand. "Good getting to know you, son. Take care of our baby." Jake stood. "Thank you, sir. I plan to take care of Maggie." He stood at a distance as Maggie hugged her grandparents. Nan blew him a kiss and gave him a giant smile, then turned and went off with her old friends. Maggie slid beside him and wrapped her arm around his waist. "I hope my Nan didn't shock you too much. She's a darling, but she does get quite erratic at times. She's looking out for you, baby. I would do the same." Maggie ran her hand over his cheek. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the pink car. I didn't want to refuse the gift. This car means so much to her. I am honored she gave it to me." Jake grinned. "By now you should know I don't care what others think. If we have to drive the whole way to the Keys in a pink Impala, it's what we do. As long as you're happy, I'm happy." Maggie wrapped her arms around him. "Jake, you are the man of my dreams. I love you." Jake grinned. "Is there any chance we can change the color to maybe a cool blue?" Maggie stepped back. Her eyes widened as she shook her head. "I hope you are kidding because I would never, ever do that to my Nan." Jake laughed out loud and placed a kiss on her mouth. "That's what your pap said you would say." Chapter 3. "It's gonna be about a 2-hour drive to Wilkes-Barre," Maggie said. Well, they weren't going to Wilkes-Barre yet. Since her mom was in the Keys with Jake's dad, no one would be expecting them, so in the meantime Maggie had other plans. There was a place along the way where she wanted to spend a few days alone with Jake. Perhaps with the ambience of love and romance all around, he would do the deed and propose to her. It was a long shot but worth the side trip. Besides, she knew he had a hard time with forever. He already told her he loved her, he could give her his heart. But something was holding him back from making a commitment. She wanted it all. She wanted the wedding and happy ever after, and knew he did too. She would have to help him along, that's all. Does she warn him ahead of time, or surprise him? She gazed over to him as a single hand steered the pink car. He looked pretty hot in the classic car. White leather seats and interior showed no signs of the pink color of the outside paint. The top was down and his dark hair blew in the mountain breeze. Yeah, he was her bad boy. Bad to the bone driving a hot pink car, and he couldn't care less. She smiled. He happened to turn towards her as she grinned. "What?" He reached over the console and brushed the flyaway hair out of her face, then entwined his fingers with hers. "You happy?" he asked. "More than happy, love. I do have another surprise." His one hand gripped the steering wheel, as a tiny bit of pressure could be felt on her fingers. "Another one?" She nodded and smiled. "I won't tell you until we're closer. Let's put it this way. I've made reservations for us at this wonderful place you will be sure to love." "I'm sure I'll love the next one," Jake said, his voice doubtful. "If it's anything like the pink car surprise, I can't wait." Maggie laughed, but her next words came out in a nervous banter. "Oh, Jake, have some fun. Imagine this, a retreat set far back in a cove on a beautiful lake, with a champagne-shaped tub, filled with bubbles and an in-suite private pool, designed to make us feel as if we are the only couple in the world." Her nerves began to shatter. Would he refuse to go? He slowed the car down along the tree-lined road where small mountains loomed in the background. The moon sat amongst 1,000 tiny stars that lit up the long winding road into the Pocono mountain sky. He steered the car to the side of the road and downshifted, his face serious. The engine idled as his fingers felt around the steering column for the four-way blinkers. Maggie stared at the glow of lights blinking back and forth, lighting up the dark road. She couldn't look at him because she worried he was about to tell her everything she planned was for nothing, that he couldn't go through with this. Why did she feel so foolish? She began to pull at her bottom lip with her teeth, wondering why she couldn't relax and enjoy their road trip like she planned from the beginning. "Baby, look at me," Jake ordered. He reached over and cupped her cheeks in both hands. "I can hear in your voice how fearful you are that I won't like what you've done. Don't worry. I'm here, baby, right now. Even though I care about my company, it's part of my world, but I'm over 1,000 miles away. I've hired great competent people and I trust them to run things while I'm gone. I'm yours for 10 days, and I never go back on my promises." Maggie let a tear of relief slide down her cheek. He brushed it away with his finger. "I'm so glad. I worry you don't want to be here doing this, that you want to be back in the Keys running your empire." She didn't tell him how scared she was he would become bored with her. "My empire, huh?" Jake nuzzled her neck and leaned his forehead on hers. "You are part of my empire, my queen, and I want to be here with you. Are you going to relax and stop worrying about me? I can't wait to see what else that scheming little mind of yours comes up with. Put this car in motion, because I'm going to show you the best time of your life, Mr. Hatfield." He looked over at her, his intense dark eyes staring into her own. "Promise me one thing, baby," he said, his voice serious. "What?" He latched onto the gear shift and stepped on the clutch, skidding the white wall tires as the car pulled away from the side of the road. "You won't dye your hair pink?" Maggie laughed out loud. She shrugged. She was starting to like the color pink. By the time they pulled up to the door of their suite, Jake was unsure of what he was in for next. The big sign upon entering the resort said "Land of Love" in giant bold letters, like something from another time period. He wanted to check the messages on his phone, even though he promised Maggie he would forget about business for the next 10 days. Maybe he could sneak off to the bathroom and make a few calls to assure everything ran smooth down home. He shook himself. Jake was a man of his word. He pulled the cell phone out of his pocket and turned it off. With a sigh, he reached across Maggie's lap and flipped open the door of the glove compartment. He almost pulled back but then let the phone drop inside. He slammed the door closed and let out his breath. "Jake, you don't have to do that. What if someone needs you?" Maggie whispered. "You need me more," he told her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his mouth. He was pretty pleased with himself. So far he was making the right moves, making sure she knew he cared about her. His only problem was he knew she wanted marriage. He didn't know when he could offer it, or if he ever could. Jake helped Maggie out of the pink car and in one swoop, he lifted her in his arms, luggage and all, and walked her to the door. With a flip of his wrist, he slid the key card through the slot and pushed open the door. He walked her over the threshold while kissing her in one smooth move. The two lingered for a moment right inside the door as their kiss deepened. "Jake, put me down. You'll hurt your back," she whispered, then moaned in his mouth when his tongue danced with hers. Jake dropped the luggage but held on to Maggie, wrapping his arms tighter around her. "It's too late to put you down. The sign says Land of Love, and that's what is going to happen right here, right now." He shut her up when he deepened the kiss. Jake closed his eyes and took in her sweet scent. It must be the setting, the damn sign's warning of love, because the build-up of waiting for this moment was about to burst. He wanted her like never before. "The door is hanging wide open," she muttered. Jake grunted, walked over and kicked it shut, Maggie still in his arms. He felt like a Neanderthal, wasn't that what she called him before? He searched the room to find rose petals scattered over a red carpet, and up steps that led to another level. Jake followed them, and came to a room with floor-to-ceiling glass windows where you could see the flickering fireplace below. Someone set up the room ahead of time. He gazed at Maggie, the soft classical music playing in the background from a Bose stereo. "This is perfect, baby. Don't say a word, show me," she begged. It was all he needed. He placed her on the round bed and leaned over, dropping soft kisses over her skin. He lifted the fabric of her pale sweater, and she held up her arms as he slid it off. They made love many times before, but this was so different. It was sexy and lustful, and filled with hidden desires from every corner of the room. It was as if the atmosphere became magical. Jake needed her. Every single inch of his skin was on fire for her. The desperate need to feel her in his arms overwhelmed his senses. He dropped to his knees beside the circular bed and lifted her hips while he slid her jeans off, dropping kisses along every inch of her skin from her thighs to her toes. The moment he slid back up on the bed beside her, his fingers slid across her skin as if they had a mind of their own. He heard her suck in a deep breath as his touch lingered over the material of her bra, then slid his hand down to her panties. Jake lifted himself on his elbow and gazed down at her. "You are beautiful." Maggie touched his mouth, then slid long slender fingers across his skin and down his neck towards his chest. Jake sucked in a deep breath when she pulled the hem of his shirt up, and he helped her slip it over his head. He leaned down for a kiss, skin against skin, desire for her so deep he wanted to take her now but knew he had to go slow. He always tried to be a gentleman when they made love, but today all he wanted was to bury himself inside of her. "Baby, I want you right now, I can't take much more." "Then do it, Jake. Take me right now. I want you right this minute." With a moan, Jake stood, ripped off his jeans and pulled her to the edge of the bed. She helped him as he tore off her panties, the desperate look in her eyes driving him forward. They came together hard and fast, and he stood over her, gripping onto her hips, pumping into her as she cried out. She screamed out his name one last time the moment he let loose. A moment later she shattered, her mouth open and her eyes rolling back and forth. Jake's knees weakened. He pulled out of her and lay down beside her on his back, his chest heaving. "That was incredible." It was the only words he could get out. She took his hand and squeezed, her heavy breaths almost as deep as his own. After a few moments, Maggie leaned on him and gazed into his eyes. "I must say, Mr. Hatfield, you are an animal. I wasn't expecting to make love quite like that with you." Her eyes lit up when she smiled. Jake kissed her a deep, heartfelt, gentle kiss. "I didn't know you like it that way, Maggie." Jake admitted. "I try to be a gentleman when we make love." She nuzzled his neck. "I like both." "Then perhaps you need to whisk me away to places like this more often." "Want to take a champagne bath?" Jake chuckled. "I'm guessing that oversized champagne glass in the middle of the floor is where we are headed to next?" "This is a small taste of our illicit weekend of romance, love." Maggie giggled and shot up from the bed before he could get his hands on her. He lifted himself on his elbows and watched as she started the water in the tub and poured bubbles in. She gazed over at him and rolled her tongue across her lips, then realized she put in too many bubbles. They began to foam, and bubbles floated in the air. Jake went to rescue his damsel in distress, laughing the whole time. They wound up in the glass tub, the water sloshing over the edges and landing on the floor below. Beside the tub was a metal bucket with ice and a bottle of champagne waiting on them. The two glasses were soapy and sloshed with bathwater. He reached out and grabbed it from the bucket, popped it open and drank straight from the bottle. Maggie giggled and pulled the bottle away from him. She took a deep swig, letting the champagne trickle from her mouth. Jake leaned over and licked it off of her. She took the bottle and placed her thumb over the top, shook it up and let it fly, causing it to pop off and shoot air and champagne all over them. They laughed and laughed until the bottle emptied, and Jake began a serious festival of licking her all over. The water became cold, and by the time they left the champagne glass tub, there were no more bubbles anywhere. "I feel like a prune," Maggie told him, grabbing a towel on a shelf close by. Jake began to towel her off, his hands gentle over her shoulders and back and the rest of her. He loved the feel of her. He wished he could get down on his knee and propose to her right now. He shook his head and took in a deep breath. What stopped him from proposing to the girl of his dreams? He ran a hand through his wet hair. Was he insane? He wanted to, but the words wouldn't come out. Maggie deserved to have a man who didn't sputter and cringe at the thought of being tied down. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "Starving," she answered, then turned and reached up to cup his face in her hands. "I'm always hungry for you, love. It's pretty late. Do you think we can still order some food?" If not, I'll pay to open the kitchen. If my baby is hungry, I'll find you food." He went to reach in his jean pocket for his phone to realize it wasn't there. After looking all over the room, a phone sat by the bed with a list of instructions and phone numbers. Maggie jumped onto the bed and began to bounce up and down while he tried to talk. She slapped her hand over her mouth so the recipient on the other end of the phone couldn't hear her giggles when he reached out and grabbed her leg. After a bit of a struggle, he caught a leg and she tumbled towards him. He hung up just as she landed on top of lean, hard muscles. He held her hands behind her back. "What kind of punishment does the troublemaker deserve?" he teased. Maggie looked up at him with her eyes shining bright, the love in them so open and honest he felt something tug at his heart. He opened his mouth to ask her to become his wife, and then a fear so clear blasted him in the face he clamped his mouth shut. What just happened? He asked himself. He almost proposed and then the door closed. It was as if there was a window of opportunity, and then, bam, right in his face. Why couldn't he bring himself to do the one thing he knew was what they both wanted? He knew he never wanted to live without her, and yet something stopped him every single time. How long would she wait for him to make up his mind? "Were you going to say something?" Maggie asked, her face serious, her eyes boring into his. "I was going to ask you, for another kiss," Jake told her. He leaned in, closing his eyes so he wouldn't see the disappointed look on her face. He'd soon have to talk about this with her, the fear he held deep because he wouldn't let it go on much longer. Jake didn't want to lose her, because he couldn't make a commitment like she wanted. He heard her sigh, and then she began to run her fingers across his muscles, down his stomach, and he forgot all about feeling anything but what she was doing to him at the moment. Jake only wanted to think about right now and his lover in this land of paradise she brought him to. The rest would come in due time. Chapter 4. Maggie sat on the low couch near the fire, its soothing flames flickering as she sipped on another glass of wine. Jake was in the shower, while Maggie lingered below. Happy things turned out so well. After a night of making both wild and sweet love, they were ready to venture out and see what kind of nightlife there was in the land of love. Her gaze spilled over to some papers on the end table beside the couch. "Love letters," she read. "Write something to your love and leave it here. We'll post it on our website with hundreds of others." Maggie grabbed a piece of the cream-colored stationery with red hearts scattered on it and began to write. She concentrated so hard on the perfect words to say, Maggie yelped when warm breath lingered on her neck. She jumped. "Jake, you scared me." "What are you writing?" "A love letter to you," she teased, folding the letter and slipping it into the box on the table. "You'll have to wait and see what I wrote after we leave. I forgot my phone. I'll be right back." She reached up and gave him a kiss, then went to find her cell on the next level. When she glanced down from the upper level through the large glass windows, she saw Jake staring at the love notes on the end table. He squatted down, picked up a pen and scribbled. Then he crushed the paper in his fist and bounced it off the rim of the trash can. He stood up and thrust his hands in his pocket. He turned, and as she stood there in shock, the door slammed shut behind him. A pang of fear hit Maggie. What caused him to become so angry? She hurried to find her phone, and then ran back down the red-carpeted steps. The rose petals smashed into the carpet from walking over them. She bent down and retrieved the crushed love note, and in slow motion, flattened the balled-up paper. Maggie slapped a hand over her mouth. In clear letters were the words she longed to hear. "Will you marry me? I love you. Jake." She heard the reverend of the engine through the closed door, and folded the wrinkled paper, then tucked it behind the phone inside of her cell case. He may not be able to ask her, but he would, sooner or later. Why did he have such a hard time with the words? Maggie walked out of the room to her love, knowing it wouldn't be long before he broke down and said the words she ached to hear. He was so close. After a few games of pool to which Maggie lost twice and won once, the two strolled upstairs to the lookout lounge and sipped on more cocktails. The mountains were at their peak this time of year, late fall, where the colors of the leaves rocked the countryside in so many shades. The waters of the lake below glistened in the dim evening light. "I see a speedboat out there I'm dying to take out for a ride," Jake mentioned. "That sounds fun, but I also see some horses across the way. How about being my cowboy for a day, and taking me on a ride into the wild?" He nuzzled her cheek, standing by the window, looking out from the lounge. Anything you want, Jake teased. But I thought I already did that wild thing. She giggled, then turned to him, all at once serious. All I ever want is for you to be happy with me. I don't care where we are or what we do. I need to know I am the only one. She held the cell phone in her hand. Her fingers clutched around it with the secret letter was inside. She felt a tinge of guilt for taking it out of the trash, but she wanted something to cherish and hold close. When it came down to the truth, she knew in her heart if he never asked her to marry him, she would love him anyway, because Jake Hatfield was the only man who had her heart. She wanted marriage to complete them, but if he couldn't do it, then she wasn't going to manipulate and try to get him to propose. She had his words on a piece of paper that she would never let go. Maggie, Jake began, you're all I ever want. He kissed her so tender a tear slid down Maggie's cheek. He reached up and wiped it away. No more tears, no more worry. Let's have some fun. So they did. Maggie convinced Jake to take a sound healing meditation class. They were both sitting on the floor of the large open-aired room, in a semicircle with other couples in the group. After demanding they close their eyes and listen, the sounds of crystal began to reverberate through the air. What is that noise? Jake grumbled. It's the sound of crystal bowls. They are singing, Maggie whispered. Don't talk so loud. She tried to relax her body, as the beautiful crystal sounds filled the air. She felt Jake's warm breath against her cheek. He whispered in her ear. I can't do this, it's stupid. Maggie sighed and opened her eyes. Oh Jake, don't you want your chakras balanced for peace and serenity? He kissed her on the mouth. No, I want an ice-cold beer. Enjoy. I'll see you at the bar I'm looking at right now through those big windows right there. That's my chakra calling. He pointed towards the outside bar and grill. Maggie held back a laugh when the trainer sighed as Jake made pointed noises and walked out the door. She closed her eyes and tried to get back into the healing powers of the sounds of the crystal bowls. Thoughts of their night together kept invading her mind during the 45-minute session. When it was over, she went looking for her love. He sat on a bar stool at the Cupid's Corner bar. She slid beside him and wrapped her arms around his waist. How's your chakra feeling now? She teased and nodded towards the frosty mug. It's healing quite nice, he said, a grin on his face. Jake's foot tapped to the sound of the music in the background, his relaxed state a sight for Maggie to take in. I love when you're like this, she told him, kissing his skin along the collar of his shirt. She nuzzled his neck a bit, and then her eyes flew to the bartender, who stared at Maggie at first with a look of jealous anger in her eyes. Maggie smiled at her, and raised an eyebrow at the younger woman. Jake stiffened. He held his mug close to his mouth and then laughed out loud. As he set his mug down, he turned to Maggie and crushed his mouth to hers, surprised Jake would show affection in such a public place. When he pulled back, she was out of breath, panting. Jake grinned. Two ladies making eyes at one hunk of man. Nice, he joked and leaned towards Maggie. Of course, I had to show her who was going home with me. Maggie shook her head, still a bit dazed. You all right? He asked before taking a long, slow pull on his beer. Jake, you're a big tease. Baby, you haven't seen nothing yet. Maggie swallowed. She couldn't wait. There was still another night here, until they headed back to the Keys. Maggie couldn't believe they were both on stage, singing along with the others in a karaoke-type atmosphere. The two were singing and dancing, and getting the house rocking with Rocky-OK. It's supposed to make you feel like a rock star, the server told them earlier when they stopped by to see what was going on. A live band played behind them on stage. Some couples danced together, while others sat at small tables scattered along the sides of the dance floor. They finished their rock song when Jake requested a slow song. Everyone clapped and urged him on. He faced Maggie and she blushed as the lights dimmed even more, and the band began to play a soft tune. Look into my eyes and you will see just how much you mean to me, he began, his voice out of tune but his words going deep. Take me as I am, he continued. The words faded as she looked deep in his eyes. I would fight for you, I'd die for you, he kept on, his deep husky voice reaching into her heart. She reached out and took his hand, happy to see another side of him. This trip was good for them both. When the song ended, she wrapped her arms around his waist and looked into his smoldering eyes. "Thank you," Maggie whispered. "That was beautiful." They stood there until the clapping began, and Maggie's cheeks began to flame. The audience began to shout and call out for more, but Jake put his hand up and waved them on. He guided Maggie to their table, along the dark wall. "Man, I enjoyed singing with you." Maggie smiled. She had a hard time talking, because her emotions were so over the top. What man will stand up in front of a crowd of strangers and sing a love song when he can't carry a tune? It was beautiful and crazy and fun. He took one look at Maggie's face. "Come on, let's get out of here," he told her, taking her hand and guiding them through the crowd. A few guys slapped Jake on the back, and he stopped for a moment to make a comment and then moved on, until the lights and action of the nightclub faded in the background. The walk down a path lit up by torches. A small garden with foliage and flowers surrounded a stone fountain. He took Maggie by the shoulders and faced him. Was this it? Was he going to propose? Her heart began to pound. She bit her bottom lip and then forced herself to stop. Maggie made up her mind earlier she wouldn't be upset if he didn't propose. She had the letter, the one proclaiming his love and his desire to marry her. It was no longer a big deal. She didn't care if he couldn't do this one act. Or did she care after all? "Maggie, I'm glad you brought me here, even if I wasn't crazy about the idea at first." He brushed her hair out of her face and kissed the tip of her nose. She smiled up at him, knowing it was all she would get from him, and that was okay. Her Jake sang a love song to her not many men would do. "I'm very lucky to have you," she told him, and meant every single word. "You are my world, Jake Hatfield." "I can't think of anyone else I'd rather spend my life with," he began to say. Her heart began to pound. She felt hope rise up. "Right now, when I look at you in my arms, all I want to do is take you back to the room and show you how much you mean to me." Maggie smiled. "Then let's do so." She began to walk arm in arm with him, knowing he would ask her someday. She would wait because he was the guy for her, always. "Do you have everything, baby?" Jake asked, packing their bag into the oversized trunk. She nodded, and he closed her car door. He leaned down and gave her a long, slow kiss. She reached up and slid her fingers across his cheek. "I've got you, and that's all I need." Jake laughed out loud. "I know you need your clothes. I doubt we could get away with driving down 95 without our things, because if I were all you need, I'd keep you naked 24 hours a day." Maggie smiled and then shook her head. "Jake, this trip has turned you into a monster." He leaned down for another kiss, before walking around to the driver's side. "I know. You like?" "Oh yes, me like." "How far to your mom's place?" Jake asked as he started up the car and thrust it in gear. "Maybe about an hour," Maggie said, and punched the coordinates into the handheld GPS. She set it back down on the dashboard, where her pap made a special holder for it in case Nan wanted to use the gadget. But Nan never went anywhere without Pap anymore, except for their little excursion to the hotel the other night. Now Maggie knew why Pap watched her like a hawk. Nan's mind started to slip a bit, and she'd forget what direction she was going. She'd have to make sure she asked Pap if he wanted the GPS back for their other vehicle. The two pulled up into the driveway of the brick rancher, and Maggie gathered up some of the things she wanted to take along. As she filled about 5 boxes of stuff, along with 2 suitcases of clothes, she could see Jake began to get worried. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I'm not sure we can fit anything else in the trunk," he told her. "How much more are you bringing along?" Maggie scanned her old bedroom. There wasn't much left. "I think that's about all," she told him. "I don't need anything else, and these winter clothes can go to charity. Not sure if Mom is going to move to the Keys or not, but it's all her furniture anyway. I think I have everything I want." She looked back one more time as they headed down the road. Maggie felt a bit nostalgic as she left the little town she grew up in. She wouldn't miss the cold, harsh winters, and the people in her neighborhood thought she was a bit of a recluse, but she would miss her grandparents. They were her rock when she was growing up. Her pap stepped in many times when she needed to have a father for school activities. Jake reached over and held her hand. "You can come back here to visit any time. I may even come along if we make a pit stop in the land of love," he teased. It was a great time. Maggie laughed. "I'm fine, Jake. I will miss this neighborhood, but I've been a loner most of my teen years. The only people left here are my grandparents. My head has always been lost in books. The keys are good for you, Maggie. You have new friends now like Abby and Sarah, and they love being with you. She agreed. Ever since you fixed up the bungalow for me, I've been doing a lot of thinking. Yeah. About what, me? She punched him in the arm. Oh, Jake, it's not always about you. He grinned. It should be, I always think about you. Maggie blushed, remembering the night before and where they made love. If those walls could talk, the ones in the sauna and the pool room and the stairs leading to the bed. She sighed. It's bliss, isn't it, the things we did last night? Yes. We made great memories. Jake laughed. Ones we can't tell our kids or grandkids someday. All of a sudden, he got quiet. He must have realized what he said and clamped up. Any time he talked about a permanent situation, he struggled with something inside. She reached over and rubbed his arm, letting him know it was all right. Stop torturing yourself. I don't expect anything more than what we have right here, today. So don't worry. You don't want me to propose to you? He slammed the gear shift into third, slowing the engine down. She turned to face him. Yes, I do, but I know something is holding you back from asking, and I want to tell you it's all right. I know when you're ready to do it, you will. No worries. You sure? She nodded. My contract with my current publisher is up at the end of the month. I've been with them since I was 18, and although they treat me well, I decided not to sign on again. Jake raised a brow and looked at her. You're a great writer. What will you do? Maggie leaned back in her seat, pushing her sunglasses down. I'm going to self-publish future work in my own name, Maggie McCoy. After hiding under a pen name for so many years, that's a big step. What made you decide to change? Maggie shrugged. You did. When I saw the office you fixed up for me, it gave me a feeling of accomplishment. I belong in that office now, and I'm ready to take the next step in my life, revealing who I am. My readers know the author was a pen name, but they never knew who was behind the name. Now they will all soon know. You belong with me, Maggie. In the keys in that space. It's your home now. His words meant so much to her. It was enough for now, but someday she knew he would be able to ask her to marry him. Meanwhile, she would build her publishing business so big, the world would get to meet who was behind those saucy romantic novels at last. Chapter 5. The Pink Impala cruised down 95 through Washington, D.C. and Virginia, making great time in the late afternoon. I think we may be able to hit the Carolinas this evening sometime. That's if we don't get stuck in work traffic. Well, I made reservations at Saab, so let's hope we can get there tonight. Maggie shut off her cell phone and turned up the music, feeling around until she found the lever to push her seat back. She stretched her legs and then let them dangle out the window, her bare feet hanging over the side of the car as they sped along in the passing lane. She closed her eyes and hummed to the music. The roar of a motorcycle sounded so close by. Maggie opened her eyes as the car began to slow down, and then she screamed as loud as she could, right before Jake's booming laugh reached her ears. An old biker, long gray hair and beard, a ragged band around his head, reached out and brushed her foot with his hand, trying to tickle her feet. He roared, a hearty laugh she could hear over the rumbling of the bike's engine. Maggie jerked her feet inside of the car and shook her head, a smile creeping on her face. The biker lifted his hand in a salute and revved his engine, roaring off down the highway. The two laughed over the crazy biker, and after a while, Maggie pointed out the window. There it is, the signs I've been waiting to see. Pedro signs? Jake asked. Yes, here's a great one, chilly today, hot tamale. I read a lot about south of the border, never been there before. The owner was ingenious to launch these crazy signs all along the highway for hundreds of miles. When you said Saab, do you mean we are staying at south of the border tonight? Maggie nodded. Yes. We still have a few days left of our vacation. You promised me 10, remember? She crooned, knowing he didn't mind stopping at all. Besides, he had to be tired of driving all these hours. When she offered to take over, he refused and said the man does the driving. Jake had such an old-fashioned way about him. It was nice and yet at times annoying. Oh ha. Look at that one, Maggie laughed out loud and pointed. a large hot dog in a bun with Pedro's big smile, and the words, "You never saw such a place like south of the border minus 25 miles. She grabbed her cell and snapped a photo as they sped by. "I'll be glad to stop for a night," Jake told her. "We made great time. We may be back in the Keys in no time." His gaze fell to her downcast eyes. "Maggie, what else do you have in store for our road trip?" "I can't tell you yet. I will say the rest of the road trip is in Florida, and you will love where we go next." His eyes went back to the road. "I can't wait." After miles of highway, the signs came more often. Jake and Maggie started to read them aloud together as the Impala sped by in the flow of traffic. "Keep yelling, kids, they'll stop," and then they were there with a last sign that said, "Welcome to south of the border." "First place we're going is to the Sombrero restaurant," Jake mentioned. He took Maggie's hand and then guided her past the reptile lagoon and the 97-foot giant cement Pedro. The statue's legs were so wide they could walk right through. "What about our room? I booked it earlier," she asked Jake, who was still dragging her behind. She tried to get a few photos of the giant chickens and pink flamingos, but he wasn't paying attention. "The room will wait, I need food." After dinner, they walked around, and he let her take all the photos she wanted. They took the glass elevator to the top of the 200-foot Sombrero Tower and gazed out over the Carolina countryside. Neon lights sparkled and twinkled and lit up the border. "I think our room is waiting," Jake said as he nuzzled her neck. He stood close, his warmth closing in on Maggie until she turned to face him. "I know what is waiting," she teased. She leaned in and brushed her lips across his ear. "Forget Pedro, let's get out of here." Jake wanted to dig his cell phone out of the glove compartment to check his messages before they left the little hotel room the next day. He began to walk towards the car, but then turned and walked away. 10 days, he promised her. Then he could get back to business. He was glad he came on the trip, but began to get concerned about being away from his company for too long without any contact. He stood outside of the motel, one foot on the sidewalk, the other on the macadam road. All he had to do was plug it into the charger in the motel room and check to make sure all was well. Who was he kidding? If he turned on the phone, he would be back to normal. The calls would come in non-stop, he'd be texting his men out on the field, and the daily grind would start. He couldn't do that to her, not when he made a promise to give her 10 days. It was good to get away now and again, he realized this, and he needed what Maggie offered, and turned away from the car, determined to keep his word to the woman he loved. As he slipped back inside, a grin crossed his face. He'd make the best of the time they had left. Jake and Maggie made a stop at the next truck stop after leaving south of the border. They weren't hungry when they first go on the road, but they needed to gas up again, so they noticed a place to eat. They walked hand in hand to the door and noticed a young man, dressed in battered shorts and a dirty t-shirt. He leaned against the wall of the building, his head down, long dark hair covering his face. Maggie leaned over. "Are you all right?" she asked. Jake pulled her back a bit. She could be naive when it came to the rest of the world. But when the kid lifted his head up, the sadness in his face ripped through Jake too. He was young with dark hair that hung down over pale skin, hiding a few piercings on his nose and bottom lip. "My mom is on hospice, and I'm trying to get back home before she dies, except I ran out of money because someone stole my wallet when I was on the bus." "Where's home?" Maggie questioned, concern in her voice. "Near Vero Beach," he mumbled and dropped his head. "Oh. We happen to be going that way." Maggie looked at Jake, who shook his head. They couldn't take a stranger in this day and age. Besides, the kid could be making it all up. The kid looked so sad. Jake remembered how he felt when his mom lay dying in the hospital so many years ago. It was gut-wrenching standing there, unable to do anything. "Look, kid, let's get you some breakfast. You hungry?" Jake piped up, stalling for time until he could find out about getting the kid on a bus to his dying mom. "I haven't eaten in 2 days," he told them. He looked up at Jake. "I'd be grateful for some leftovers." "Come on, kid." Jake reached out and grabbed his shoulders, which were bony. The kid ate his ham, eggs, and a stack of pancakes in 2 minutes flat. He gulped them down, like he hadn't eaten for ages. Jake could see Maggie took pity on the kid, and something wretched at his own heart. She would be a good mother someday. Jake went to the desk at the truck stop to see if he could buy a bus ticket for the kid. The result was not good, no bus until 8 that evening. Sorry sir, the noon bus canceled about 5 minutes ago. Want the 8 p.m. bus? The attendant asked. Not sure yet, Jake answered and went back to the table. If he got him the ticket, the kid would have to wait over 10 hours to board a bus that would take him over 8 hours to get to a major city near Vero Beach. He'd have to switch buses at a few stops along the way. They could have him there in less than 8 hours. Maybe in time to see his dying mother. What's your name, son? Jake asked when he came back to the table. He wanted to call a friend of his, Josh Eden, who was at one time involved in a private agency. The guy had every gadget in the world of mystery and spying, and could find out if the kid was telling the truth. He needed a phone to call, and he couldn't ask Maggie for her cell in front of the kid, or she'd suspect him of calling his company. It's Daniel, sir. You can call me Danny. Do you have a last name, Danny? Yes, it's Rivers. Thanks for breakfast. Want a milkshake or something? That'd be great, he said, and a smile lit up his face. What are you doing here by yourself, Danny? Jake needed more information before he would help the kid. He had to be about 15. My dad lives in Maryland. I was visiting for the summer. I knew my mom was sick, but she never told me it was this bad. My dad got called out, he's a long-distance truck driver. I couldn't get a hold of him when the nurse called to say Mom took a turn for the worse. You enjoy your milkshake. We'll be right back. I want to get some souvenirs and then we'll talk about getting you to your mom's, all right? The kid nodded as Jake and Maggie went towards the gift shop. As soon as they were far enough away, Jake told her, I need to call Josh and see if the kid's being honest with us. There's something about him I can't put my finger on. Are you serious? He's trying to get home to his mother. We can't leave him here. She stopped and turned to him, anger in her voice. Maggie, he's pulling at my heartstrings too. But I am the one who's responsible to make sure you are kept safe at all times while we're on this road trip. I won't put you in danger, it's how I am. Danger? From a teenager. That's crazy, Jake. You're taking this too far. She began to walk away when he grabbed her arm and pulled her close. Maggie, my phone is dead in the glove compartment. Let me have your phone to call Josh. I need a photo too, so I can send it to him. It's the only way I'll help the kid. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Okay, you win. Except you're not the only one who can help him. I can too. She dug in her pocket and handed him the cell phone. I can't believe you're being so cautious over a poor, bedraggled teenager. Have a heart, man. Jake watched as she stomped to the gift shop. After a while, she came back with a few shirts and some shorts. I know these are not what you wear on a normal basis. She nodded towards the clothes Danny had on. But they're clean. She dished out a few dollars from her wallet. Take this money and these clothes and go back through the gift shop towards where those truckers are standing back there. You'll find a lounge and a shower. You need one before I'll let you in my car. Jake snapped the shot of him, and for a moment Danny looked startled. A look of anger crossed his face, but disappeared the moment he realized Jake watched him. Sorry kid, I didn't mean to snap that. Not sure how this cell works? I'm not real gadget savvy. Maggie gave him a look, as if he were the biggest liar in the world. When Danny left the table to change his clothes and get a shower, she spun on him. You, not computer savvy? Oh Jake, you need to trust people sometimes. The kid is getting a ride from us, whether you like it or not. Besides, it's my car. You're going to use that one on me? You do what you got to do, Maggie McCoy, and I'll do what I have to. He walked away with her cell phone, pushing in the number of his friend Josh. Jake got right to the point. Josh, I don't have a lot of time to talk. Hey, heard you were off on some kind of road trip. Yeah, it's fun. Except we ran into a kid who needs a ride down 95. He's pathetic and his mom is supposed to be dying, but there's something about him I don't trust. I have a name and a photo, can you check it out? Send it to me, and don't turn your back on anyone. He'll be riding in the back of a pink Impala with us, for the next few hours at least. I'll send you the info. Call me at this number when you have something. A pink Impala? What did you get yourself into this time? Josh's voice sounded incredulous. Never mind. I'll tell you later. Jake hung up before having to explain about the pink car, because he had no doubt Josh texted everybody anyway. He'd be the laugh of the day, until they saw the classic Impala for themselves. Jake grinned as he sent the photo and info of the kid to Josh, then slipped the phone in his pocket. He wanted to help the kid. It looked like Maggie already decided they would do so. He had some reservations, but maybe he was being a bit too old school, although it never hurt to be careful. Was Maggie right? He didn't trust people? On the other hand, he didn't run a major company by being a nice guy. Jake always went with his gut feelings, which never seemed to fail him. Jake was starting to make her angry. Why couldn't he see the kid was out of money and luck? She knew he was a bit skeptical of people, but the teenager was in dire straits, and she'd do whatever it took to get Danny back to his mother. When he came out of the trucker's lounge, she shuffled him to the car. She stood at the passenger door and let the kid in the back seat, while Jake stood at the driver's door watching the kid get in. Then he looked up and smiled, an absent-minded one, not like his hot one that caused her to melt. Maggie reached over and turned on some music. She didn't want to ruin this trip with her love, but there were some things she had always been so stubborn about. One of them was to help the underdog. She looked back at the kid. His head leaned back in the seat, and he appeared to be asleep. There were dark circles under his eyes, which looked as if he hadn't slept in a while. The gauntness about him told her there was more to this story. If he were staying with his dad, why did he look as if he weren't being taken care of? Maggie decided to ask him when he woke up. Was this a case of neglect, and if so, she had to make a decision. She couldn't let this boy go back to a place where it may be dangerous. If his mother was dying, there had to be another relative to take him in. She would have to get the answers, and soon, before they dropped him at his destination. The poor kid even looked like he had some bruises. She scrutinized his arms. An alarm went off when she noticed the welts. They were up and down the one side of his inner arm. She didn't notice them inside, but now they stood out in the light of day. "Jake," she whispered. When he turned, she leaned close, hoping the music would cover her words. "I'm afraid he may be abused. His arm has bruises all over." Jake lifted his brow and turned his head, but couldn't see the boy from the driver's spot without being too obvious. Anger lined his face. "I'll look when we stop again." "Perhaps you were right, Maggie. Sorry I made this such a big deal." "Oh, my love, don't apologize. You'll learn that I'm always right." She kissed him square on his cheek and sat back in her seat, her hand lingering on the spectacular muscled arm under her hand. She ran her fingers up and down his arm, enjoying the feel of him. A slow smile crept on her face. "Remembering the last few nights, baby?" Jake said, his voice low, husky. "You got that right? I'm sure tonight, there will be some more fun memories to make. I've got several ideas I've planned for one of my novels, but maybe I'll have to see if they work before hitting the computer keys. You know how I like to do my research. No writing on vacation, baby. Research only." The smoldering look he gave her made her want to rush to their next destination. Driftwood Resort was a hotel made out of the driftwood from back in the day when pirates and ships traveled the oceans. She couldn't wait. But first they had to get this poor abused kid to his dying mother. Chapter 6. 6 hours and mile after mile of driving without a stop, Maggie's legs needed to stretch. She leaned over to Jake. "Can we take a short break?" "Next stop 2 miles. Want to get something to eat?" "No, let's wait until later. I'm anxious to get there." She turned to the back seat to find Danny still asleep. "He's exhausted. I'm so glad you agreed to bring him along. You're the best." Jake raised a brow, amused. "I doubt I had a choice in the matter, baby." She scooted closer. "I'll thank you later." "I know you will." His wink made her grin. She thought to herself how no one does that anymore except for him, and it made her feel special. He was one of the old school guys who winked, opened the car door and considered her feelings first, even if they didn't always agree. She reached over and rubbed his thigh. "Behave yourself, the kid is in the back seat," he teased. Maggie leaned in and nuzzled his neck. "I'm thinking about the act of how kids are made," she whispered, letting her warm breath linger on his skin. Jake turned the steering wheel towards the ramp that led off the highway. "Next stop, make it quick." I'm in a big hurry, he told her and grinned. Maggie began to get impatient. She gazed back at the kid, who stirred and opened his eyes. She couldn't wait until they dropped him off at his mother's and got to Driftwood Resort. The room she reserved overlooked the ocean. She had big plans for them on the motel along the private beach. The pit stop lasted 14 minutes and 27 seconds. She timed herself and laughed out loud as Jake sped onto the highway once again. He seemed in a hurry himself. One look from him told her she was right. He wanted to get to the hotel. He looked down at his watch. 2 hours at the most, he said, and winked again. What kind of parents would they be, she wondered. Here they had an opportunity to help a kid, yet all they wanted to do was drop him off and get to their hotel so they could fall into each other's arms. It was because Jake had become a beast of passion. He couldn't get enough of her, and wanting him made everything else take back seat. He was always passionate, but this road trip changed them both somehow. His work kept him busy most days, and her writing kept her unaware. Maybe they both needed to slow down and enjoy each other more. Maggie let her head fall back against the seat and lifted her face into the wind. Perhaps wanting marriage and a family was too much. Maybe she wanted that because it was out of her reach at the moment. Perhaps it was good he stalled at asking the question. They were young enough to decide later. After all, it wasn't like her biological clock ticked away. That was all nonsense. She never did anything by convention. Maggie dozed off with thoughts of Jake and walking along the beach with him at night. The last time they spent time near a beach, she got drunk on tequila and passed out. Not this time, she promised. This would be a night to remember. Wake up, sunshine. He nudged her shoulder, picked up her hand, and in one gentle swoop kissed each finger. She cupped his cheek with her hand and gazed at him through sleepy eyes. I love you. I love you as well, as I'm sure Danny does too. Jake nodded towards the back seat. He watched in amusement as she sat up and twisted her body to find the teenager still in the back seat. How are you feeling, Danny? The boy stretched and nodded, and as his arm went up in the air, she motioned for Jake to check out those nasty marks. Jake wrenched open the car door and stood, then pulled the seat front. Let's go, Danny, we have to talk. He didn't want Maggie involved in the conversation they were about to have. The teen sat still for a moment, and then shrugged before he got out of the car. Jake turned to Maggie. I'll be right back. Why don't you go into the store and get us a cold drink? She was about to open her mouth and say something, but at Jake's fierce look, she closed her mouth and left. At least she understood he needed a private moment with the kid. He couldn't explain to her right now, but she'd be upset when he told her the teen finagled a free ride from them. Jake grabbed the kid's arm. Let's talk over here, he pointed to a palm tree along the street. He wanted the kid out of the way of any traffic in case he tried to run. I gotta get going, Danny said. My mom is waiting for me. She's up the road about a half-mile from here. She doesn't have much time. Bull, Jake snapped. Enough lies. He took the kid by the wrist and turned his arm, the bruises clear as a bell. Except they weren't bruises from any form of child abuse, but self-abuse. These are track marks and bruises where you didn't insert a needle right. No, that's not true. I hurt myself. Save it. Let me go. I did have a problem, but I'm fine now. I want to get to my mom. Danny began to pull back, but he didn't have much strength. The kid was an addict. Jake couldn't believe he hadn't seen it at the diner on 95. He was angry. He neglected to see what was right in front of him. Don't try to fool me, kid. I've been through this with one of my employees. Those are track marks and they are fresh. You get yourself into a rehab or head straight to the hospital, you hear me? Danny glared. You can't tell me what to do. That's true. I can't get you off drugs, and I can't make you do anything. Let me tell you something, son. One of the best guys in the business of finding people is looking at your photo right now. If you lie to me, he'll find out who you are and where you belong. I'd say you may as well be honest right now because I can help you. Danny relaxed his arm, but the weary look in his eyes told Jake he would flee the moment his arm was free. Even so, Jake had to try. You can't help me. I stole from these guys, and they don't care if I'm addicted or not. All they want is their money. Jake noticed Maggie return to the car. She got in, and propped her feet on the door like she did when the biker tried to tickle them. He would have smiled about that, but was too angry at the kid. I did come from my dad's place in Baltimore, but he was on the road and never knew I was there. I took some of his money. Then I fronted some dope from these guys, so I could sell it to support my habit. Now I owe them a couple $1,000s. If I go to rehab or even to the they'll find me. They've been following my trail. Jake gripped his arm tighter. They're trailing us. You put other people in danger because of your addiction? My woman. You little son of a bitch. He wanted to jerk the kid up and clean his clock, but he couldn't. Every nerve in Jake's body screamed to let the kid go. Let him run and hide, and let the dealers find him. It wasn't his problem. But he saw what it did to Mark Lenton, one of the guys who worked for him. The guy turned himself around, even though it was tough. There were times Jake thought he'd have to let the guy go, but after 3 times Mark won the battle. Now he was one of his best workers who could lead a crew blindfolded. The teen cringed. Jake wasn't sure Danny was at the point where he wanted help. He looked scared, and yet there was something about him that said he'd sell his soul to the devil for another fix. It was the drug talking, not the person. Jake had to remember the words of the counselor who helped his employee. Danny, do you want me to help you? He shrugged. I don't see there's any getting out of this mess. I don't have any money or drugs to even sell to get more money. Do you live here? Where's your mother? He hung his head. My mom isn't dying. She couldn't care less what I do. Jake leaned down and looked Danny in the eye. I think you're wrong. I don't even know what your situation is with these guys, but you can't do this alone. Danny, I'm going to take you home and you're going to tell your mom so she can get you some help. I'm not giving you a choice. It's that, or I'll take you to the local police. You're too young to be out here on your own. Tears welled in the kid's eyes. Jake even choked up a bit, seeing him begin to hit rock bottom. He noticed Danny began to shake a bit, because his body was telling him he needed a fix. We have to go now, if you want to get some help. Before your body can't say no, you need to do this, okay? Jake waited for him to nod, because the only way he could help the teen was if he wanted the help. He knew no one could force any kind of rehab if he didn't agree. After a few minutes of serious contemplation, Danny agreed. Okay, then let's get you to your house. Where do you live? They got back in the car and he gazed at Maggie, who knew something was wrong. He reassured her with a look that told her he'd fill in the blanks soon. She didn't question him but sat in the front seat, her gaze straight ahead. Then she turned back to the boy. It's all right. I figured out what the problem is when I was in the store. Ready to go home? The pink Impala went about 13 miles out of its way to drop the kid off at home. Jake walked to the front door and waited for his mom to answer. After several rings, she yanked open the door, and tears of joy filled her eyes when she saw her son. Jake spoke with her and then left after handing her one of his cards. He got back in the Impala and dropped his head to the steering wheel. Maggie was silent beside him, but he knew she was there. A gentle hand rested on his shoulder. He breathed deep and let it out slow, then turned to her. How did you guess? Research. It dawned on me when I was in the store, he could be an addict. My mystery romance series had a character involved with drugs, and after realizing he could be an addict, I looked out the window. I saw you examining his arm, and the look on your face confirmed my suspicions. He nodded. I hated to threaten him with the cops, but it was the only way to get him to go home. It looks like his mom will heed my warning and get him some help today. She said she's been struggling with his addiction for almost a year. Do you think he'll make it through? He's a nice kid otherwise. Maggie ran a hand up and down his arm. I don't know. He said there are guys after him wanting money. Josh is doing what he does best, so we'll see if it's true. If so, I'll pay them off if he agrees to go to rehab. Maggie's eyes widened. Jake, you can't pay off drug dealers. Let them get their what for with the police. Even Danny has to serve time for his stealing or whatever he's being chased for. It was obvious she never dealt with this type of stuff before. I know they're drug dealers, Maggie. The problem is these guys are after him, and they won't stop at much to get their money back. His life could be in danger. It's why he ran. They'll get their money back and think it was from him. The kid can wipe his hands of them and start over. He could feel her eyes stare at his profile. He didn't look over, but shifted the car and headed towards the hotel they planned to stay at. Maggie, I know it sounds bad, but he needs someone to help him. I won't let him go without paying the money back. He can work for me and get his life back. Think of it as an investment in his future. She calmed down after he told her about his employee. You are one of the kindest and most generous men I've ever known. I worry about you, Jake. I want to do something super fantastic for you. She snuggled closer to him, even though they were in bucket seats. I wish this console wasn't here. Jake laughed. Baby, you've given me the best time of my life. I've worked non-stop for the last 13 years of my life. Since I was 20 years old, I built this company without taking a second breath. I'm glad you insisted on this vacation. I need you. Maggie picked up his hand from the gear shift and pressed her mouth to his skin. She held it there for a moment while a tear slipped down her cheek. It landed on his hand. Maggie, I didn't mean to make you cry. It's happy tears. That's the sweetest thing anyone has ever said to me. I know you want more. I will someday, I promise. I know, Jake. I guess maybe it's time I talked about why I have a hard time with some things. You deserve an explanation. She reached over and placed her finger over his mouth. Shish, not now. How about tonight, under the stars? This hotel is the perfect place to spend the evening talking. Jake nodded, then growled. I don't plan to talk much, baby, if you know what I mean. She giggled. I don't plan to do much talking then either. The Driftwood Resort sat along the Atlantic Ocean, its original beach house made of board and antique exterior walls, with wood-shingled gable ends, and some of the most elaborate decorative truss work ever. Jake made his way around the property, intrigued with the rustic balcony railings and driftwood. Maggie laughed as she tried to keep up. It said the driftwood comes from old ships of days gone by. There was even a story of using old barnwood to build some of the walls. She double-checked the notes tucked in her pocket. Yep, that is what it's made of. Nice touch, Jake mentioned as he walked through a stone wall into the courtyard. 2 rustic cannons, embedded on each side of the walls, were most likely from the days of the Civil War. A breezeway stood at the end of the ceramic-tiled courtyard. She followed Jake up a set of steps with rustic wooden railings. A few different types of old bells hung on the walls in various areas, giving off a rustic beachcomber ambience. Maggie loved the old wooden rockers in front of their room on the balcony. They could sit out and watch as the sun went down this evening. That's if they weren't busy with other things. After a great dinner at the bar and grill adjacent to the breezeway, Maggie suggested they take a long walk along the private beach. It was a quiet night along the water as the sun set. They strolled through the sand, their arms wrapped around each other. Amber lights from the resort lit up the area, giving off a serene old-world charm. Are you glad we stopped here? She asked him. This is a great piece of history that intrigues me. I'm glad we're here, baby. He stopped and kissed her, a long, sensual kiss that promised more before the night was over. I'm so in love with you, Maggie. I need you to understand what's going on inside of me, Jake admitted. Maggie gazed at him. The night was perfect. A clear sky with the moon gazing down on the water, as wave after wave rippled across the ocean. She snuggled in his arms. Tell me what's on your mind. It isn't you. You're not the reason I can't say the words you want to hear. Maggie held her fingertips over his mouth. You don't have to tell me. Why did she say those words? Of course she wanted to know. I can't help thinking that if I marry you, then I will jinx things and I'll lose. Jake stumbled over the last word, unable to finish. The desperate look in his eyes told her to tread light, or he would close up. It dawned on Maggie why he was so afraid. He thought if they got married sooner or later she would die too, like his mother. Oh my love, you can't have those kinds of thoughts. They haunt me. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled his face to hers. Look at me, she demanded. He gazed into her eyes, his fear an open book, chipping away, breaking him down so he couldn't function. It is not your fault your mother died, and you can no longer let the fear of her death keep you from going on with your life. What you are doing to yourself is coming up short of what she would expect of you. Do you realize your mother would not want you to have those kind of thoughts? Jake jerked away from her and stared at the ocean waves as they slapped against the sandy beach, drowning out his next words. She had to take a step closer to hear. "It's so heavy on my shoulders, baby. My dad told me he didn't blame me, and I needed to get over the pain of blaming myself. I know it too, but it still haunts me every single day. You have to forgive yourself." He looked at her, as if she spoke in a foreign language. "That's the problem. As long as I live, I doubt I can ever forgive myself for leaving the house and forgetting to tell my dad she needed him." Maggie shook her head. "You did tell him. The moment you remembered, you ran as fast as you could and told him. I doubt it would have made a difference." Jake ground his foot into the sand. He shoved hands deep in his pockets. What if it had made a difference? She could be alive today. "I won't put your life in my hands, Maggie. She was my mother, but what you are to me is my whole reason to exist. It would knock me down, and I'd never get up again if I let you down." Maggie's face began a slow burn. Her lip hurt when she realized she bit down hard. "What you said right now tells me I'll never hear a proposal from you. What I hear is if we get married, we're jinxed. Is that what you want to believe? It's stupid, and so far from the truth of you and me. We're made for each other. You're the one I want, and I know good and well I am the one for you. So get over your fears, and take a chance on the best thing that you'll ever have." She didn't realize her hands were fisted on her hips, and her foot stomped the sand. "I'm going to our room, and you'd do well to let me alone so I can cool down." Maggie was on a roll. Chapter 7. Maggie was right. He needed to stop bringing negative thoughts to their relationship. Except she didn't know how it felt to feel responsible for your own mother's death. John explained the type of aneurysm that killed her already did its damage even before the moment she fell to the floor. No one at that point could save her, even though they tried. Jake believed his brother, John, was a great doctor and did extensive research. He reassured Jake day after day, but after a while, John even stopped talking about it to him because he was tired of Jake dwelling on such negative thoughts. Although those negative thoughts drove him to create one of the biggest real estate development companies along the southern Florida coast and Keys. Foster Inc. was the company to rival what he created. It was an older company, and Jake strived to top what they could do, and he would in due time. At least those were his thoughts a few months ago, before Maggie. All of his thoughts centered around this incredible woman who was angry and upset, and stomped away to their room on one of the most exciting trips of his life. She made him feel free of guilt, of the heavy burdens he carried. She wrapped her arms around him, and the rest of the world didn't exist. He looked out at the water again, its foam-covered waves crashing against his feet. Jake needed to fix this. He couldn't let Maggie get away. There was no other woman for him. He took in the salty air in one long, drawn-out deep breath. He would fix this right now. If she wanted a proposal, then that's what he would do to keep her in his life. He wasn't about to let her slip away. His head became clearer with each step he took towards the hotel. Jake crossed the courtyard ceramic tile floor and marched up the wooden stairs, determined to make Maggie a bride before their trip was over. All she had to do was say yes, and they could find a courthouse and be married in no time. It would be simple. He had to do this now, before he changed his mind and let the negative energy back in. Jake slipped through the French doors on the balcony into their hotel room. The bedroom door no longer stood open, and his heart thumped against his chest. It was now or never. Determined, he strolled to the door and twisted the knob. Locked. His hand beat on the door. "Maggie. Open up, I have something I want to say." No response. "Maggie, please open." He heard a scuffle, and knew when she was right on the other side. Except she wouldn't unlock, and when he tried the door it wouldn't budge. "Baby, let me in. I love you. Let's get married, tonight, tomorrow. I don't care when, let's do it so we can put this behind us and move on." Nothing. He leaned his forehead on the door. "I know I messed up bad. I'm a fool and so sorry." Her quiet words stilled his heart. "I want to believe you. But I don't want to feel as if I forced a proposal out of you. No, Jake, I'm sorry too. I want to be alone tonight. I have a lot of thinking to do. Good night." Jake heard her move away from the door. He grabbed the knob and jerked on it. It didn't budge. He could break into her room if he wanted to. But she didn't want him right now. Maybe it was better this way. He went back out to the balcony and plopped down on a chair. Was he determined to ruin this relationship? He rocked back and forth, the slow, steady rhythm and the moonlit night soothing his soul. The faraway sounds of partygoers from the bar and grill drifted up towards the second floor. Jake drifted off then, his thoughts crowded with ideas on how to win back Maggie's heart. The shuffle of feet inside woke him up. He stretched and shook himself. Maggie came outside on the balcony, dressed and ready to go. He glanced inside and saw the set of luggage she brought up yesterday sitting by the door. She handed him a cup of coffee and sat on the chair beside him. She rocked back and forth and sipped on her coffee, the silence of the early morning soothing his tortured soul. "I'm sorry I locked you out of the bedroom. Things don't seem as bad in the light of the morning, do they?" "I'm not sure how to answer, baby. I've said too much to piss you off." He stared straight ahead out over the balcony's rustic railing. The sun began to lighten up the world. Her sigh filled the air. "Oh, Jake. I thought long and hard all night. I doubt I slept much at all. I've been pressing you to marry me. I offered to marry you last night." She held her hand up. "I'm not even sure now why it's so important anymore. Maybe it's because I want a family to call my own. When I saw how much you struggled with all of this, it wretched my heart out when I realized how hard your life has been. It's not fair to force you into something you're not ready for. I see that now." He took in a long, deep breath. "When we first met, I told you we'd see what tomorrow brings. I thought you were okay with taking things slow. Now I realize I want more than what tomorrow brings. I want you, Maggie, every single inch of you with me forever." He closed his eyes. Would she leave him after all of this? "Oh, Jake. I feel the same way, but this road trip was for us to figure out what we wanted. We've had such a great time. It won't be long before we're back home, and we're both working like demons again. I did plan this trip in the hopes you would propose to me, but now I am determined that we spend more time working on our relationship before jumping into something that big. I guess it took this trip to make me aware of our true feelings." "What? You changed your mind?" "Maggie, I do want to marry you." He slipped to the wooden floor, a thump as his knee hit the deck. He picked up her hand and kissed the back of it. She shook her head and smiled. "No, love. Not this way. I can't accept your proposal anymore." Jake could not believe her. One minute you're dying for a proposal, next day you refuse. "Do you know how hard it was for me to realize you were right all along?" He stood up and went to the railing, his hands gripping the wooden rails. "I want to back up a bit, Jake. Let's move back to when you said to see what tomorrow brings. We'll date more and take time off from our work. Get to know each other all over again." Jake pushed away from the railing. He knelt beside her, eyes direct with hers. "Maggie McCoy, I didn't acquire a multi-million-dollar company by allowing someone to toy with me. My company started from years of sacrifice and hard work. I'm not a pushover, and if you think for 1 minute you can manipulate me, you can't." She blinked at him. "I'm not trying to manipulate you. Jake, I want you to see that we are made for each other. If it takes starting all over again, let's do it because I will never, ever stop loving you." Jake growled and picked her up off the rocker, coffee mug in her hand. It clattered to the floor. "You will marry me, Maggie McCoy. If it takes the rest of my life, I'll convince you that I am ready." "No. I won't marry you, Jake. Not right now." Jake slid the French door shut, determined to love her so thorough she would cry out his name before the morning was over. Well, it was nice. They were loading up the Impala, and Jake closed the passenger side door. He leaned in and caught her mouth with his own. "It was more than nice, Maggie. You screamed my name so loud, I thought the people in the other room would break down the door." She reached up and let her hand drift over his cheek. "Maybe real nice. Then you'll marry me now?" She shook her head and laughed. "No." Jake leaned in and lifted her chin. He crushed his mouth to hers, a slow, lingering kiss that made her moan against him. He pulled away. "Two can play at this game, Maggie. Dream on, because that will be the last kiss you get until you tell me yes." Her eyes widened. "What?" He chuckled and got in the driver's seat. You can touch any part of my body, make love to me, crawl in my arms, but do not kiss me." Maggie pressed her lips together. "Impossible. You can't make love to me without kissing me." "There's the thing. I won't make love to you. You'll have to make love to me." She looked at him, incredulous. "You're cutting yourself off from me?" Jake about burst out in laughter at the way she stared at him. "I'm saying that I won't make any moves toward you. You can do whatever you want to me, but I won't kiss you until it's the kiss we make, as we seal our lives together with the promise of marriage. If it weren't so crazy, I would think that was the sweetest thing in the world." She tapped her fingertips on the side of the car. "You're saying I can take you whenever I want to, but I can't kiss you?" He nodded. "Well, we wanted to spice things up a bit. This may be your downfall, Mr. Hatfield. I'm not a real estate company you can toy with." Jake put the car in gear and laughed out loud. Maggie joined him in laughter. She leaned back in the seat and dreamed of ways to tease him to no end. He would be the one to beg, not her. A smile crossed her face as she gazed over at Jake as he concentrated on driving. He tried to turn the tables on her, and to be honest, she didn't know how long she could hold out without his kisses. Meanwhile, she'd have fun with him. She reached in her purse and took out a tube of lip gloss as they pulled up to the stop sign. As she leaned over to the rear view mirror, she bumped his hand on the gear shift. Then as she looked at him, she ran her tongue over her lips. She raised her chin as the brush moved over the top lip, and then moved over the bottom in slow strokes. Maggie peered in the mirror to see him as he watched her. She heard him take a deep breath. "How does it look?" she asked in a soft, sexy voice. Jake chuckled. "You're too obvious, Maggie. Not working." She leaned in closer. "No?" She took a finger and ran it down the side of his cheek, down his neck and over his chest. He shivered under her touch. "Oh, Maggie," he moaned. He grabbed her by the cheeks and moved her so close to his face, within breathing distance. His warmth filled her nostrils, and she couldn't believe how easy this would be. His lips were 2 inches away when she began to smile in victory. All of a sudden, he turned her face towards the windshield. "Look at that, it's a diner. Let's get some breakfast before we get on the road." His brow shot up and he laughed out loud. Maggie sat back in the seat. "You got me, but it won't be long, I promise you, Jake Hatfield. You'll be kissing me so hard, well, you know." She let the rest of the words linger. He crossed the highway and shot into the parking lot, a big smile on his face. Maggie and Jake laughed during their meal, and before they left, Jake noticed Danny next door at the gas station. What's he doing with those two? Maggie followed him outside, curious why the kid was hanging out with 2 older boys who could be in their early 20s. They got in the Impala, and Jake drove it in first gear across the parking lot to the gas station. "May as well fill up and make sure the kid is all right before we head down through." "Good idea." The closer they got to the 3 standing at the front entrance to the gas station, Maggie's pulse became more rapid. There was something a bit strange about the 2 boys Danny was with. "Are those the guys who are looking for him?" "Not sure," Jake told her. "Do me a favor and sit tight while I go see, okay?" "Fine with me," Maggie told him. "I don't want anything to do with that mess. Looks like some troublemakers to me." Maggie reached in the console to get her cell phone, but realized Jake still had it in his pocket. She opened the glove compartment where he dumped his phone on the first day of the road trip and dished out his. She pressed the on button, surprised to find it still had some life left. Not much, but she needed to do a quick search. Busy trying to find a place called Alabama Jack's on Google, she didn't pay attention to the commotion at the front of the gas station at first. Maggie twisted around to see what was going on when she noticed Danny lying on the ground and the 2 boys heading her way. Jake had the motor running and the car in neutral, and the first boy jumped into the backseat of the Impala, while the other one opened the driver's side and took over Jake's spot behind the wheel. "Wait a minute, what are you?" The blonde-haired guy in the backseat reached up and grabbed Maggie by the back of her hair. She wasn't about to let these guys hijack this car. Granny would be livid. She pulled away from him, but he jerked her back and yanked the phone from her hand. "Move it, Jesse," he ordered the driver. Maggie caught a glimpse of the driver. He was also in his early 20s, long dark hair, and when he looked over at her, she sensed he wasn't quite as mean as the other one. His vibrant blue eyes, bordered by the darkest eyelashes, pleaded with her to stay calm. "Don't worry, you'll be all right," he told her in a soft voice. "Let me go," she screamed. Maggie heard Jake yell the moment he saw the thugs in the Impala. All of a sudden she felt a cold, hard piece of steel at her head. She knew it was a gun but squeezed her eyes tight. "Back off, cowboy," the blonde in the back threatened. "I don't care who gets hurt. Don't hurt her, take me instead. If you're looking for money, I've got more than you'll ever be able to spend. Let her go and I'll take you to it right now," he told them. "We'll keep it in mind." The blonde grabbed the cell phone clutched in Maggie's hand and threw it out the window where it landed a few feet from Jake. "We need the use of this car to pick something up, and as long as you back off and stay away, the chick doesn't get hurt." Maggie cringed. She feared for her life with the sudden realization Jake would be left here while these young punks stole her car. Her resolve began to fade as the car began to move. "Oh please," she begged. "Let me go, you can have the car. I won't call the cops." The dirty blonde laughed. He jerked her head back again. "That's enough, let her alone," Jake shouted from a distance. "You lay another hand on her and I'll kill you." The driver spoke up. "Jerry, enough. Our mission doesn't include hurting women. Back off now." When he turned to the guy in the back seat, his eyes were cold. Maggie could feel the blonde let up a bit on her hair. She took a deep breath. "It's all right, Jake, I'm okay," she yelled to him. "Get moving," the guy in the back seat told the driver. Maggie got one last glimpse at Jake, who was standing in the parking lot, his face furious, hands clenched at his sides. Chapter 8. Son of a bitch. Jake reached down and grabbed his phone, now in pieces. There was no way to track their whereabouts. He heard the police siren and assumed the owner of the gas station called the cops. The two punks laid out Danny, knocked him out no doubt with the butt of the pistol. Now he had to assure Maggie's survival. Desperate to find a way to follow the car with no time to waste, Jake ran up to the first car that rolled into the parking lot. Two young guys were in the front seat, their radio blaring. Their heads were doing a steady bob to the tune on the radio. Jake reached in his pocket and pulled out his wallet. He shoved some bills under the driver's nose. "I've got $500 for you if you help me." Both men paid attention. "Are you for real?" the driver said as he opened the car door, eyes on the money. "I'm as real as it gets. You in?" The driver looked at the other guy in the front seat. He nodded up and down. "Yep, go for it." He nodded for Jake to get in the back. "Name's Paul," he said. Jake nodded. "Look man, I'm not here to be pals. Someone stole my girl and they're headed down 95. I need you to move this thing as fast as you can and find a pink car." "Oh man, we'll find the car for you, no problem." He backed out of the parking lot and down the ramp to get onto the highway. The car sped up and began to boogie down the road. "There's another 500 when you find the pink car within the hour." Jake reached over the front seat and dropped a few more bills as an incentive between the two. If they didn't catch up with Maggie now, he may never see her again. He would not let it happen. It's why he didn't wait for the cops. "Woohoo!" the driver hollered. He stomped on the gas. "Brian, you're the navigator. Check ahead as far as you can, and we'll find that pink car. I can use a cool grand." Brian spoke up now. "Hey, what about me? You want me to do the work and no bills for me? No way. I'll cut you in, but beings it is my ride, it seems I get the most of it." The passenger nodded. "Yeah, that'll work. I can use some money for smoke." Jake couldn't care less what they spend the money on, as long as they kept their eyes on the road. He stretched his neck to see if the Impala was in the distance, but there was nothing ahead. He pulled Maggie's phone out of his pocket and got Josh on the line. "Where have you been, man?" "I've been trying to call," Josh told him. "The guys who are after that kid can be dangerous. You need to back off and let things alone." "Too late. The car's been hijacked by those two punks, and she's in the vehicle." The one guy held a gun to her head. "I couldn't get to her without putting her life in danger." He choked on the words, his gut wrenched because he wasn't able to save her. "Not good," Josh muttered. "Hold on, Jake, stay on the line. I'll be right back." Jake punched the seat. He put her life in danger again. He closed his eyes to the time he left her on an island to write. She was so glad to have the time to herself. But when he went to go back for her, a boat capsized and he got hurt, saving this young family with a little girl. Jake remembered how he felt trying to get to her that night. This was like that night, except a million times more intense because he realized how much more she meant to him. Josh came back on the line. Any cell phones in the vehicle that we can track? Afraid not. They grabbed mine and threw it out the window. The one I'm speaking on, I had in my pocket. The GPS in the car is not plugged in. That doesn't leave us with much. You said it is a pink car. I need more details. Jake's head jerked. I don't think you need to worry. Just spotted the car ahead. I'll keep you informed. Jake turned off the phone and nudged the driver. There it is. Stay behind and don't make yourself look obvious. Got it, Paul said, a grin on his face. It's almost like that show my parents used to watch, those two cops chasing after the bad guys in Miami. Forget the name of the show. He got over in the left lane and passed two other vehicles, then wedged in between the car behind the pink Impala. Anger filled his head at the moment, and if it weren't for the gun, he'd hop in the driver's seat and run the Impala off the road. But Maggie's life was at stake. He couldn't risk it, not again. Jake punched the seat one more time, the anger at what those two punks did get the best of him. He knew he had to stay calm or she could wind up. No, he couldn't think of that. He would give up his own life to save her. The cell buzzed again. It was Josh. What's going on? He heard his friend ask. It was all Jake could not to yell in the phone. He took a deep breath to steady his voice. We've got the car in our sights, about 2 cars ahead. I'm not letting her get away. Who are you with? No clue. I paid these kids to find the car. A strangled sigh came out of the speaker. Jake, man. Don't get anyone else involved here. It could be dangerous. You don't want civilians in on this. What are you talking about, Josh? I'm a civilian, and so is Maggie. We're already involved through no fault of our own. There's no way I'll back down now. We've got the car in our sights, and it will stay that way until they get off the road. Then what, Jake? How are you going to get her away from them? They're armed. You're not. Josh crushed his fist into the seat again. I didn't think that far ahead. That's why you need to leave this to the pros. I'm working on things here on my end. Jake let out a rough, ragged sigh. Thanks, man. I know you promised your wife you wouldn't do any more spy work. But you still have connections to help Maggie, right? I can't think straight knowing she's with a possible killer. She'll be okay, Jake. Calm down, and keep me informed of every step you take. Don't approach the car. I'll get people in place the minute they stop. Jake growled into the phone. You better make them appear out of nowhere, because if there is any clear chance for me to get her out of there, I won't hesitate to do so. With or without the help of the law. He stuffed the phone back in his pocket and paid attention to the Impala ahead. Maggie slumped down in the seat, her dark brown hair flying in the wind. She let her hand linger over the door of the car, as if she were working her fingers toward the handle. A cold fear seized him then, as he realized she would try to break free the moment the car stopped. It could be an act that would get her killed. The guy had the gun somewhere in the vehicle. No, Maggie. Don't be a heroine. 15 minutes later, he saw the turn signals blink as the Impala got on the exit ramp. Jake nudged the driver to follow behind. Stay back far enough they don't get suspicious. Got it, boss. Any chance we can get the other 500 before things get crazy? In case we have to take off real quick like. Jake pulled out his wallet and grabbed all the money. He didn't count the cash, but knew it was more than 500. He brought along more than enough on the trip, because he liked to pay cash when he traveled. Maybe not a good move on his part, but it paid off at the moment. He shoved it into the driver's hand. I appreciate the help. When that car stops, she's going to make a run for it, and I need to get up close to get her out of there. The problem is the other guy has a gun. I understand if you want no part of this. What was he thinking, asking these guys to help him? They could get hurt. Why didn't you say the guy had a weapon? Brian reached under the seat and pulled out a .357 Magnum. For another $100 bucks, you can borrow my gun, he offered. I'm out of cash. Let me have it, I gave you enough money. Give him the gun. Paul snarled. He's trying to save his woman. He can't do it without help. Brian sighed in defeat and handed over the weapon. Jake grabbed the .357 and checked. Good. Cocked and loaded. He knew he would use it if he had to, even though he didn't want to ever have to shoot anyone. But this is different. They never should have pulled a gun anywhere near Maggie's head. He stuffed it into his waistband and prepared to jump out of the car the moment she tried to run. The phone rang. It was Josh again. He picked it up. Josh, we're almost on the car and she's about to attempt to escape. I can't talk right now. Jake, I have to tell you something, don't. Jake threw the phone down. He didn't have time to chat. At the stop sign, he saw Maggie's fingers touch the handle. She turned her head to the driver, then twisted towards the back seat. The guy in the back seemed not to notice, but Jake could see her actions. They were now right behind the Impala. Jake reached over and placed his hand on the door handle. He opened the door a crack, enough where he could swing the door and get out in a hurry. Sweat poured down his brow. He swiped at the dampness and took a deep breath. The driver said something to her. She stared at him again. Then as the driver began to move the car forward, her hand gripped the handle and her wrist jerked as she flung the door open. Maggie pushed herself out of the car, stumbled and began to run. Jake jumped out of the car and ran after her. The brakes on the Impala squealed as the driver stopped and rammed the car in park. The guy in the back seat jumped out without using the door and started after Maggie. She stumbled again, and Jake lifted the gun out of his waistband. The punk was not going to hurt her, not if he could help it. Jake ran towards the guy with the dirty blonde hair as Maggie got further away. She looked back and stumbled when she realized it was Jake. Keep going, Maggie, run, he yelled, but doubted she heard the words. She stood in the distance, her hand to her throat, and screamed. He needed to pay attention to these guys. He tore his eyes from her and ran towards the dirty blonde who also stumbled. He cocked the hammer and was right behind him when the punk swung around. There was no gun, and Jake let out a deep breath. Right now he had the upper hand. Hands up now. The blonde didn't put his hands up. A smirk on his face made Jake aware too late his cohort was close by. The moment he twisted his head, he saw the dark-haired punk with the darkest blues eyes right behind him. Sorry man, it's got to be done. Those were the last words Jake heard, right before what sounded like a whip cracked through the air. He supposed his head found the backside of other gun. Maggie screamed and ran, her footsteps taking her right back into the lion's den. Jake was on the ground and she flung herself on him. What did you do? She screamed at the two who stood over the fallen man. Jake, wake up, she cried as soft, gentle hands dabbed at the blood that trickled from the wound on his head. The blonde began to laugh. You killed him, good job, Jesse. He tried to high-five Jesse, but stopped short when blue eyes glared at him. Maggie stared at the scene in front of her. You killed him, she whispered, her hands on Jake's head, his still body underneath. Oh no, please. No, he's not dead, he's not dead. Tires squealed from the car Jake rode in. The blonde took off after the car. Get the hell out of here, he yelled, as he picked up one rock after another and threw it at the car, making its escape. He's evil and so are you, Maggie screamed at Jesse. She held out her hands, bloody now from Jake's head. We have to get help, she cried, the tone of her voice desperate as she begged Jesse. She didn't care if he were a criminal or not. Jake needed an ambulance. He reached down and began to pull her away from Jake. No. We can't leave him here by the side of the road. She shook her head back and forth, and tried with all of her might to pull away from this man who kept her tight in his grasp. He'll be all right, I promise, the man said, his voice stern. Listen to me, I'll make sure someone helps him. How can you say that after what you've done? She wrenched her arm free from his grip. Maggie pulled back and slapped him hard. His neck jerked and a glint of anger crossed those blue eyes. Maggie didn't care. She wanted him to feel pain for what he did. The man gripped her by the upper arms and shook her. Get a grip, he said, his voice now gruff. I know what I'm doing, and the blow didn't kill him. You need to get in the car now and follow orders. Trust me. Trust you? You've got to be kidding. He shook her again. Shish, here comes the jerk. Maggie had called the blonde jerk whenever he had spoken to her. His name was Jerry, but she refused to call him by his proper name. He had talked to her as if she were a piece of trash and she didn't care if she were his hostage or not. She would not allow someone to degrade her, ever. Jesse seemed to get a kick out of it, because during the ride in the car, he had chuckled under his breath. At first she even thought Jesse was a good guy caught up in something bad. "I need you to calm down and do what I say." A battle of wills ensued as Maggie stared hardcore at the man with intense blue eyes. How could she trust someone who knocked out the love of her life? Could she trust him to get help for Jake? He put pressure on her arm all of a sudden, and began to drag her towards the Impala. "I can't leave him here like this alone and hurt," Maggie told Jesse. The jerk came up behind her, and shoved her down into the seat. "Too bad we've killed him and you're coming with us. Why can't you leave me here and take the car? Please." "I can't leave him," Maggie begged the blonde who leered at her. He raised a hand as if he would slap her. She stiffened for the blow. "That's enough, Jerry." Jess's cold hard voice stopped Jerk in his tracks. He slid in the back seat and began to mumble. The driver turned to Jerry. "I agreed to take you to the drop point. I got you one of the biggest deals you'll ever see in your life, and you can show your boss the goods. It doesn't include hurting a woman. You've already sidetracked us by going after that kid who stole from you. We don't need any undue attention brought on us, and if you lay a hand on her again, I'll kill you and sell the goods to someone else." The blonde laughed. "I doubt that, Jesse. You're as hungry as I am to double your take on this deal. Money talks. My dad can give you the world, and you know it." Maggie stared at Jess's profile. She could see a muscle twitch in his face. He wanted to hurt the guy, but why? The things he said to her were strange as well. Why didn't he kill Jake instead of knock him out? Why did he direct the jerk away from her every time he began to get nasty? It was almost like a movie, as if he were undercover. Shoot! The sudden realization hit her, because she was in the middle of an undercover investigation, and Jesse was the one hiding his identity. Fear engulfed her and twisted in her gut. This was bad. Jesse glanced over, and the instant her eyes met his, she knew he realized she figured it out. Maggie had researched undercover work for a series she wrote once. All the signs were here. It may not be obvious to the average person, but her intense research gave her a hand up on things like this. She slammed her eyes closed. She could not deal with all this chaos. "Oh, please get help for him," her low words were all but whispered. When she opened her eyes again, Jesse was pressing a button on his watch. He raised his hand to the steering wheel, and she was so aware of that watch because a tiny glare from a light inside caught her attention. A spy watch with a microphone. Brilliant. Maggie glanced from the watch to Jess's profile. He seemed unaware she stared at him, and yet she knew he watched every single move. The sirens in the background sounded louder as the Impala peeled away from the scene, the driver determined to get back on the road before someone came after them. Maggie turned in time to see Jake stir a bit, before the ramp took him from her view. Her hand went over her mouth, and she willed him to hear her silent words of love. Chapter 9. Jake groaned and forced his eyes open. Two paramedics stood over him as daylight came into view, and then felt the rush of pure oxygen as a mask covered his face. He gasped and sucked in the air with the little energy he had left. He didn't know how he got here on the ground. All he remembered was seeing Maggie as she stood in the far distance as she called out his name. He was in a vortex of some sort. Jake tried to reach out to her as her body slipped away. She placed her hand on her throat and her eyes widened, and then she screamed. The piercing sound of her voice as she cried out his name bounced around inside his brain over and over again. First it sounded so close as if she were almost on top of him, then so far away he had to listen with all his might to hear the whisper of his name on her lips. But it was only a dream. He tried to reach out and pull her closer. He wanted to snuggle before they continued on their road trip. Jake's eyes flew open with the sudden realization he wasn't in a dream or vortex or another world. He tried to lift his arm to rip off the mask. He tried to look around to find Maggie. All he could see were the paramedics and the two guys who drove him here hovering over him. He tried to look left and then right, but there was something holding him back. "Be still, sir. You have a head wound and possible neck injury. We have you secured, so there's no use trying to struggle. You're not able to move, relax." A soothing voice spoke. Jake thought it was the paramedic, but when he tried to focus his eyes on her mouth, it didn't move. He could feel Maggie's phone vibrate in his pocket. Jake began to inch his hand towards the slit in his pocket. He had to get to the phone. What if she got away from those bastards and needed him? He jerked back and forth, grunted and tried to shake the mask off, but they had him so secure not even Houdini could get him out of this contraption. He felt something in his arm. Son of a bitch. He could feel himself begin to slip away. Whatever went through his veins made his heart rate slow down. The warmth filled him from the tip of his toes and moved in slow motion through his groins and now up his whole body until he felt wrapped in a cocoon. He couldn't help Maggie this way. Jake needed to find her before something bad happened. He left her name slide off his mouth as he moved once again into oblivion. Maggie knew the paramedics were there and would save Jake, but it didn't stop her from being so afraid for his life. He took a blunt hit to the head, even though Jesse said he didn't kill him. She saw it all when she turned around in the field. At first she wanted to keep going, to get as far away from the two bad guys as she could. Then something happened to slow her steps, almost as if fate held her back. For a split second, she knew without a doubt he was in trouble. Like when danger lurks ahead. That's how it felt, and she stopped and turned around to find Jesse behind Jake, the butt of the pistol aimed at his head. "Why did you hit him?" she asked, her voice low. "I don't know why you had to hurt him." She talked in a low tone because Jerk was in the back snoozing, something he did a lot of. Maggie blamed it on the pills he popped in his mouth on a regular basis. Even though he slid the pills in between his teeth in hopes no one would notice, she did. She caught his actions out of the corner of her eye. Maggie was good at doing research, and part of the reason was because she didn't miss too much going on around her. It was a gift, she guessed. Now all she wanted to do was take her gift and go home to Jake. It couldn't be helped. He could cause too much trouble. Jeopardize everything, Jesse said under his breath. His words could mean anything if Jerk listened from the back seat, but she knew he meant his undercover work. "What?" she seethed, her voice low. "Do you have any idea what you have unleashed? The moment Jake gets up from that fall, he'll hunt you down, and there will be no stop to Jake Hatfield when he finds the both of you." "Jake Hatfield?" "Yes, the Jake Hatfield of one of the most." Jesse held up his hand. "I know who he is." Maggie leaned closer. "How do you know Jake?" Jesse downshifted into a lower gear as he began to slow down. "I've heard of him through a mutual friend. Seems something happened with his twin brother a while back that involved our friend." Maggie relaxed. She tried to think of who would know about the incident at the campground, the one where John and Abby went undercover because someone hurt her beloved pet Penny. It was kind of adventurous until all hell broke loose. At the time she was on deadline, so Maggie had missed a lot of the action. "I need more." Jerk groaned from the back seat. Maggie twisted her head around to see him empty his pockets. The frantic look in his eyes made her pause. What if the guy was on drugs and he flipped out because he needed a fix? She looked at Jesse, worried. Jesse popped open a small plastic bottle and threw some pills in the back seat. Jerk scrambled to pick them off the floor where they landed. "Why are you handing him pills like candy?" she asked, annoyed. "I saw him take some earlier. He thought he was hiding them." "It keeps him calm. Keeps me calm too. I need to get word to Jake that I'm okay. He'll be so worried." Maggie bit her bottom lip. She knew Jake had her cell phone, and there was no way to communicate with him. "Why do you need me? Take this car and do whatever it is you need to do. Let me go." Jesse shook his head. "I can't blow my cover," he mouthed. "I'm sorry." She noticed a trickle of sweat down the side of his face. His nerves were on edge too. The man in the back seat was someone big, someone this undercover man didn't trust. "I promise when we get to our destination, I'll find a way for you to escape. Jerk will be filled with so much greed the closer we get, he won't notice if you're gone." She watched as Jesse tripped another button on his watch. He looked over at her and said in a clear voice, "Did you say that was Jake Hatfield we left in the dust back on the ramp at Parsons Crossing?" Maggie realized what he was doing. "Yes, I did," she said loud and clear. "The Jake Hatfield, real estate developer. You'll be sorry you messed with my love," she yelled as an afterthought. Jesse pushed something on his watch again and nodded to her. She could see the tiny movement, as he told someone on the other end of the microphone Jake's location. Jake would stop at nothing to find her. He would search and leave no stones unturned. It was the reason she loved him so much. He put every ounce of his 6-foot muscular frame into every single thing he did, from building a superpower company, to sweeping Maggie off her feet and loving her every single day. "Where are we going?" she asked out loud. She heard Jerk shuffle in the back seat. "None of your business," he spat. She could feel his hot breath close to her. Maggie hoped Jake would hurry and find her. She was getting tired of this guy. She couldn't wait for her love to knock this guy out. Even so, there was something nasty about him that scared her. Perhaps something evil. She knew not to cross the line, so she didn't say a word even though she wanted to. What she wanted to do was turn around and spit in his face. Jake tried to pull the IV from his arm again. For the 6th time, a nurse came in as soon as the pump began to make a loud racket, indicating he wasn't getting the fluids meant to replenish the body fluid lost. He tried to do it when the room was empty the first few times, but the minute he jerked the IV loose, the beeping began and a nurse pushed through the doors. He heard a tisk-tisk from one or two, and then they proceeded to stick the needle back in his arm again. "I feel like a damn porcupine," Jake grumbled. The charge nurse giggled. "If you stopped trying to take out your IV, we wouldn't have to poke you full of holes." She stared at him over her long dark lashes. "To be honest, I don't mind how many times I come in here." The meaning was clear, except he loved a dark-haired beauty in the grip of danger, with 2 demented men with an agenda. "Get my brother, John Hatfield. It's time I get out of here." The nurse smiled. "Dr. Hatfield is looking over your chart. He said we were to ignore all your complaints. He also said if you tried to leave, we had his permission to give you a shot that would render you harmless." Jake roared. "Get my brother in here right now." Jake tried to sit up but fell back onto the bed when he realized how weak his body was. What did that guy hit him with? He figured it was the butt end of the gun, but Jake had a headache that did render him useless. John strolled into the room. "Can't believe we got you in a hospital." Jake grunted. "Not for long. I've got to find Maggie. She's with them guys. They got her against her will and there's nothing I can do about it. John, I can't lose her." "Come on, Jake. Josh told you earlier she would be fine. She's with one of their agents. The important thing here is to heal. What if he can't protect her? I have to help. I can't lose her, not like." John sat on the side of the bed. "Mom? Is that what you mean?" Jake looked down at the sheet, unable to face his brother. "Yeah." His head pounded, his heart raced out of control. He wanted to smash his fist into the wall. Jake breathed in and out through his nostrils. "Take a deep breath, buddy. Maggie's not going to wind up like our mom. Josh told me Jessie Storm is no one to mess with. She's in good hands. He's got a watch on with a GPS, so we know their every move. Do you understand, Jake? She is in good hands." Jake almost fell apart in front of his brother. He didn't feel like the tough Jake Hatfield everyone knew. "Thanks, bro. I need to get out of here. I can't let her out there alone." "She's not alone. Maggie's with Jessie Storm." Jake growled. "He's not me." He slammed his head back on the pillow and moaned. If the pain would stop, he could find his Maggie, his love, and protect her. Right now she doesn't have anyone to turn to. She's got to be scared out of her mind. More like ready to take on the world. Josh Eden said as he strolled in the room. Josh and John shook hands. Jake tried to lift his head. He supposed John put something in his IV to calm him down. John kept messing with the tubing while they talked. "What are you talking about, Eden?" Jake stuttered, his mouth not quite moving in the direction he liked. "Listen." Josh bent over him with a small device he held in his hand. It looked like a watch. As he pushed a button, Jake heard Jessie Storm's voice first. "Did you say that was Jake Hatfield we left in the dust back on the ramp at Parsons Crossing?" Then a crackle, and his love's voice was crystal clear. "Yes, I did. The Jake Hatfield, the man will leave no stones unturned to find me. You'll be sorry you messed with my love." "Baby," Jake mumbled right before he closed his eyes again, back into oblivion. The headache disappeared. Jake felt like a new man. The nurse came in and began to take out the IV. "You look good as new," she said, a smile pasted to her face. She batted her eyes and leaned in a bit too close. Not that Jake didn't mind checking out a beautiful woman, but his mind was on Maggie and where she was at right now. He worried she was scared and alone, even if she sounded pretty confident on the recorded message. He sat up, ready to leave the hospital. He hated hospitals, and the only way they got him here was because they had to knock him out first. How long have I been out? A few hours. We need this bed, so if you're ready to go, I think as long as you take it easy, the doc will release you. I'll release myself, I'm out of here. He let her finish and got dressed. Jake wobbled a bit from all the medication they gave him as he walked out into the waiting room of the ER. John was still here, talking with a few of the other staff members. He looked up when Jake walked out. John excused himself and helped Jake outside. I've got the car over here, John told him. I want you to take it easy the rest of the day, and I'll fill you in on what's going on. Take it easy? You're kidding me, right? I've been in that hospital, taking it easy for the last few hours. It's time to find Maggie. John got in and started up the engine. Jake, you're a stubborn man. Listen to me because I know where they are, but I can't let you ride in there like John Wayne and rescue the damsel in distress. Everything is in place to capture these guys, and we can't ruin things for them. You know how it works? Jake remembered how John and Abby had to go undercover at the campground the other month. It was quite an event, one he found exhilarating at the time. Except when he assumed Maggie was at home writing her book, and in reality was watching from the parking lot in the campground. He had been in a trailer watching the chaos going on all around, and she stood there in the open, in danger, fascinated. When he realized she wasn't going to get out of the way, he charged through the chaos to keep her safe. All she wanted was more research for her writing. Thinking of her put a grin on his face. She was brave and curious, and didn't back away from anything, not even danger. That's what scared him the most. Jake, you listening? Yeah, that's what I thought. John grinned. In a few hours, Jesse Storm and this other guy are meeting with one of the biggest drug smugglers in the Keys. The reason they kidnapped Maggie is for the man on the yacht. The guy likes pretty women, and Jerry promised him a woman in exchange for a meeting. It's the only way Carlton Messerman would meet them. Jake narrowed his eyes. What? Promised a drug dealer Maggie? There's no way, I thought Jesse was on our side. John, get me there right now. Calm down, Jake. It's not going to go down like that at all. Josh and Jesse have been in contact. The orders are for Maggie to stay in the car while Jerry goes on the yacht to make the deal. When it's Jess's turn to bring her to the yacht, he's going to start a commotion so Maggie can get away. He says he has it under control. Jesse knows what he's doing. Jake slammed his fist on the dashboard. That's a stupid plan. How can he put her in danger like that? Not sure. But he promised us it would work. Said she'll have time to run. He said Messerman is the man they want, along with Jerry. If they can get them both in the same place, with the drugs on the yacht, we'd be doing a service to mankind or something to that effect. Service to mankind bullshit. Not with Maggie. I know, Jake. I wouldn't let Abby risk it either. I don't think we have a choice here. It's no one's fault you and Maggie stumbled on this guy who owed money to drug dealers. It's not even your fault that there was a sting operation going on. But we need to keep Maggie safe. You need to control your temper and keep calm. She's going to need you when this is all over. Jake nodded. He ran his hand through his hair and sighed. You're right. We didn't ask for this, did we? No one did, but it is what it is, and we are family, bro. We'll get through this like we do everything else. I've brought our own backup, in case the agency doesn't have enough. Jake laughed out loud, pretty sure he knew his twin brother. What backup, John? John nodded towards the rear of the car. Lift up that blanket off the back seat, bro. Jake stretched his arm and pulled the plush blanket off to find a few hunting rifles on the seat. We may need them if all else fails. He grinned at his brother. They would let the agency do their job, but the two brothers weren't about to be helpless if all hell broke loose. Now all they had to do was wait in the shadows until Maggie showed up with Jesse Storm. Chapter 10. Maggie knew they were getting close. Jerk woke up out of his slumber and began to talk normal at last. Jessie and him exchanged words, and from what she understood, they were meeting a very important person, the dealer, on his fancy yacht. "When we get there, Jessie, you wait in the car with her. I'll signal for you to bring her up. We're not going to give her to him until he agrees to the deal." Maggie's eyes widened. Jessie spoke with her earlier about this, and never said a word about giving her to this guy on a yacht. What was going on here? "Give me to who?" "Shut up. You sit there and stay out of our talks." Jerry's voice was pure evil, his nasty breath on the back of her neck. Her heart raced, she sensed danger. He was a mean and nasty individual when he wasn't all messed up on pills. She preferred the other Jerry, the one who was in a daze and seemed helpless. The jerk. Now she realized why Jessie had sweat pouring down his cheek earlier. Jerk wasn't a man to cross. All she wanted to do was get back to Jake. Her Jake, the man she loved and didn't care if he never proposed. All she wanted was to feel his strong arms and to hold her, and never let her go. She sighed with sadness. Maggie had to find a way to get free. She didn't care about busting these guys, it wasn't her problem. All she cared about was finding a way to be free. She couldn't depend on anyone to get her out of this mess. She would wait for the break to get away, and then no one could harm her ever again. "I need to make a stop at the rest area ahead." "Yeah, right. You can wait until we get there." Jerk was back to his usual nasty self. "I need to stop too." Jessie spoke up. Maggie was glad this was going to be her escape. She noticed the trees and brush surrounding the rest area. A quick sweep of the restrooms told her the ladies' room was on the opposite side of where the car pulled in. All she had to do was slip away from them when they weren't paying attention and run for the foliage where she could get lost. They wouldn't stick around long, they had to meet the drug dealer. They wouldn't want to waste a bunch of time to search for her through all the foliage because they were on a mission. She jumped out of the car and ran up the concrete walk towards the bathrooms. Jerk yelled for her to stop. She turned around and kept walking backwards very fast. "I'm going to pee my pants if I don't go now," she cried out, and ran with all her might to the concrete building. Her chest rose and fell as she skidded around the corner and into the small building. Maggie leaned against the cold wall until she could catch her breath. She peeked out the door to make sure no one followed her. The trees were a few feet away. All she had to do was make it to the tree line, and she could dart in and get lost in the foliage. Sweat began to trickle down her face as her heart thumped. The vein in her neck pulsed. She had to go now while she had the chance. Maggie took a step out of the concrete building. She was so close to freedom. Jessie told her one time when Jerk was inside a convenience store, they needed her to make the drug deal. Said she would be saving a lot of kids who got messed up on the drugs these guys sold. He promised to keep her out of the line of fire, said there were men everywhere. She wouldn't be in danger. She took another step. What did she care? Her life was at stake here. Let them find someone else to do their dirty work. Why couldn't they get an undercover woman to do this? Why Maggie? The tree was within her reach. All she had to do was take one more step and disappear. Disappear to freedom, while hundreds of kids would have access to these drugs that were coming in on this boat. Plus they may kidnap another woman to make the exchange. Maggie already knew what was going to happen today. Jessie reassured her she would not be in any danger. They needed her to finish this mess. To keep kids from killing themselves with drugs. Maggie took a deep breath. Her shoulders slumped. She knew the answer. "Hey, get back here." Jerk came around the corner like a bat out of hell and grabbed a hold of Maggie's arm so hard it knocked her off balance. He flung her against the tree she was trying to escape behind. She felt the bark against her back. He grabbed a chunk of her hair and slung her head back against the surface. Trying to escape, he leered, his face close enough to hers she could smell his hot breath, which was nasty and sour, as if he hadn't brushed in weeks. Maggie almost gagged. "Let me go," she pleaded. He jerked her again. This time he grabbed her around the neck and squeezed her hard. Her eyes popped open. Where was Jessie? Was he going to let this messed up crazy man hurt her? He said she would be safe. His face began to fade. The air was leaving her lungs. Fear stabbed at her heart, unsure if she could keep from passing out. She couldn't go out like this. As she struggled to lift her foot so she could kick him where it counts, all of a sudden the air shot back in her lungs as the pressure left her neck. Maggie sucked in quick breaths of precious air. She leaned over, head down, gasping, when she realized Jesse had Jerk's face down on the ground. "What did I tell you about laying a hand on Maggie? We don't need this, Jerry. We have about an hour until our meeting. Why screw everything up now? If you do, your dad will be right. You'll be the failure he said you were." When Jesse said those words, Maggie watched the life go out of Jerk. He lay on the ground and his chest heaved. Jesse let him go, then spit alongside of him. "I don't hit women. You won't either as long as you're with me." As Jesse turned his back on the man on the ground, Maggie watched in horror as Jerk shot straight up and attacked Jesse. The two began to struggle and fists flew. They weren't paying attention. She could escape, but all she did was plant her feet on the ground and watch the two fight it out. Jesse took a few blows to his face and then he got mad. It was all over for Jerk. Jesse slammed him around like a rag doll. Blood spurted out of his nose, and he rolled on the ground like a baby. "You broke my nose," he cried, furious. "I'm sorry." Jesse helped him up and shoved him towards the men's room. He looked back at Maggie, his brow raised. She knew she could run if she wanted to. The opportunity was there. It was so obvious Jesse was giving her the chance to be free. But she couldn't do it, not with a shipload of drugs that would be given to kids. She had to do what was right. Maggie turned and walked towards the car. Minutes later, the two came out of the men's room, Jerk looking a bit better than when he went in. Dried blood stained the front of his shirt, where he made futile attempts to clean it from the material. Maggie shielded her eyes when Jerk began to walk towards her side of the car. She slid down in the seat, worried he would start all over again. Instead, he hung his head. "I'd like to apologize to you," he offered. "I'm sorry I tried to choke you." Maggie raised her brow. Jerk seemed genuine, but when he began to raise his head, she could see in his eyes the daggers there. He was saying it because of Jesse. He had a long way to go before she forgave him for that act. She turned her head and nodded. There was no way she'd speak to him ever again, not in this lifetime and not if he wasn't genuine. Which he wasn't. The Impala left the rest area in a hurry, since the fight caused them to waste so much time. Jesse kept looking at his watch, pressed a button here and there and kept silent. Jerk sat in the back, tapping his fingers on the back of Maggie's seat. She scooted front a bit, not wanting him to know the tap-tap-tap annoyed her to no end. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing he could make her angry, upset, or anything. He didn't deserve the attention. She rubbed the skin around her neck. Her flesh felt as if it were on fire. She didn't get a chance to look at the damage he caused. Maggie gritted her teeth. All she wanted was to be rid of this nightmare and find her love. She prayed he waited for her at their final destination, the drug dealer's yacht. Jake paced back and forth along the edge of the room. The large vessel next door was a sleek and expensive yacht, but it held the drug dealer and the drugs the agency wanted. He couldn't believe once again he was in the middle of dirty dealings. But his Maggie, his love, she was all he cared about. None of this mattered to him. What mattered was he would be here when she rolled up in her Nan's bright pink Impala. As he thought about their road trip, up until they got mixed up with the teen, a smile crossed his face. Maggie was all he ever needed. He knew that now. She brought life into him. Before Maggie, he thought all he needed was work, his business, and to grow it so big, not even Foster Inc. could touch him. But none of it mattered if Maggie wasn't in his life. His blood boiled at the thought of Maggie in the middle of this mess. He had a special place for the guy who knocked him out with the butt of a pistol. When this was over, he didn't care if the guy was an agent or not. That blow rendered him useless and kept Jake from going after Maggie. "It's time to sit back and let us do the work, Jake. Promise me you won't go off." Jake stared at Josh. "I'm not making any promises I can't keep." Josh shook his head. "If you can't stay in the background during this, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave." "Leave?" "No." Jake stared at his friend. He knew Josh was doing his job, but there was no way he'd leave Maggie again. When she showed up, he would get her out of this mess. "I can't imagine how you must be feeling, but I'm pretty sure I know how you are thinking right now," Josh told him. Don't even think of jeopardizing the bust. Let us take care of Maggie. She'll be in good hands." Jake laughed, a rugged horse laugh with no humor attached. "Good hands? That agent almost killed me. I can't imagine what he'd do to her." Jesse had no choice but to take you out of the picture. Once everything began to unfold, he did his job. You need to keep an open mind. "Not when it comes to Maggie, I won't. I want her safe. We won't let a civilian get hurt." "You have my word," Josh said in a soft voice. Jake heard the soft click of a door open up. John came down the few steps inside the boat and closed the door. "Jake, you need to lower your voice. I can hear you on deck." "What are you doing, John? Don't you have patients to take care of?" John laughed. "You're the only one." Jake grinned and gave his brother a bear hug. "Thanks for being here, bro. I wouldn't let you do this on your own. Besides, it gets a bit boring working from an urgent care center, day and night." Josh slipped out to make sure everyone was in place. There were 2 boats filled with agents and more on the dock. The place swarmed with undercover bodies everywhere Jake looked. Dressed as ship owners, dock workers, and tourists, Josh pointed out everyone involved in a sting like this. He tried to reassure Jake there was no need to worry about Maggie. Jake worried anyway, because if something happened to her, he would never forgive himself. He looked at his bro. "John, if anything happens to the woman I love, I'm not sure." John placed an arm across his shoulder. "Don't beat yourself up, Jake. She is in good hands." Jake slammed his fist into the wall and pulled back when he realized it was made of some kind of steel. This was no ordinary boat. He shook out his fist. "What's this thing made of?" "Some kind of bulletproof material," John joked. "Everyone in place," Jake heard, as Josh came through the door and turned on the large monitor. They stood behind Josh as he watched the screen and talked into a microphone at the same time. "Give them time to pull up to the dock. No one makes a move until I call it out." The room became still. Jake stared at the screen as a pink Impala made its way to the empty parking spot in front of the entrance to the docks. Josh turned on another screen and the yacht came into full view. 2 large men came out and stood on the deck, overlooking the docks. They dressed like bouncers in a nightclub and looked dangerous. Jake eyed them both from head to toe. He may be able to take them both out. Or at least one while John nabbed the other if needed. Even though there were agents hiding everywhere, Jake's thought was to take those out who presented danger to his love. He wouldn't let anyone near her if he could help it. His head began to pound, but he willed his mind to stop the pain. She needed him. Josh typed on the computer keys, and a close-up of the driver came into view. Jesse Storm, his hands on the wheel, stared right at them through the computer camera. It looked as if he tried to keep composed. A tiny dribble of sweat formed at his brow. Just as Jake was about to turn away, he noticed how Jesse blinked 3 times in a row. 3 minutes until showtime, Josh spoke into the mic. He moved the camera to the back seat and closed in on the blonde-haired man. Jake became furious when he noticed how the dude's arm was pushing against Maggie's seat. His hand tapped on the back of her seat, and he glared at the headrest with such animosity, Jake pointed to the monitor. He knew he had to keep his eye on this man, no matter what went down. "What's going on with him?" "That's Jerry. Jesse and Maggie have been calling him Jerk. He's the one we want. His dad is one of the most protected drug dealers in Baltimore. He sent Jerry on this deal to prove himself because he knows the kid's nothing but an addict and a troublemaker, wants him to get off the drugs and prove himself. But he'll protect him with everything he's got. We want Jerry as leverage to find out who protects the old man from inside. We think the kid can lead us to the inside person. I couldn't care less what goes on with them. Keep Maggie out of any chaos." Jake glared at the monitor screen as Josh closed in on Maggie. "See, she's fine, Jake. Calm down." Jake's heart thumped. His pulse pounded and his throat went dry. "Maggie. Baby?" He felt John's arm around his shoulder. "She's beautiful." He watched as her eyes darted back and forth, looking for the help waiting there for them. He wondered if she plotted a scene in her next romance, and smiled at the thought. Maybe he'd take her on another road trip. This time whisk her off to a remote island, where it would be the 2 of them for days on end without a soul in sight. He watched as the close-up brought her in even closer yet, and his gut wrenched at the thought of not being able to kiss those lips. He grinned at the game they played before all of this happened. No kisses until she said yes. Now he didn't care, all he wanted was to hold her warm body in his arms. Jake bent down towards the screen. He reached out and placed his finger on the screen, and noticed a tiny bruise at the corner of her mouth. He looked lower to see large red streaks across her neck. Maggie's eyes, dark and scared, looked right into the camera. She didn't know the lens focused on her. To anyone else she looked strong, brave, and capable of the job ahead, but all he saw was the woman he loved, the one who was in the midst of danger and whose scared eyes darted back and forth, desperate to find a way out of the mess. Son of a bitch. I thought you said she was safe with Jessie Storm. Oh, Jake. This is the first I noticed. I know Jessie got in a scuttle with Jerry and had to break his nose. I'm guessing this is why. Josh pointed to Maggie's neck. The anger in his voice was apparent. I'm sorry, Jake. Don't stop me from helping her, that's all I have to say. Jake, stay here. Watch this screen, and let it go down the way it's supposed to. I swear if anyone gets close to her, I'll have my men on them. I will appoint a few men for the task. He didn't wait for Jake to answer, but picked up another gadget that he spoke into. Jake raked his hand through dark hair. I've about had enough of this secret agent crap. He began to pace back and forth. How long? 1 minute. Stay calm, Jake, please. It seemed like forever. Then he heard the countdown, and went back to the screen where Josh had the screen back to normal, monitoring the area right outside. All Jake wanted to do was to step out through the door and pull Maggie out of the line of danger. He was so close, and yet he had to let it play through. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and there they go. Jerry swung his leg over the top of the car door and jumped to the ground. He turned and spoke a few words to Jessie and made his way to the fancy yacht. Jake didn't realize sweat trickled down the side of his own face. Jessie spoke into his watch. So that's how they communicated. He remembered Josh did the same thing once. Typical agent gadgets at work. It's on. As soon as Jerry turns to wave me on, the 2 goons may come down to get Maggie. I need you to move before their feet leave the last step. Josh spoke into his own watch. Jake rolled his eyes. It was a 3-ring circus with Sherlock Holmes and their gadgets everywhere. 10-4. Make sure she's clear. Jake heard her voice in the background. Soft, scared, and his heart filled with love. Let's get this over with. There's someone I want to kiss. The corner of his mouth tilted upwards. Then he let out a loud, hearty laugh. Jake? John asked, confused. She said yes. She'll marry me. What? It's a long story. I'll explain later. Let's get her out of there. Chapter 11. Maggie's nerves were tipping the scale. She was about to throw up. The 2 goons on deck looked more like gangsters in a scene from a movie. She swiped at a drop of sweat that poured down the side of her face. What do we do now, Jessie? She asked. Wait. Don't get impatient. I promise I'll move you out of the line of fire. Maggie hoped so. If he didn't, she would run like the devil chased her, because she planned to find the love of her life and kiss him so thorough he would never want to be without her. It was the only thing she had on her mind. Not the thugs up ahead or the drug bust, but the man of her dreams who waited for her somewhere close by. She could feel him here, and began to search the area to perhaps get an idea of where he might be. She wanted Jake so bad. Okay, Maggie. Here's what I want you to do. We're going to get out of the car and stand side by side. When I give you the signal, I want you to slide to the ground and roll under the car. I'll make sure you're out of view. Maggie looked at Jessie. Roll under the car? That's how I'll be saved? You're kidding me. What if these guys start to shoot? How is this car going to save me from flying bullets? Now her adrenaline began to kick in. Fear began to take over, seeping up from the bottom of her toes and closing in on her. She couldn't breathe. Jessie Storm swore. Don't argue, do what I tell you. When I give the signal, all hell will break loose, and I want you under the car. Let's go. He nodded towards the 4 men on the deck of the yacht. The drug dealer, a small dark-haired man, stood beside Jerry and pointed towards the Impala. Jessie opened the driver's side door and got out. He held out his hand, and Maggie reached over the console and let him pull her out. Her hand shook as she crawled over the seat to go out the same door. She needed to stay right near him, so she could slip under the car when he told her to. "It's okay, stay calm," he said again. "Easy for you to say. I'll bet you've done this stuff 1,000,000 times." "No, not 1,000,000. This is the first bust I'll be involved in." Maggie's eyes widened. She twisted her head to look at this man, who reassured her everything would go smooth. She was about to get all indignant when he gave her a push. "Move now." Maggie dropped to the ground in a flash, then flattened herself out and rolled under the car. It happened to be easier than she realized. Jess's booted foot nudged her body further in. She heard someone yell from the boat. Then it started. She heard a helicopter in the distance as feet shuffled all around her, and the lone shot that started a hailstorm of gunshot fire. Maggie trembled. This would not end well, she felt it in her whole being. She also was not going to lie here and be a target for some gun-toting criminal to shoot up. Maggie scooted on her belly towards the side of the car. She wanted to look out to see if she could get a clear view and make a run for it. There were buildings and storefronts all around the docks, and she contemplated making a run for one of them. She couldn't see Jessie anywhere close by. Then what she saw caused her to bite down on her bottom lip so hard she drew blood. Beside the yacht was another ship close to the same size. Out of nowhere, two men, side by side, dropped to the ground from the boat's deck and began to walk into the battle. Jake and his twin brother John stormed the ground, a long rifle in front of them, their hands at the ready in case they needed to shoot. It was like a scene from a movie, and in her mind she played the song in the background, the one where they sing, "Here Comes My Hero." Jake looked so hot, and she wanted to scoot out from under the car and run to him, but knew there were still bullets flying around everywhere. He could get hurt or killed. She shoved a fist in her mouth, so she didn't bite on her lip again. She needed to save them for when she kissed him so hard. The closer the men got, the harder it was to stay put. When the sound of bullets ceased, she rolled out from under the car and ran into his arms. Jake shoved the rifle towards his brother and lifted her up into his arms. Voices began to shout around them, but all they cared about was each other. Tears of relief and joy streamed down her face, and when she looked into his beautiful eyes, she saw the same reflected there. "Oh, Jake, I love you. I'm so glad to see you. Baby?" He choked on his own voice. Maggie could hear the tenderness and emotion rock him. Her love, the man of her dreams. The realization of what they went through in the last 24 hours began to take its toll on her physical and mental status. She began to weep in his arms. Jake picked her up and held her close. She wrapped her legs around him. They stood there in the middle of all the commotion, like two long-lost lovers who discovered each other for the first time. His face nuzzled her neck, and then he lifted his mouth to hers so close she could feel his breath. She nodded her head and began to shower him with kisses, and felt the rumble in his chest as he kissed her back hard. Maggie couldn't get enough of him. His strength began to seep into her own body. The strong arms that held her tossed those wrecked emotions aside. He dropped soft kisses on her neck as she titled her head back. "I'll kill the man who put these marks on you." She almost forgot how that creep choked her at one point. Now the reminder began to fill her up inside with emotional turmoil. Her tears dried up as the anger began to take over. Her whole body stiffened. Jake set her back down and titled his head, a questionable look on his face. "Where is the little drug-dealing creep?" Maggie twisted her head around to find the bad guys lined up in a row, their arms tied behind their backs. Shackles held their legs together, so all they could do was walk in a slow shuffle towards the van that would take them to prison. Armed agents stood beside the criminals. Maggie knew Jake was behind her as she walked towards Jerry, but he didn't try to stop her. She was glad. She needed to have her say. Her steps stilled when she saw Jerry. Jesse was right behind him, his feet shackled, and his hands tightened with a plastic strap they used for handcuffs behind his back. Why was Jesse going to jail? He was undercover. He wouldn't need to go there, unless he was trying to protect his cover. He turned out not to be too bad of a guy, and he did protect her from Jerk. She faced the two. "I'm not sure why I got to be so lucky to be kidnapped by the two of you, but thank you, Jesse, for keeping me as safe as you did. Now you jerk, yes that's what you are, can rot in prison for all I care. You're a brute, and you deserve to have the living daylights kicked out of you." She heard Jerk growl, and then his spit flew through the air. Jake stepped in front of her, and his muscular arm flew through the air and a fist landed in the center of Jerry's face. The line of criminals teetered. The shuffle of feet closed in as some of the agents, armed with guns, crowded around Jake. Josh stepped up. "Back off," he ordered to his men. The older man nodded to the guards as they shuffled the men into the van as quick as they could before Jake blew up again. Josh seemed to know his temper, Maggie thought, her love for him growing stronger each moment they stood there. "That's a little taste of what you'll get if you ever get out of prison and get near Maggie, my soon-to-be wife," Jake told him, his voice low, and yet it reverberated through the chaos. She could feel his muscles clench and gyrate under her hand. Maggie beamed. "Your soon-to-be wife?" she asked. "What makes you think so?" She curled her arms around his back and snuggled her face into his shirt. He turned and cupped her face in his hands. "Oh no, Maggie McCoy. You don't get away with any refusal this time. I heard you when you were in the car. I heard you loud and clear tell him you couldn't wait to, and I quote, 'Let's get this over with. There's someone I want to kiss.'" She grinned. "I did say those words, didn't I?" "Yes." His soft kiss took her breath away. They stood in the middle of the chaos again, as the van began to drive off, and the agents disappeared on the yacht to look for the drugs. "It feels so glorious to be back in your arms, Jake Hatfield." Jake looked at her, long and hard, his emotions on his sleeve. He was such a man's man, big and strong with muscles that could hurt someone, and yet could wrap her in an embrace that was so gentle. "When I found out you were with those men, I wasn't sure if I could go on. But I knew I would move every mountain on this earth to find you, baby." She smiled and rubbed her hands over his muscles. "With these arms, I can believe it." He didn't smile or grin or laugh at her joke. His face was so serious it scared Maggie. "Jake?" Concern for him began to creep up. "Are you all right?" He slid his arms from around her and took a step back. What in the world, she wondered. What was wrong with him? They were together, and all she wanted was to be wrapped in his arms. Why did he back off now? Jake took her hand in his, then dropped to one knee. He squeezed his eye closed for a moment, and when he opened them, the love and emotions were there for her to see as clear as the brightness of the daylight. "Maggie, I've been so afraid to take this next step." Maggie wanted to touch him, to place her hand over his mouth to still the emotions that rocked his soul. But she stood there quiet, because he needed to do this. His chest rose. "I can give you any material possession you ever dreamed of. I'm not sure if you realize how large my company is, or how much money I have. Somehow I doubt you even care. I know it isn't what you want from me. I've held back so long because of the fear I have of losing you." She reached up and touched his face. "I love you, Jake. It doesn't matter. We can go on like we were. I'm happy. After what happened today, all I want is your love. But it's not all I want anymore. I realized how much I would lose if you didn't return to me. I was a fool all along, afraid if I married you then you would die like my mother did. It doesn't even make sense now that I say it out loud. I'm sorry and ashamed, and I'm not going to ever let you go. I've talked myself into believing we would see what tomorrow brings. That's fool's talk. All I want from you now is to show you where tomorrow leads, with your hand in mine, as your husband and protector." Tears flowed down Maggie's cheeks. "Are you asking me to marry you?" "Yes." "Will you, Maggie? Will you marry me, and do the honor of becoming my wife?" Maggie dropped to her knees and touched his lips with her own. She wrapped her arms around his in the middle of the parking lot, as the chaos continued around them. Agents walked by, shaking their heads, but Maggie didn't care. She didn't see them. All she saw was her Jake, the man who made all her dreams come true, spill his soul to her in the middle of a drug bust. It would be funny if it weren't for the tears that glistened on her cheeks. After some time he said to her, "Where do we go from here?" Jake helped her up and held her in his arms. "Home," she told him. "Let's go home. I have a wedding to plan." Jake smiled down at her, his eyes full of love. "In another 5 years or so, Maggie. You have plenty of time to plan a wedding." She rolled her eyes and stared at him in shock. 5 years? When Tomorrow Ends. Part number 3. Chapter 1. You did it again, Maggie told him. I'm sorry, baby. It's this project that keeps me here until late. She heard the frustration in his voice, and pictured him raking his hand through the dark hair she loved to run her fingers through. Maggie sighed. This was the third time in the last week he canceled dinner plans. It's good I didn't cook anything, or make reservations. Even though she cooked a meal that was no longer fresh, she wasn't about to tell him so. Jake laughed. Come on, Maggie. When do we ever make reservations? Everything we do is fly by the seat of our pants the way our schedules run. Maggie grinned because he was right. Her long hours at the computer, writing stories, and his longer hours in board meetings and on the job, didn't leave much time for dinner, let alone going out much. They would grab something when hungry and keep going. Except Maggie turned on the cooking channel the other week, and to her surprise began to experiment with different recipes. She didn't think she liked to cook because she worked with her nose to the grindstone for the last few years on her bestsellers, so who had time for anything else? Maggie had a sudden desire to throw together some exotic dishes for him, and she found herself in the kitchen more than she wrote. She wanted to learn something different, and what better way to entice her man than with some great food? Maggie sighed. She loved Jake with all her heart. He was the one to drop her to her knees with one look. It's all good, love. I won't bother you any more tonight because I want you to come home soon and forget about work, so all you have to think about is me. Sounds nice, baby. What are you wearing? Maggie giggled into the phone. Who said I was wearing anything? Then made it a point to hang up without another word. He would finish up and be home soon, she hoped. Jake was a hands-on guy. He had to be there day and night with his crews and even in the boardroom to run his company. Now she hoped he'd come home with those hands and show her what they could do. She missed his touch. It had been days since he held her in his arms. Day 8. Red Ink was the second largest real estate developer along Florida's coast. Jake worked at a frantic pace because he wanted to outrank his rival, Foster Corp., the #1 company in the area. It was an older, more established firm, but Jake didn't care. Maggie knew he'd do it someday. Except there were nights when she hungered for him to come home so she could fall in his arms. She wrote bestsellers, and her contract with the publishing house ended 2 weeks ago. Maggie was no longer obligated to put out a certain number of books. She wanted to celebrate her newfound freedom and the next step in her career with the man of her life. Maggie had some extra time on her hands, and she wanted to be with him before she got busy with her next project, self-publishing. She began to clear off the kitchen table. The pan-seared scallops on linguine with tomato cream sauce didn't appeal to her at all now that she would eat them alone. The creamy texture looked as if it were drying out because it sat for so long. She set the dishes on the counter and shrugged as she grabbed the bottle of wine instead. As she kicked off her heels, Maggie straddled a kitchen chair, her arm in the air, and tilted the bottle back. She sat there in the same spot for a long time and sipped on the wine until there was less than half of the bottle left. Jake had asked her to marry him a few months ago after their crazy road trip, and she'd said yes. But he didn't want to get married yet, he'd said. All she wanted to do was plan a wedding, and he wanted to wait 5 years. In 5 years she'd be over the hill. When she told him she had no intention of waiting 5 years, he told her to have patience with him. He had to work some things out, but she was getting tired of waiting and wondering what kept him from going through with their plans. Sooner or later, he had to share his deep emotions and dark secrets with her, didn't he? A dribble of wine ran down her mouth. She swiped it off and caught a reflection of herself in the glass door. How pitiful was she? Sitting alone for hours, wearing a sexy strapless short dress now yanked up high on her thigh. She wore it so it would be easy to remove. Except Jake wasn't here. He was building the biggest company ever. Her phone rang. Hello. Guess what I'm wearing? Maggie laughed, a bit intoxicated from the wine. He would call her like this and tease her before he was about to leave work. In reality, it would be several hours until he showed up, because something always came up that he had to take care of. He tried so hard to keep her content and happy, because the hours he worked were extreme. But most nights she curled in bed and fell asleep before he got home. Maggie would wake up the next day to find him asleep in the living room, the computer in his lap. "I don't know, love. What are you wearing?" "Turn your head this way and you'll see," he teased. The glow of the moon portrayed a reflection of a shadow on the porch. She turned towards the door to find him standing there in nothing but his work boots. Surprised, Maggie jumped out of the chair and unlocked the door. It was good the house sat by itself in seclusion, otherwise any neighbors would have seen his full moon glow. The front door flew open and she fell into his strong, tanned, male arms that wrapped themselves around her. He crushed his mouth to hers and picked her up at the same time, backing her against the kitchen table. There was no time to welcome him home or ask him if he was hungry, because she knew he was hungry. For her. She didn't try to think, she wanted those strong hands all over her flesh. He broke the kiss. "You smell like heaven," he told her and began to place soft, desperate kisses along her neck. She shivered at the heat from his mouth. Jake looked at her with the intent of a man on a mission. "I'm sorry I've neglected you. I heard it in your voice tonight. Maggie, I don't ever want you sad because of me. That's one of the sweetest things you've said to me. I don't want to be sweet. I want to rip off that sexy black dress and watch as you scream with pleasure right now." Maggie smiled. "When you stood there in nothing but a pair of boots, I knew you were here to rock my world, which I don't want you to take off. There's something way too sexy about this." Jake used to be so gentle when they made love, until he found out she didn't mind if he got a bit wild. When they were in the Pocono Mountains, he found out serious Maggie McCoy liked it rough at times too. He no longer treated her like a precious china doll every time. She leaned back on the kitchen table, because he was about to take her right there. He growled like a madman, and didn't waste any time as he stripped the dress off in one desperate move. Jake didn't mess around, he got right down to business and threw her legs over his shoulders as he leaned her back on the table and slammed into her. Maggie cried out his name as he drove into her, relentless, until she could no longer utter another word. "Open your eyes, baby, let me watch you explode," he demanded. She reached out and gripped the ends of the table, and opened her eyes to find his dark, intense gaze on her, as the tremors began and her world began to shatter in tiny pieces. Maggie didn't realize she cried out again and again, until he silenced her mouth with his own. She shivered and curled into him as he picked her up off the table. "Maggie, I love you. I feel like a rag doll," she whispered. "You love me?" he questioned. He grinned when she nodded her head. "What's wrong, baby? Can't speak." She lifted her arm and punched him with the little strength left. "You render me speechless, love." He was a king tonight who conquered his queen. She'd let him think so because every time he went a bit wild in the love department, she got rewarded. She couldn't wait to see what he would do next time. "You didn't answer my question." "If I love you?" "Of course I do. I love you." He dropped her on the soft mattress in their bedroom and pinned her to the bed. As he looked down at her, Maggie saw the deep love in his eyes for her. He tried hard to please her, and she realized how foolish she could be at times. Maggie had everything she needed and could ever want, all rolled up right here with this man. "Say it again." He pinned her arms above her head and nuzzled her neck. "Say it again." Maggie giggled. "I love you. You're the man of my dreams, the one who has my heart, my lover, my best friend, my rock, my knight in shining armor, my—" He stopped her with a long, slow kiss that stirred her insides again. She didn't think she had anything left to stir up. "I need you again, Maggie. I can't help myself." Jake did everything with so much intensity. He worked hard, played harder. His kisses trailed down her skin and across the tips of her breast. She shivered and opened herself to him again. He slid into her, slow and easy, his movements a tease to her senses. He slowed even more, and almost stopped when he found himself deep inside of her. Maggie moaned and moved her hips to urge him on. He shook his head. "Nah, Maggie, my love. I'm going to torture your sweet body until you cry out my name over again and again," he said in a low, husky voice. He let her hands go and gripped her hips, so she reached down between them and began to stroke him there as he pulled away from her. "I can make you cry out my name first," she told him. He groaned in her ear, his warm breath against her skin and his low moans heating up her flesh. The game was over when he began to move in a steady rhythm, until they both escalated into another dimension, as their worlds shattered once again. "Jax, get off of me." Maggie went to push the setter away. Jax's hot breath rested on her cheek, and she knew the tongue would hit her in the eyeballs the moment she stirred. Even though he was almost a year old habits died hard. He always woke her up like this, with a wet-tongued kiss every single morning. Jake came around the corner, a towel around his neck. Blue jeans hugged his hips. "Sexy as ever," she said and licked her lips. He placed a kiss on her mouth. "Good morning, baby. I hate to run, but work calls me." Maggie stretched. "I know. I better get moving myself, although I've been in a slump here of late. Seems like since I no longer have a contract, I can't get moving to self-publish." She rolled over on her stomach. "What if I lost it, Jake? What if I can't write anymore?" Jake sat on the bed, reached over and pulled her onto his lap. "Baby, don't lose confidence in yourself. This is the best thing ever to happen to you. Now get downstairs and put your butt in that chair I bought you and write." Maggie kissed him, a short hard kiss, and jumped from his lap. "You're right. Time to get to work." She took a few paces, then turned around. "I almost forgot. Oh, Jake, do you have to go into work today? Can't you come along with me, as I research for a new fiction story?" He was on his phone checking his texts. He looked up and nodded, but she knew he didn't hear a word of what she asked, back in Jake Hatfield mode, emperor of his kingdom. She walked in front of him and bowed down. "Your Highness, would it be possible to have a word with you, O mighty one?" Jake flung back his head and roared. "My little servant wench, I would say to get on your knees, but you're already there." He slid off the bed, and on his knees as well. He gathered her hands in his, and took a long look at her left finger. "We need to put a ring right here," he told her, serious. "We haven't had time. From the moment we got back from our road trip, you were on the go, busy at work, trying to make up for lost time. I'm not going to pick out my own ring, Jake." He brought her hands up to his mouth and kissed them, one knuckle at a time. "I am so sorry. Let's start over. Tonight we go for a ring. I'll work until 5 o'clock, and when I come home, be ready for a night out on the town, you and me." "I'll be ready. I do love you, Jake. I want to put a ring on your finger and marry you." He gathered her in his arms and kissed her so long, she almost lost herself in him again. She pulled back before she was late for her appointment. "Are you sure you won't go with me?" "I'm not sure where you are going, baby. Last week I told you about the ship they're going to sink off Key West. When I explained I wanted to get some writing material, they were happy to let me ride along. I'll be on the boat with the explosive expert. I think my next book series is going to be about these alpha male bad boys, and one of them plays with dynamite." Jake shook his head. "Sorry, I can't, but you have a good time. I'll see you here right after 5, I promise I'll be here. I'll call you later." Maggie headed for the shower. Tonight would be another glorious lovemaking session with her own alpha male. She shivered at the thought. Jake was coming around at last. Chapter 2. Key West boomed with activity. After she secured the top, Maggie parked her pink convertible Impala in a space at the docks and wandered around as she looked for the demo team. Sailboats, small speedboats, and any other kind of ship you can imagine appeared out of nowhere. They reached so far out into the water, it looked like dots peppered the ocean. Maggie hoisted her slick new camera over her head and checked the lens to make sure the cap was off. Photos always helped when she began her research. She snapped a few pictures while she stood on the dock and then spotted the demo boat. BKH dive team stood out in bold script across the side. The testosterone dripped in spades when she got on the boat. 4 men, all in dark dive suits, smiled at Maggie and welcomed her. They stood in a half circle, their muscular bodies surrounding her. Maggie couldn't believe her good fortune. She stood smack dab in the middle of a sexy romance scene. The sinking of the ship was going to be a minor part in her next book, but all of a sudden she came up with a whole series that included 4 divers with sexy drop-dead smiles and muscles that made a lady drool. "You must be Maggie McCoy," one of the men said. Maggie smiled. "Yes, I'm Maggie. Who is the demolition expert?" "That would be me," a deep voice said from behind her. She turned in time to see a larger man get onto the boat, his dive suit like the others except he wore a hard hat and a bright orange vest. He had the most disarming smile ever, and when Maggie reached out to shake his hand, his warmth flowed over to her. He was to die for, handsome with dark, steady eyes, and had a body that would render most women speechless. Except Maggie had Jake. "I'm Ben. I'm here to watch the sinking of the ship, and learn a few things about explosives." He motioned for the other guys to retreat. "Go find someone else to drool over," he told them. "Miss McCoy is with me for this ride. She's mine, so back off, men." She looked at him, surprised and worried at the same time. "I'm not anyone's." "Well, I'm Jake's. I have a man." The demo expert placed an arm around her shoulder. "This way, Jake's woman. Perhaps we can change that before the day is over." Maggie wondered if perhaps she should turn around and get off the boat right now. The guy was hitting on her. It became obvious as he spoke to her about how he placed the explosives to make the ship sink upright. Every time he pointed to something, he would brush his hand on her arm or get too close. It was a bit disarming, because he was so hot. But she loved Jake, and even though another man made her feel like this, Jake was the one to make her tremble and shudder with his touch. "How long will it be before we reach the site?" Maggie asked. She could see the vessel over the horizon, but it looked so far away. "It won't be long now. Here." He handed her a hard hat. "Wear the hat from this point on." He placed it on her head, and his fingers were gentle as he ran them down the side of her face, along her neck and shoulder and down her arm. She swallowed and dared to look into those eyes. Maggie needed to tell him to stop. She wasn't a frozen statue. She struggled with her emotions, because it felt good to have someone pay attention to her. Jake didn't have time to take her places like this. Ben was a player. He was the type of man who had no desire to be with one woman. He loved them all, and would take advantage of the fact he was drop-dead gorgeous. She had a man who loved her to the moon and back. Why did this guy have to be so sexy? Maggie looked over the water to see the majestic naval ship in the distance. The other ships and sailboats in the water dotted the ocean, as they stayed on the backside of the barriers that bobbed in the water. The sun wasn't shining much today. It seemed a storm brewed somewhere in the distance. "Let's get this done before the storm." Ben began to take his job serious, as he moved away from Maggie and belted out orders. He checked several devices on board, then checked his watch. Phone calls began to come in, and Maggie watched as the team of divers prepared for this event. These playboys weren't pretty boys who stood around and looked, well, fine. They took their work serious. She snapped a few photos when no one watched, but realized she didn't need a picture. The images were in her head, and they'd stay there for sure. "Miss McCoy, come on over here," Ben offered. She stood beside him on the deck, and it seemed as if the whole world became quiet. The noises in the background of people talking seemed to fade. Not even the soft music playing on the stereo deflected from the scene at hand. A tugboat sounded off its horn, as a warning to all who were close to the ship. "And we'll be blasting in 3 minutes, Ben spoke into a mic attached to his ear. "Maggie, do you want to count down?" "Yes." She scooted closer to the microphone as the two stood face to face. Ben could have removed the piece from around his ear and held it out for her to speak into, but he didn't. "All you have to do is talk into here," he said, and moved a bit closer to her so they were almost touching. Maggie noticed a television camera to the side, but didn't pay much attention until Ben told them they were live on their local station. "This is so exciting," she blurted out, as the adrenaline kicked in. "I know what kind of story I'll write." "What's the storyline?" he asked, his mouth so close to hers. "Woman meets bad boy explosion expert. They get stranded on a desert island for a start," she said, the excitement in her eyes. "Then they get caught up in a love affair of the heart in." "Countdown begins now," a voice said from another boat. Ben nodded to her. "I'll start, you finish," he told her. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. She spoke in the mic. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and fire. The moment she said the last word, an explosion racked the air. The subtle riveting of the water rocked the boat. Maggie, fascinated, watched as the swirling foam began to pull the ship down as it made its slow descent into the ocean waters. It began to sink and the back end went down first. "Amazing," Maggie whispered. She forgot to snap any photos of the scene before her. After a minute and a half, the ship disappeared below the surface of the water. All that stood in its place was a whirlwind of swirling water topped with white waves. A shout riveted the air, and the men on board raised their arms and yelled along with the others. It sounded like the waters off the coast of Key West came alive, as people roared in victory. Maggie watched the commotion from behind the scenes as the men on board clapped each other on the back and shook Ben's hand. "Congrats! You did a great job with the explosives." Ben grinned. "Now let's get the flag raised." He began to put some tanks on his scuba diving suit, then he walked over to her. "You can watch us from inside the cabin over there," he pointed. "We have an underwater camera, and you can see what we're doing." Maggie took a seat on the stool in front of the screen. A few others stood with her and watched as the 5 divers went down in the water towards the ship. There was still a bit of disturbance and cloudy water as it settled in the ocean's floor, but the divers were easy to spot. Maggie had the privilege of being right here, up close and personal to this historic event. She kept her mind on that thought instead of the 5 men whose bodies filled up the wetsuits with their big, strong muscles. When the divers reached the ship, one of the men took a flag and unrolled it, then attached it to the ship. Its material unfolded, and the Key West logo stood proud on the helm of the sunken ship. The 5 men faced the flag for a moment, and then Ben turned and faced the camera and mouthed her name right before he blew her a kiss the world would see. What would Jake think if he saw another man blow her a kiss on national TV? Jake paced back and forth in front of the display case. He told Maggie they would get a ring tonight, but he planned to surprise her with one instead. It was hard to take time off with his busy schedule at work, until it occurred to him he could do whatever he wanted since he was the boss. It wouldn't hurt him a bit to relinquish some of the work to someone else. His secretary wouldn't do it. He asked her to go look for one earlier and she threw a fit. He grinned when he thought back at the conversation. He was late for a meeting, and one of the work sites had a few complications. Bonnie came into his office with some papers for him to sign. "Bonnie, since I'm running late for my meeting, can you do me a huge favor?" he asked her, his head down as he looked over the papers she put on his desk. "Sure, boss. What can I do for you?" Bonnie asked, her cool, no-nonsense attitude ready for whatever task he asked of her. That attitude was the reason he hired her, because she got the job done and didn't need to be coddled. "This isn't work-related, and I hate to ask or even have you do this, but there's a ring at the jeweler's I want to get for Maggie. Can you pick it up for me?" Bonnie didn't say anything, which seemed unusual. After a few seconds of silence, he looked up from the paperwork. She stared at him. Hard. "What kind of ring?" "A diamond. You know we are engaged. I haven't been able to buy a ring yet, with my schedule and all." "Have you picked out this engagement ring yet?" Bonnie's blue eyes bore into him, and he came to the sudden realization she was about to tell him off. He set the pen down and looked at her. "No, I didn't. I hoped you could pick out a nice one, you know." She walked over to the desk and yanked the signed papers from his grasp. As she walked out the door, she turned her head and said to him, "Jake Hatfield, that is the lamest thing you ever asked me to do. The answer is no. Do it yourself." Now here he stood in front of the display case, as nervous as a teenager going on a first date. He stuffed his hands deeper in his pockets and rocked back and forth on his heels. The jeweler wanted him to come back for the inscription, but he insisted on waiting. Now he stood there almost in a panic, because he never picked out a ring for a woman before. He never needed to. She was the first woman he ever loved enough to want to buy a ring for. The TV screen on the wall caught his attention as a red strip flashed the words "Live" across the screen. A young, pretty, dark-haired news reporter stood on a charter ship reporting the latest. Jake watched for a moment before he picked up the remote sitting on the glass case and turned up the volume. "This is Angela Dalton of QTY Channel 14, reporting from the BKH diving charter. I'm here with the bad boys of Boat Key Harbor, who are about to sink this fine Navy vessel." Her voice droned on, but Jake followed the camera as it focused on men in wetsuits lined up to watch the explosion. "Bad boys of Boat Key Harbor." Jake fumed. Maggie was going to meet an explosive expert to do some research. He didn't realize it would be Ben's group. Jake began to breathe in short bursts of air through his nose. He dished out his cell and called her number, but it went straight to voicemail. He called his secretary instead. "Bonnie, have you heard anything from Maggie?" "Since you left," she asked. "I hope you're where I think you are." Bonnie was younger than him, but acted like his mother at times. Any other time he didn't mind, but not now. "No, she hasn't called." "What's wrong?" "She went to do some research today." "Turn on your TV." He waited. The seconds seemed like minutes before he heard her reply. "Oh, I see her now." Jake had turned away from the screen to make the phone calls. When he looked up, there was Maggie, her face up close and personal with Ben Trooper. The news reporter stood right beside the two and held the mic towards them. He bent his head to hear her voice. "I know what kind of story to write now," he heard her say. "Woman meets bad boy explosion expert. They get stranded on a desert island for a start. Then they get caught up in a love affair of the heart." Ben leaned into her on purpose, raised his hand, and Jake watched as he took advantage of Maggie's excitement as Ben ran a finger down her arm. He could see Maggie caught up in the moment. All Ben saw was another notch in his belt. Jake gritted his jaw and clenched his fists. These guys were notorious bad boys who didn't care who knew. Jake understood they were an elite team of demolition experts who came home from Afghanistan and started their charter business. He used them several times when he needed an old hotel or building to come down. But no one, not even Ben Trooper, would hit on his woman and get away with it. Not as long as Jake had a heartbeat in his body. He stormed out of the jewelry shop and into his work truck, banging gears as he headed for Key West. Chapter 3. Maggie drew in a deep breath. The sky above began to cloud over, then get dark all of a sudden. "Are we okay out here?" she asked. The reporter and her crew were gone, and most of the other boats that dotted the water drifted away. Ben and his men were working on some of the details, along with a bit of celebration. A cooler stocked with cans of beer sat on the deck. She reached in and grabbed one before she closed the lid and sat down on top of the cooler. "This is scary yet breathtaking," she told Ben. Ben nodded. "The skies are not looking good. We'll head back to shore in about 10 minutes, he told her, all business. Maggie sat down on the cooler with a beer in her hand and watched the men flex their muscles as they worked. 5 hot alpha males in tight wetsuits. She wondered if Jake liked to scuba dive because she'd like to see him in a wetsuit. Perhaps their next road trip would be somewhere they could do a bit of diving. Even though she could snorkel, it would be fun to learn to dive with Jake. A blast of rain hit her like someone punched her in the face. The skies opened up so quick, and before she could say a word, her clothes were drenched. "Maggie, I suggest you get inside," Ben shouted. "Bad storm ahead. Put on a vest." She jumped off the cooler and ran. The boat began to rock, and the men scattered to get control of the ship. The helmsman opened the door and she fell into the bridge, grateful to get out of the pelting rain. As each man finished their job at hand, they followed her out of the bad weather. The boat rocked back and forth in unsteady movements. Maggie felt giddy at first. She didn't realize she could become seasick. She slid down on a seat and used the seatbelt, then put her head down on her knees. One of the men told her to breathe deep and steady, and focus on something besides the fear of the storm. "I'm not sure I can," Maggie whispered. The storm was terrifying. She wasn't sure she could stay calm. "Breathe in," she told herself and inhaled. Maggie didn't realize she forgot to let the air out when Ben opened the door and a burst of air and wind startled her. She let out her breath in one big whoosh. "Let's ride this out, men," he ordered. "There's trouble ahead." Maggie lifted her head. "What do you mean, trouble?" "Some engine problems." "No worries," he told her and smiled. When she looked into his eyes, she saw his concern. This was not good. "I never rode out a storm before. I wish Jake were here." Maggie put her head down again and squeezed her eyes closed. If she were to think of something else, it would be of him. She imagined his arms as they held her while the boat rocked and creaked and bounced in the water. She forced her stomach to settle because she didn't want to get sick now. The thought of Jake did settle some of these fears. "We're close to Dry Tortuga. Let's see if we can get there away from the storm," Ben told the others. The hustle of the men as they wrestled the boat in the storm was lost to Maggie, who stuffed her face in her lap. "Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in." Oh crap, what was that? A loud noise reverberated through the air. It sounded like someone shot off a round of bullets. Then a clang, and she could smell smoke. "Is the boat falling apart? What's happening?" she asked, her voice muffled because she was afraid to lift her head. A soft, gentle hand touched her shoulder. "No worries, Mag, we got this." Mag? The man gave her a pet name? She wanted to pass out. This guy hit on her in the midst of a storm that could end their lives. He was either reckless or had no fear. She wouldn't be the one to find out, because in this moment all she could think about was the dinner date she had with the man of her dreams. She didn't think she'd make it home for dinner. Jake paced back and forth on the docks. The rain crashed down like pellets against his skin. He didn't care, he wanted answers. Where was the diving boat, and why weren't they back on shore? All the other boats were docked, and most people dashed for a dry spot. Not Jake. He stood at the edge of the docks, because he didn't know where Maggie was, or if she ever came back from the charter boat. One of the captains of another charter boat ran down the dock towards him in a rain jacket. The hood covered his head as the rain belted him. High winds were pushing him around on the dock. "Best to get out of the storm," the man shouted. "Come on, we have shelter. Follow me." Jake looked out at the horizon, then turned and followed the captain. They entered the back door of one of the shops along the dock. He stomped his feet and shook himself. This was someone's home behind the shop. A small apartment. "Here, use this," a woman's voice said. He felt someone thrust a warm, dry towel in his hands. Jake nodded to the older woman as he dried the droplets of rain. His skin was clammy and wet from the rain. Thunder boomed outside and a fear clutched and squeezed at his chest. He searched for the charter boat Maggie was in for hours, and no one could remember it coming back since the sinking of the Navy vessel. Her car was still in the parking lot. "I'm waiting on the BKH diving charter boat. My fiancé is out with the boat," he told the older couple. The captain began to play with some buttons on what looked like an old marine radio. "Give me a second, son. I'll see if anyone else heard anything." He began to contact others to put the word out. A response came back within a few minutes. Jake heard the crackle of the radio, and the distinct words came through loud and clear. "BKH charter is lost at sea, sir. No word from them yet." "Maggie," he groaned. Jake raked his hand through his hair. He couldn't sit here and wait. The older woman must have seen the stricken look on his face. She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry yet, son. Most times these charters will find a place to hunker down until the storm is over, or ride it out. There's islands all over the Keys they can get to. You have to give the storm a chance to pass, before you panic. It happens all the time. My Maggie is out there. I'd say now's as good of a time as any to worry." He dug his phone out of his pocket. There had to be a plane or chopper available to help him find the boat. Jake almost slammed his fist into the wall. After calling everyone and anyone he could think of, no one was willing to go out in the storm. It was too dangerous, they told him. He knew they were right, but every nerve ending in his body cried out. He needed to find her, his love, before the woman shoved a cup of coffee in his hand. He took it and thanked her. "I'm sorry. I'm helpless. I've never felt like this before except the day he stopped." Jake didn't want to remember the day his mother fell over and they found her on the floor, an aneurysm causing her slow death. She lingered in a hospital for a few weeks, never to respond to their touch again. It devastated Jake, because he carried the weight of her death for many years. Before she was found on the floor, she told him to go get their dad, but instead he ran to the docks to meet his brother, not realizing she was feeling ill. She never said she was sick, and by the time Jake told his dad, it was too late. When Maggie came along, he realized with her help he didn't need to carry the burden any longer. It was something his brother John tried to tell him for many years. But Maggie's love gave him the strength to forgive himself and move on. Yet he always had that fear in the back of his head, and it was the reason he had a hard time with marriage. He was afraid to ask her, scared he would destroy her like he thought he destroyed his mother's life. A bad omen. Until their road trip, the best time of his life ever. He stood at the window as the rain pelted against the glass. The ocean looked angry as the waves swirled and hurled toward the shore. Jake looked up to the heavens and sent out a sincere prayer. If Maggie were to live through this and come back to him, He'd whisk her away and make their relationship legal. He knew he always put things off, but never again. He leaned his head against the glass of the window. First, she was kidnapped by a drug dealer and secret agent on their road trip. He wound up in the hospital and couldn't get to her. Jake thought his nerves were tested then, but now, with Mother Nature at the helm, his deepest fears once again rose to the surface. Would he ever be free from the doom he felt when Maggie was out of his arms? The elder man's hand rested on his shoulder. The BKH is holed up at Dry Tortuga. I heard it on the radio a second ago. They have a bad connection, but we were able to hear most of the message. Engine trouble, it sounds like. They're hunkering down there for the night, and will return at first light when the boat is fixed. Those boys know what they're doing. She's in good hands. Jake let out a deep sigh. He called the pilot he used when he needed a chopper at a moment's notice, and made arrangements to meet him at the break of dawn. He would go to Dry Tortugas himself in the morning and pick up his love. "Where do you want to meet?" he asked the pilot. Jake got the directions where the chopper would land and thanked the couple. "Son, you can't go out in this. At least have some dinner and wait until the storm dies down. We'd love to have some company." Jake nodded. "I'm sorry, yes. I'll stay." He didn't know if he could eat anything, but since this couple did give him shelter from the storm, he would try. He answered the kind couple's questions, but his heart wasn't in it. He pushed the food around on his plate, and then after much effort, he excused himself. "I apologize. I'm not good company tonight. Thank you for your hospitality." The older woman got up. "Nonsense. You go sit right in there on that chair and get some rest. You look exhausted." Jake didn't have the energy to argue. These people were like grandparents. The older captain grinned at his wife's attempts to mother Jake. He shook his head. "You'll have to let her, son. She's missing her boys. We have 3 grown sons who moved away from the area. When they do come home, which is only a few times a year, she dotes on them. Always has. Best thing is to let her till the storm passes, then you can be on your way." Jake agreed. The two talked for some time about the captain's own charter business. He had been in the Keys for 30 years. He started when he was in his 20s, fishing back then and selling the fish to wholesalers. "It was a good living, son. I'm semi-retired now, so I take fishermen out a few times a week. It's all I need anymore to get by. Great life here in the Keys, right, baby?" His wife sat in a recliner by the window, reading. She looked up. "Oh yes, love, it's a great life." He listened to them as they talked about their dreams and how they made most of them come true, no matter what the circumstances. Jake wondered how Maggie and him would be years from now. His heart ached for her. He needed to see her, feel her, and know she was safe, but he couldn't let the fear rise up again. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "We still have some romance left in us, don't we, love?" The captain nodded. "You bet, baby. One of these days, I'm going to take you on one of those cruises you've been asking for. You wait and see." He winked at his woman and she blushed. He looked at Jake. "She wants to take a Mediterranean cruise. See Paris and all those European countries." Jake looked at the captain. He was good at reading people, and knew the man didn't have the money to make his love's dreams come true, even though he promised he would do it someday. Would they ever get to go? By the time the older man saved enough money for a cruise that expensive, their health could take a toll. Jake knew life was too short. They were a kind couple who took him in out of a bad storm. He could afford to give them a trip of a lifetime. Jake could tell the captain was a proud man, so he wouldn't offer him the means to pay for the trip in front of his wife. He'd surprise them later. He listened to the lull of the couple's voices as they spoke to each other, and his eyes began to droop. The charter boat rocked and bobbed in the water as Maggie held her head between her knees. She didn't realize how seasick she could be until this happened. At least she could breathe easier now. The men had the ship under control and began to steer it towards the Dry Tortugas. She wanted to visit the old fort, but not like this. The charter boat began to settle a bit as the storm became weaker. Maggie got up and looked out the window as a steady rain fell. The deck was dark since the lights didn't work. Backup batteries kept the marine radio on, and she was glad to hear Ben tell someone on land they made it through the storm. 2 oil lanterns were lit now that the rocky waters settled down. One of the guys hung a lamp on each side of the bridge. Maggie could see much better. She felt a bit safer. Ben stood beside her. Hang in for a bit longer. We'll land on Garden Key within minutes. His voice was gentle and soothed some of her fears. Thanks, Ben. This was one of the scarier events of my life. You have a good team of guys here. He grinned. One of them? You've had scarier. Yes, sure have. How about being kidnapped by a drug dealer, along with an undercover agent in your grandmother's pink classic car? Ben roared. Not sure I can beat that, I'm afraid. He went out to help the others who were on deck to check for damage. One of the crew spoke up before following Ben out the door. Don't let him fool you. My pal Ben's been through things in Afghanistan most men would crumble up and die. He faced death in the face many times. The man is one of a kind. His words did make her feel safer. Even so, Maggie couldn't wait until they landed and she could get off the water. Within minutes, as Ben promised, the charter boat slid into the boat slip at the Dry Tortugas. Chaos began again, as two of the men slipped down to the engine room to fix the damage. They took one of the lanterns along, so Ben equipped them each with a large flashlight and extra batteries. He dug out 2 tents from a storage cabinet. Let's see if we can find some type of shelter. I'm sure the fort is locked up, but there is a small camping area on the south side of Fort Jefferson, he told the men. Maggie followed behind, the rain now a mist against her pale cool skin. She shivered even though it wasn't one bit cold. The night was dark tonight, and she was getting weary. Since she didn't go out to dinner as planned, Maggie's stomach growled. Hungry, tired and lonely for Jake. She stumbled a few times and before she realized, Ben was there with an arm over her shoulder to steady her. He brushed his mouth over hers in a quick kiss. She pulled away, uncertain what his intentions were. I'm sorry, Ben, it's awkward. I'm in love with someone. She heard Ben sigh. I know, Jake. I get it, Mag, I'm sorry, I knew that and still tried to win your heart. Let's start all over as friends. I won't hit on you unless you want me to. Maggie gave him a genuine smile. She giggled. I think it's adorable to be hit on, and you've been doing your best. I agree. Let's be friends. Since you call me Mag, should I call you B? Ben chuckled. You can call me anything you like. B it is. He gave her a friendly pat on the shoulder, and placed his hand on her arm to help steer her through the dark night. Maggie felt better now they understood each other. She doubted he would try to hit on her again. Ben seemed like an honest guy, and she could get through the night much easier now. They made it to the campground, where one lone camper was already hunkered down in a small tent. They could see a glow inside the tent, and decided to set up right beside it. Maggie watched in fascination as the 5 men put up 2 tents within minutes. They didn't mess around, but worked together like a team of experts. She stood there with her arms around herself and watched. When they were finished, Ben told her they didn't have much in blankets, but if she stayed put, some of the men would go back and get the 2 sleeping bags and supplies on board. Before she knew what happened, the men were gone and back within minutes. That was quick. Why did it seem like it took forever to get here before? She wondered out loud. Because you're tired and need to eat something, one of the guys told her. He handed her a lightweight blanket, and she covered her shoulders with it. It felt warm and took the chill away. The camper came out and spoke to Ben. He started up the grill the park provided with his own charcoal, and offered to cook something for them. Name's Johnny, he told the others. Staying here for 3 days. Wife's gone on a berserker again, and I ain't going home until she calms down. Ben and Maggie looked at each other, and almost laughed out loud. Johnny had long blonde hair that hung down his back. He wore a pair of cut-off jeans that had seen better days, and a tank top with a rock band emblazoned across the front. He stood at the grill and poked the embers, stirring them up with a utensil. She gets in these moods every now and again, wants me to stop smoking my hooty hoot. This here is the only thing that keeps me calm when she's around. Maggie listened to the guy go on and on. There was a picnic table in the camp, and she sat on the bench, the solar blanket warming up her chilled body. Johnny offered his hooty hoot cigarette to her, but she shook her head. The others declined as well. One of the guys working on the engine stumbled over to the site, and when Johnny saw more men, he threw a few more hot dogs on the grill. We don't want to take your food, Maggie told him. His head nodded up and down in slow motion. A grin went from one ear to the other. No problem. I bring plenty of food along each time, more than I ever need. I loaded up 2 coolers this time. I usually run into someone who needs food, and you are the lucky people this time. He called for everyone to grab a dog off the grill. Maggie was surprised when Ben got her a hot dog and brought it over to her. He sat down on the bench opposite her and watched as she ate. A resigned look came over his face. His elbow leaned against the table, and he tilted his head. If you ever dump Jake, look me up, Maggie. Ah, Ben, you are a sweetheart, but I'm lost on Jake. All I want is to be in his arms right now. Hey, can't blame a man for trying, he joked in a serious way. Maggie laughed. I think it's more like flirting, B. As I get to know you, I see the type of man who takes what he wants. You're like the thunderstorm we went through. A cyclone that comes in and sweeps a lady off her feet. I sense there's more to this than what you are saying. She nodded. Then when you get what you want, you slip away into the abyss and on to the next adventure. He stretched and flexed his muscles on purpose, Maggie was certain. He couldn't help be a flirt, even if she didn't want him. You are perceptive. What makes you think you know me? He asked. He leaned across the table and stared into her eyes. Maggie sighed. I'm a romance writer, and I've written about guys like you many times. He grinned. Then what's in store for me, Mag? Can I be helped? Will I ever have a love like I want with you? She put her hot dog down and leaned closer to him. I've got news for you, B. One of these days you will meet someone who will knock you to your knees and your flirting ways will come to an end. She'll have your heart where you can't take a breath without thoughts of her. Your heart will ache with wanting her in your arms, and the world around you will cease to exist. B looked doubtful. Like I am feeling towards you? He said, but she knew his words were shallow. He wanted her because she belonged to someone else. No, B, I'm taken and you know this. Nice try. He grinned again. I'm glad we met, Mag. You tell me like it is. Your Jake is one lucky guy. I hope he isn't out in this storm. It would be like Jake to hunt me down. I doubt he can. No one is fool enough to go out in this weather until the sea calms down. We got lucky and are now behind the storm, but we're almost 90 miles from Key West. It's still too strong to leave the island, although it could stop as fast as it started. Maggie shivered. She hoped B was right. Chapter 4. Maggie woke to hear the sounds of birds as they chirped away, and the ocean waves splashing against the sandy beach. She peeked out of the tent to see the men already awake, sharing a cup of coffee Johnny made. He was still in his blue jean shorts, and now wore a colorful tie-dyed tank top. His hair hung down his back in a pulled-back ponytail. Johnny stood at the grill again, cooking up what smelled like fresh fish when she stumbled over to the picnic table. Welcome to this beautiful morning, Johnny shouted as he held the spatula up in the air and smiled at the sun. It's a great day to be alive. Maggie groaned. Her hair was a mess, and certain muscles ached from head to toe. She spent an uncomfortable night in the tent as she tossed and turned until she fell asleep from sheer exhaustion. Coffee helped. The other men laughed, and before Maggie knew it, a fresh cup landed in front of her. She wrapped both hands around the tin cup and lifted it to her mouth. She closed her eyes to take the first sip. Heaven, she moaned. When she opened her eyes, Ben stared at her, a pained look on his face. He shook his head. Damn, he's one lucky guy. He turned away and headed towards the moat walls, where he could snorkel off the coaling docks. She noticed before he went in the water, he put on snorkel equipment and plunged into the water. That looks like fun. I have equipment here if you want to explore. It's going to be another 45 minutes or so until we can leave, one of the other crewmen told her. He was about to take down their tents from the night before. Maggie placed the flippers on her feet and grabbed the mask and snorkel and ran to the moat walls. She stripped off her top and shorts to reveal a two-piece bikini she wore underneath her clothes. She put it on as an afterthought yesterday, before heading out in case she wanted to get some sun in Key West. Glad now she thought to wear a suit, she adjusted the mask over her eyes and plunged into the water. B swam ahead of her, his muscular body close to the coral reefs. She swam down a bit more and came up behind him. Maggie thought he didn't see her, but realized this was a man who was aware of his surroundings. He nodded to her, and then pointed towards a school of gray snapper that whizzed by. Maggie swam among the brilliant display of fish around the coral reef. There were so many yellow small-mouthed grunts and gravy angelfish that swam through the reefs, ignoring the humans who watched. After some time, B pointed to his watch. She nodded and headed back to the surface. The rush of morning air hit her in the face, and the sun and sea breeze kissed her skin. Johnny was right, it was a great day to be alive. B surfaced and removed his mask. After the ordeal last night, this is heaven, Maggie told him. She looked over to find Ben's eyes on her. A chopper sounded in the distance, but Maggie didn't pay much attention. Seems as if the world is alive, Ben mentioned. He let his eyes drift from Maggie's face down to her toes. B, don't even start your flirting ways with me, she joked. She punched him on the arm, her playful mood catching. Ben grabbed her around the waist and swung her in circles in the water until she became dizzy. Put me down, you fool, she cried out. When he let her go, she flew through the air into the ocean with a splash. As she came up out of the water, laughing and shouting, she noticed a helicopter land on the helipad a few hundred feet away. We have visitors, she shouted over the noise. In the back of her mind, she knew it had to be Jake. He would come for her. A smile the size of the Mississippi River crossed her cheeks when she realized she was right. She pushed through the heavy water towards her love. He stood on the moat wall, his feet planted inches apart, his arms at his sides. A gentle breeze whipped his white t-shirt as it rippled across those hard muscles she loved. Jake, she yelled, waving her arms back and forth as she tried to move faster through the water. He didn't wave back, and the closer she got to the coaling dock, she saw the angry look on his face. She stopped in the water, then took slow steps towards him. Jake? She heard B behind her as he got closer. I think he's pissed, B said. She whipped around to stare him down, when she noticed he wore a pair of skin-tight trunks that showed off every single muscle on his drop-dead gorgeous body. Why should he be pie? The realization of how it must look to him dawned on Maggie. No, Jake, it isn't what you think. She cleared the water and ran towards the moat, then ran into his arms. Except his arms stayed at his side. She pulled away and stared at him. Jake? She followed his stare, which led right to Ben, who strolled up to the two of them. You must be Jake, Ben said. He placed both hands on his hips and smiled, a cocky grin that said to the world he didn't mind if Jake were jealous or not. Was B trying to stir up trouble? Maggie felt Jake go rigid. He pulled her to his side and kept his arm around her waist. It felt like a steel rod. His hand gripped her hip in a tight clasp. She gasped at the intensity when she looked at him. Jake, she whispered. It's innocent, I promise. She reached up and splayed her delicate hand on his cheek and forced him to turn his head. His eyes were so angry, but they did soften when he looked into hers for a moment before a shield dropped over his face. I'm Jake Hatfield, he told Ben in a dark tone Maggie didn't recognize. He was so angry, yet all she wanted to do was fall into his arms, her safe place. She ached inside, and so she turned into his arms and forced him to hold her. She wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her body up against his, her bare skin crushing him. He stiffened for a moment, and then wrapped his arms around her. His head dipped, then he crushed his mouth to hers. Maggie sagged against him. She moved in closer yet, and forgot the others were there. Jake kissed her so thorough and so deep it weakened her knees. His arms were there to hold her up, as she moaned into his mouth. Maggie was home at last. Jake was her heart, her love. She swore she'd take the anger from him, and show him how much she missed him. Maggie stumbled back when Jake let her go. He raked a hand through his hair. Dark eyes pierced Maggie, and her hand went to her throat. She watched in horror as Jake turned away. See if Ben can make you feel like that, he growled, before he turned his back and hoisted himself into the helicopter. Maggie's shoulders slumped as she watched him take off. She began to run, as the chopper rose in the air. No, Jake, no. She dropped to the ground on her knees. Ben was right behind her. He lifted her up and helped her back to the charter boat. It's okay, Mag. He'll get over his anger by the time you get back. Men have pride sometimes too much. I don't know, B. I think I hurt him bad this time. It had been all he could do to walk away from Maggie. His gut wrenched at the thought of leaving her with Ben and the rest of the bad boys of Boat Key Harbor, but Jake was so angry. He pulled the truck into the garage and strung one long muscular leg over the Harley. Before he took off, he texted John to make sure he would know Jake took off with the Harley. It was a promise the two made to each other, to let the other know when they were out on the bike. Jake didn't grab any extra clothes except what was on his back, and started the engine. He backed the powerful beast out of the garage and left, the door wide open. Even now, he thought of Maggie. When she got home, she could pull right into her spot inside. The engine roared as his foot switched gears, and he rolled down the road towards Highway 1. Jake wasn't sure where he headed as he turned the bike northbound. Maybe it was time to get away from the Keys for a while. The traffic didn't seem too heavy today, unlike his heart. Jake tried to talk himself into believing nothing happened on Dry Tortugas overnight, while she camped out with the bad boys. Ben wanted her. He saw the desire the man held in his eyes for Maggie. When the Dry Tortugas came into view, Jake adjusted the binoculars he looked through, and he saw how she punched Ben's arm as if they had a relationship. He also saw the way Ben picked her up and swung her around as if they had been intimate. He didn't realize he accelerated. Jake gripped the handlebars tighter than he should, then backed down, aware he needed to keep focused on the road. He could feel his phone vibrate in his pocket, but couldn't answer even if he wanted to. Which he didn't. The only person right now he wanted was Maggie, yet he figured he threw away their relationship the way he behaved. Like a jealous idiot, which he was. He hated the fact another man provided protection for her when he couldn't. Just like when his mother needed him. Like the road trip when he couldn't protect her from a stinking drug dealer. The further away from her he rode, the more he ached to ride back to her. Yet he couldn't bring himself to turn around. He kept it moving north, away from Maggie and everything he loved. He didn't feel fit enough to be with those he loved. Jake was no one's protector. Maggie wanted to be dropped off at the same dock at Key West. Maybe Jake would be there. When she looked around, he was nowhere to be found. She waved to the bad boys of BKH. They headed home to finish the repairs, B told her. He apologized for being a tease, and admitted he flirted on purpose to wind up Jake when he heard the helicopter was in the air close to them. He knew Jake was on his way, because he heard it on the marine radio earlier. Jake was in the air the moment the sky turned light, B said. He loves you, Maggie. I heard he spent the night with Captain Charlie and his wife in Key West, and the moment the storm ceased, he was in the air to search for you. Maggie shook her head. I doubt it matters. He thinks we were, I don't know, he thinks I broke his trust. How could he? I'm not even sure I want a man who has no faith in me. Now she stood on the docks, the sun beating on her back. She pushed her sunglasses further up and gazed around, but Jake didn't wait on her. She hung her head and walked to her car and leaned against it for a long time, defeated. After a while, Maggie got in and went home. Perhaps she no longer had a home to go to. The garage door was open when Maggie pulled in the driveway. Hope surged within. It proved he still cared, even if he was angry. She didn't know how to make it up to him, or even if she wanted to try, because he should know her. She wouldn't let anyone in her heart or her bed. Their first real fight. Maggie wasn't sure she had the energy for this. When she was on the boat in the middle of nowhere, all she prayed for was to find herself wrapped in her lover's arms. The man who would become her husband. Then she realized the Harley was not in its spot at the back of the garage. Maybe he needed to get some air and think about things. She sighed. Whenever Jake was tense and needed to think, he got on the Harley and let the wind soothe his soul. He was famous for midnight rides after work. It kept him at the top of his game. It was why he did so well as a businessman. Some nights she went along. The peaceful night air did help to soothe the soul. Perhaps he'll realize he went a bit overboard, she thought, her steps lighter as she made her way up the stairs into the house. The answering machine blinked, and Maggie hurried over to the phone. She pushed the button, but Jake's voice wasn't there. It was Abby. She didn't even know if she wanted to call her back, but knew whenever Jake went out on the bike, there was this unwritten code between the brothers. Maggie dialed Abby's number. Hi, Abby. Has John heard from Jake? That's why I called, Maggie. Is everything okay? John left a few minutes ago. He's meeting Jake up north. Fear rocked Maggie. Up north? What do you mean? I'm not sure. When Jake called, he sounded drunk. John left, furious. He took off on the bike too. Said to cancel his appointments and let urgent care know he'll be gone a few days. Oh, Abby, I'm not sure what we're going to do. Jake is furious and hurt, and I don't know if I want him if he wants to be a jerk about this whole mess. Maggie, calm down. I'm on my way over. I'll grab the wine. We're gonna need more than wine to get through this mess, Maggie said before she hung up. Chapter 5. Abby coaxed the long-haired setter up the steps. Jax jumped all over Maggie when he saw her sitting on the balcony. He looked around as if he searched for someone. He had fun with Penny, but seemed anxious to get home to the both of you. Abby set 2 bottles of wine on the table. Maggie arched her brow as Abby nodded. I'll get the glasses. We may need both bottles. She went inside before she motioned for Maggie to stay where she was. I'll find them, you stay right there. We are going to sit here until we get to the bottom of this mess. Maggie smiled at her friend. Abby wouldn't take no for an answer, even if she didn't want to spill her guts. Look in the cabinet over the sink, she yelled out. She may as well have some wine and talk since she doubted Jake would be home anytime soon. Not if John went after him. After Abby poured them a glass, Maggie sipped on her wine. What did John tell you happened? Maggie asked. He didn't say much. I guess Jake texted him to let him know he went out on the bike, and the words in the text didn't make sense. When he did get a hold of Jake a few hours later, he slammed the phone down and told Jake not to move. Then he called the bartender wherever Jake was at and made them get him a room there. He warned them not to let Jake leave. Guess he threw around his doctor credentials. Abby rolled her eyes and sipped on her wine. Maggie cringed. A drunk Jake was not good. He didn't drink to get drunk, he always was in control. She didn't know what a drunk Jake would even be like. That worries me, Abby. He is so mad. I'm afraid it doesn't look good on my part. What happened? Maggie spent the next half hour telling Abby about the night, and how Ben didn't help things any. The redhead began to giggle. I think the wine hit me, or you have the next bestseller, dear Mag. I could get lost in the things that happened to us already. First the road trip, and then I get lost at sea. Perhaps I'll start on my next novel, the story of Jake and his never-to-be wife, Maggie. She began to sniff. Feeling sorry for yourself isn't going to get your man back, Maggie McCoy. Abby told her. Fight for him. You didn't do a thing wrong. When he understands this, he'll be so sorry. Maggie nodded, her mind made up. I'll fight for him. You're right, I had a weak moment. I don't give up, never have. Jake is a man whose past causes him to speculate the wrong thing at times. I love him and I won't give up on him. But Abby, I want him to know I mean business. Every time he thinks he is not worthy, he pushes away from me. I want to draw him in and yet I don't know how. Move out. Go back down to your bungalow. Let him know it's time to get serious. He's been stringing you along, afraid to do the deed for a while now. He promised you marriage, how long ago, and he never even bought a ring. Maggie shook her head and sipped on the wine from the bottle. We were going to get a ring last night, before I got lost at sea. He was going to meet me for dinner, but we never had the chance. It doesn't matter, Mags. Jake has carried the load of fear and destruction from the time his mother died, until now. I thought when he fell in love with you, he was over it. But it looks like his fears are still there. It's time to show him you're not going anywhere. Maggie, the man needs to step up to the plate if he wants to keep you. Maggie bit her bottom lip, then took another swig from the bottle. It all sounded great tonight. Would she be able to pull it off when Jake showed up? Jake knew the moment his brother walked into the bar. He didn't want any company, but John understood him. John never let him down. Another one, he told the bartender. She poured him a shot of Jack. Here comes my brother, he'll take one too. She placed another shot beside the one on the bar. Hope that's one for me, bro, or you're in sad shape, John told him. He sat next to Jake and reached for the shot glass. Jake swung his glass towards his bro. To us twins, the bond that never betrays. He clinked the tiny glass with John and grinned. I'm messed up, bro. I can see you are, John told him. He ordered 2 beers and pushed one in front of Jake. I guess we may as well both get messed up together then. I'm not going anywhere. Jake nodded, his head down as he stared at the empty shot glass. The young bartender came over and placed her hand on the glass. She leaned in a little too close to Jake and asked him if he wanted another. He nodded. 2. This is my twin. She looked John over, the surprise on her face at seeing another man like Jake, except for shorter hair. I'm Susie. They call me Susie Q. Susie Q's been taking care of me, right, Susie? The bartender placed a hand over Jake's on the bottle of beer. You bet, big guy. How about you wait until I'm done here, and I'll get you home? John chimed in. Home is about 2 hours away. I'll take care of him from here, he told her. Maggie will be home waiting on him. The bartender stepped back. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I had no clue. She went about rinsing glasses, and Jake watched as she bent over the sink, her cute backside in front of him. It doesn't do a thing for me, Jake told his brother. You? John shook his head and stared at the bartender's backside along with Jake. Nah, can't think of anyone else but Abby. Jake nodded. I feel the same way. All I think about is Maggie, how she feels when I touch her. I love her and then she betrays me. Slow down, Jake. Maggie isn't the type of woman to betray anyone. What's going on here? Jake raked his hand through his hair. We were going to meet for dinner, but I worked and she had to go do some research about the sinking of that ship off of Key West. Yes, I heard about the ship. Do you know who did the explosives on the sinking? Jake asked. I'm starting to smell trouble. Who? The way John said it told him he had a pretty good idea who. There weren't too many people in the Keys qualified to sink a ship. There weren't many explosive experts in the area, period. You know who? She spent a whole night with him and the other men, on dry tortugas. Now John looked confused. Wait. Jake, you don't make sense. Why would Maggie spend the night with the bad boys of Boot Key Harbor? It wasn't on purpose. No. There was a storm they couldn't outrun. Then they had trouble with the engine, and made it to dry tortugas. I didn't know, man. I'm sorry. At least they made it through the storm. Those guys know what to do, no doubt. Jake nodded. I'll give them that much. I waited all night, bro. There was no way I could get to her. She was out there, alone with those men, and I was on land, unable to help. Helpless, that's how I felt. It tore my guts out. Jake ordered another shot for them. John draped an arm over his brother's shoulder. Sorry, man. I can't say I wouldn't feel the same way if Abby were out there in a storm. Jake nodded. At first light, I called in the chopper and we went to get her. When I saw her, do you know what she was doing? John shook his head. What? Snorkeling. Yeah. Well, that's not so bad, bro. In a bikini, with Ben's arms wrapped around her waist. She was laughing as he swung her around and threw her in the water. He touched her like I should have been. Yeah, that's bad, bro. I lost my mind. What did you do? John stared at him. Jake closed his eyes. I grabbed her and kissed her as if it were the last kiss we would ever have together. He heard his brother groan. I had to hold her up because her knees buckled from that one kiss. She melted in my arms, then I told her to let Ben make her feel that way. I got in the helicopter and left her there. John looked incredulous. You left her there with the bad boys? No way, bro. That's not good. I mean, why didn't you take her home with you? Then you could work it out. Jake groaned. I know. The more I think about the whole situation, my trust factor sucks. I know Maggie would never betray me. I know it in here. He took his fist and punched his chest. What's wrong with me, bro? I walked away from the best woman I ever had. Man, I told you to get help with the past. You can afford to. I don't need to be counseled by someone who doesn't know me. No, I need Maggie, and I blew her off like she was a girlfriend who cheated. I didn't give her a chance to explain. She tried to tell me. Jake raked his hand through his hair over and over. Dude, you need to call her. Yeah, I know. Not sure if she'll talk to me at this point. I'm gonna call Abby to let her know I made it here. Chances are Abs went over there to take Jax back. Let's get out of here and we'll make that call. Jake almost fell off his bar stool when he went to get up. He was stone cold drunk. It was something he didn't do often, but John wrapped his arm around his shoulder and the two left the bar and walked down to the water, where they sat on a bench. The moon shone across the water. Its soothing ripples began to put Jake in a trance. He shook himself. I want Maggie. John was on the phone with his love, Abby. He seemed hesitant to give Jake the phone. John, get Maggie. I need her. I need to talk to her. John spoke in the phone again. This time it sounded like he argued with someone. John, what the hell are you doing? Give me the phone. He reached out and pulled it from his twin's hand. Maggie, baby? Are you there? He heard her tiny breaths through the cell. I hear you, baby. I know you are there. I love you. I'm man enough to say I'm sorry, I need you. I can't spend another moment without you in my arms. He heard her gasp and cry out. Then there was a commotion, and Abby's voice came on the phone. Jake? Listen up. I'm speaking for Maggie. She wants you to know she's moving to the bungalow below, until you do the right thing and make her your wife. What? I plan to, he slurred, as the alcohol hit him like a ton of bricks. We were going to go get rings when all of this happened. He heard Abby shuffle the phone and her voice came back on. Maggie knows, but she wants it all, and until you do the right thing and get rid of all these demons and marry her, she's not going to move back in. By the time you get home, her things will be down in the bungalow. Abby, stay out of this, Jake growled. Unless I hear those words from Maggie, I don't believe a word you say. The phone shuffled again. Jake? Maggie. Oh hell, Maggie. Is this true, you want out? His gut wrenched. She breathed deep, her tiny gasps filled his ear. He wanted to wrap her in his arms, his body ached for her. I'm coming home right now. I need you, baby. No, Jake. No. You sound drunk. Stay with John. Her voice. It sounded as if she would welcome him with open arms. Maggie, do you forgive me for being such a jerk? I love you, Jake. I do, but then I'm going to sober up and ride back into your arms, because I want you right now so bad I can taste you. Please. Abby, I can't. The phone shuffled and Abby's voice came back on. Jake didn't want to talk to her. He wanted Maggie. Jake Hatfield, stop it right now. You listen up. Maggie loves you, but you need to understand she's serious. She wants the whole thing, love, marriage, a baby. A baby? What do you know? Jake looked at his brother. John, is Maggie pregnant? I thought we used protection. Oh hell. Abby, let me talk to her. She'd tell me if she were pregnant. His head began to swim. Abby laughed. Jake, she isn't preggo. John grabbed the phone from his hand. He spoke to Abby and then hung up. Jake reached up to pull it back out of his hand. Oh hell, bro. Why'd you hang up? I need to find out if we're having a girl or a boy. He stared at his brother. Can you believe this? We're gonna have a baby? How'd that happen? Hell, Jake. You're hammered. Come on, let's get you back to the motel. It's right across the street. Jake didn't argue. He stumbled over the macadam road with his arms slung around his brother and began to laugh. I'm going to be a dad. All of a sudden, he stopped dead in the middle of the street. Who the hell got her pregnant? It wasn't me. Was it that son of a bitch, Ben? Ben. Bro, quiet down. No one got Maggie pregnant. She's not, trust me. Now let's go, take a step up. Jake looked dumbfounded. She's not gonna have my baby? Nope. I need a drink. No more drinks for you, bro. If she wants a baby, then we need to have a baby, because I will do anything for her, give her whatever she wants. He stumbled in the motel room. Where is Maggie, bro? John closed the door. We drank too much, Maggie groaned as she stumbled out of the bedroom. Abby spent the night with her, too drunk to go home. They drank both bottles of wine, and then found some half-opened bottles of something they couldn't pronounce the name of. Coffee? Abby offered. Maggie moaned. How do you do it, Ab? You look like you never drank a thing last night. Abby looked fresh as a button, her bright red hair gathered up with a scrunchie. She laughed. I feel it, trust me. We better hurry if we want to move you downstairs before they get back. John said about an hour ago they'd be on the bikes within the hour. Maggie bit her bottom lip. She hadn't been too drunk to remember her plans to move to the bungalow. Oh, Abs, Do you think maybe I should wait and talk to him first? I mean, you heard his words last night. She remembered how he told her how much he wanted to be in her arms. How could she be away from him for any amount of time? Her friend and soon-to-be sister-in-law walked over to her and grabbed her upper arms. Look at me. Do not back down. Jake has promised you marriage since you got back from the road trip. Tell me what he's done to make good on his proposal to you. Maggie groaned. Work. Abby raised her brows. That's right. You know Jake, he will continue to work because he doesn't know how to stop. You showed him how to have a good time away from work when you went on the road trip. The moment the two of you were back home, it was back to long work hours and empty promises. He did say we were going for the ring before all this happened. Abby shook her head. It doesn't matter, it's a ring. He needs to learn to let go of the past. He got so upset because he doesn't feel worthy. When you were out on the boat in the water, he wasn't there to protect you. John told me. He thinks you're pregnant, you know. What? Maggie groaned. This keeps getting worse by the minute. Chapter 6. He thinks I'm pregnant? How did he ever get that idea? Oh, Abby, what did you say? She tried to remember every single word they spoke last night, but all she could hear in her head were his words to her of how he wanted to come right home because he wanted to hold her in his arms. I don't know. When I told him you want it all, marriage, a baby. You told him I want a baby. Oh, Abs, I do. But not like this. Not yet, I'm not ready for one yet. He assumed you were preggo when I said those exact words. He was drunk, he won't remember. Maggie began to pack some things. Hurry, Abby. I want to be out of here when he comes home. Maybe I'll go take a bike ride. She dropped her clothes on the bed. I'm not sure I can do this. Abby threw more clothes into the suitcase. You can do this, you have to. Besides, you'll be right below him. It's not like you're leaving him forever. But you have to get this point across. If you don't, you'll be getting married for the next 3 years or longer. Maybe I don't even care. Being with Jake is all I need, it's all I ever needed. Nonsense. You ache to be Mrs. Jake Hatfield. Yes, and I'm going to be. Maggie sat on the bed. This wasn't right. I can't do this. I can't walk away from him. No, I can't. Abby plopped down beside her. Oh, Maggie, are you sure? Because you're the one who can help him. He needs to get over this nonsense. John told me the reason he got so angry wasn't because he thought you were with Ben, but because Ben was there and he wasn't. It could have been any man on the boat with you, and he would have felt the same way. Maggie let a tear slip down her cheek. She looked at the leather piece of luggage opened on the bed with some of her clothes packed in it, and shook her head. Then I can't walk away, not even to go down to the bungalow. I can't. He needs me. Abby hugged her. Oh, Mags. The sound of motorcycles made the girls jump up. Maggie paced back and forth in the bedroom, her knuckles white. She ran onto the balcony, then stopped. This was no good. Did she run into his arms and forgive him for what happened? He was drunk last night. Would he remember how he told her he wanted her so bad? Was he still angry? Her hands clutched the thick rail. Abby gave her a kiss on the cheek. I'm out of here, you two have things to work out. Maggie stood at the rail and waited. Jake came through the gate and around the corner, his steps heavy, his clothes crumpled, his hair a mess. He looked up at her as she waited at the top of the steps. He ran his hand through his hair in typical Jake style and took one slow step at a time, as his eyes never left hers. The intensity that was Jake, it was all in his eyes. Her hands fell away from the rail, and she went to the top step and met him head-on. He put his arms around her and pulled her close. His head swooped down as he pressed his mouth to hers, but didn't try to part her lips. He rested there, his eyes closed, their lips touching, and yet she could feel the warmth of him penetrate every single fiber of her being. Oh, Jake, she whispered against his mouth. I'm an ass, he told her. His warm breath flowed into hers. She smiled. Kiss me like you missed me. His tongue parted her lips right before he delved in, crushing her to him as he picked her up at the same time. She wrapped her long legs around his waist. He walked her backwards, stumbled over the doorstep, and backed her against the kitchen wall. I want to take you right here, right now. Do it, Jake. He growled in her mouth, then brushed his lips over her skin as he began to place desperate kisses all over. "I missed your touch, baby. I need you to love me right now." She felt his warm breath across her earlobe as he tugged and pulled on it, evoking sensations from her head to her toes. She wanted him to do that to her breasts, and reached down and pulled the top she wore over her head in one smooth move. He stripped her of her bra and squeezed them together, his tongue and mouth all over them. Maggie rocked against him as he pushed her deeper against the wall. "You taste so good," Jake mumbled. He ran his hands up and down her sides and arms, around the thighs that cradled him. "Take me, Jake. I'm yours. I've always been yours. So sorry, baby, to put you through so much pain. I'll marry you right now. If that's what you want. Whatever you want." His voice was mesmerizing as he covered every inch of her exposed skin with his mouth. Maggie didn't think she could take much more. He was so sexy. Holding her up against the wall like this, she couldn't move. It made his touch so much more intense. It made her want to explode against him. "I need your clothes off, Jake. I need to feel you against me, inside me." Jake stilled. His heavy breath against her ear tickled her skin. "Take them off of me." He gave her enough room, as slender fingers tore off his shirt and peeled open his jeans. She let them fall down over his hips, and smiled a wicked smile as they dropped to the floor. He pressed his nakedness against her and she moaned out loud. He did it again. She could feel him rock solid between her legs. She struggled to be free of his weight that held her to the wall, so she could remove her shorts and panties. The thin cotton shorts she wore, she needed them off of her this instant so she could take him, every single inch of him inside of her. He teased her, relentless, as she rocked against him. He devoured her breasts with his tongue, and held her hands above her head against the wall. "I'm going to come," she whispered. "Please don't let me not like this." "Oh yes, like this." Jake released her arms, and pulled her shorts and panties to the side as he plunged inside of her. Maggie moaned against his mouth, her hands on his shoulders as he pounded into her against the wall. She held on for the ride of her life until she screamed his name and shattered. Jake called out her name, and stilled as every muscle went taut against her own release. He picked her up, and carried her through the bedroom and into the shower, where she leaned against the wall as she tried to compose herself. Jake took her in his arms as the water pounded her skin. "I love you, Maggie," he said, and held her close. She whispered how much she loved him back, as he took a bar of soap, and rubbed it all over her skin, massaging her muscles and soaping her up. She turned and placed her hands against the wall as he soaped up her back. Maggie let the water rinse her off, and did the same for him. They loved each other, until the water chilled, and Maggie grinned as he toweled off. She had her Jake back, the one who was fun and loving and couldn't get enough of her. His eyes, so intense when he loved her, made her shiver. She went into the bedroom to get dressed when she realized her clothes were in the suitcase. Maggie began to shuffle through them to find something to wear. Jake came out of the bathroom, his body relaxed, a towel around his neck. When he saw her root through the suitcase, he stopped cold. His eyes, intense and dark, stared at the suitcase. "You were going to move out?" She sighed. "Yes. Don't you remember our conversation last night?" He closed his eyes. "I was drunk last night. Big time. John told me this morning what happened, but he never mentioned you were going to move out. I don't remember every detail." He took a step closer. Maggie didn't like the look in his eyes. She tried to explain. "Abby told you I was going to move downstairs until you make me your wife. She thought you were dragging out the promise of marriage, and would never go through with it until I forced you to make a choice." Jake raked a hand through his wet hair. He stared, his eyes intense. "Is this how you feel too, Maggie?" Maggie stiffened. She looked down at her hands, which held the top she was about to put on. How did she tell him she wanted to be his wife, and yet if he wasn't ready she could wait, no matter how long it seemed? Except it wasn't the truth. She wanted to be called his wife, and she didn't want to wait. It was all or nothing. "Maggie, I'll do whatever you want, I'll marry you right now. I don't want to lose you. The night you were out on the sea, and I couldn't get to you, tore me apart." She turned to him. "The reality is I do want to marry you, right now. I want to have a family, and live every girl's dream, you know I do." "Then I don't see a problem. Let's go to Vegas." He grinned. "Vegas? You want to whisk me away and marry me in Vegas? Why do I get the feeling I said the wrong thing? He tried to pull her close, but when she looked at him, he let her go. That makes me feel even worse. What did I say, baby? Vegas is the place to get married quick and fast, and we can take a red-eye there and be back by Monday. It'll be a great weekend getaway, and I won't have to miss much work. She opened her mouth, then clamped down. She tried to say something, but her pulse raced and her heart began to pump. Maggie looked around the room, down at her suitcase, and shoved her top over her head. She began to close the suitcase, then picked it up. What are you doing? Maggie bent down and picked up a pair of her shoes off the floor. She shoved them under her arm instead of on her feet. She was about to explode, and he didn't even realize why. Jake, I'm going to the bungalow. I don't want to go to Vegas to marry you this weekend real quick, so you don't miss work on Monday. If all we can afford is a quick getaway, then maybe we need to rethink things. It's obvious we have different ideas on marriage. Maybe it's always been this way. You're going to leave me after all? Because I want to marry you, now you leave me? What the hell did I do wrong? Maggie turned to him before she walked out the door. If you can't figure it out, then we aren't meant for each other, Jake. What is it you want, Maggie? I told you I want it all. The marriage, the house with a picket fence, babies, and a man who sweeps me off my feet so hard ease in every move I make and every breath I take. I thought it was you. It is you. But you can't take a girl like me to Vegas and dump me back home when it's over. I need more. I won't settle for less, Jake. He stood there, his eyes intense as he stared at her. His silence disarmed Maggie. She waited to see if he would say anything, and when he didn't, she clutched the suitcase and walked out the door. Jake didn't move. He stood there as she walked out the door with her overstuffed suitcase. Why didn't he stop her? He could have forced her to stay, promised her the moon. He could give her the biggest and baddest wedding the Florida coast has ever seen. Is that what she wanted? Somehow Jake didn't think so. He loved her like he never loved anyone before. She loved him too, he knew. Yet she walked out of his house because he offered to take her to Vegas for a quick wedding. He moaned. Perhaps he shouldn't have offered quick. Didn't she realize Vegas would solve their problems? At least it was the way he looked at things. They would both get what they wanted. He wouldn't have to deal with frilly wedding stuff, and she could have her wedding. Oh shit. Jake hung his head in his hands. He made her feel as if she wasn't worth the effort. He kicked his foot against the kitchen cabinets. She was fragile at times and yet so strong and independent. It was the reason he fell in love with her. An idea came to Jake so strong, he realized he needed to show her how much she meant to him, because she was worth going all out. She was his every breath, the beat of his heart, the air he breathed. Even if she didn't think so, he would prove it to her. He had to prove it to her without using his fortune, because that was too easy. He could hire anyone to do his bidding. Jake walked out onto the balcony. He raced down the steps and stopped at the screened-in porch. He strolled over to his boat and started the engine. Before he took off, he took one last look. Get ready, Maggie McCoy. Because you're about to go on the ride of a lifetime. Chapter 7. Maggie left the bungalow after she spent 2 days organizing her new business. The idea of self-publishing her own books took on a new challenge. No agents to warn her about approaching deadlines, and no more doing what anyone else wanted. She became the final decision-maker at last. Yesterday, she downloaded everything she needed to begin. She had a few books already online. She published the ones her publisher rejected. Those were the ones that tugged at Maggie's heart, and she was hoping her readers as well. She was about to find out, because she hit the publish button 20 minutes ago. This was a whole new way as a writer, and she loved every single minute. To have control over what she created was bliss. Before she headed out for some sunshine, she looked around and took a deep breath. Jake fixed up this little bungalow so perfect. She had everything she needed. If it weren't for wanting to catch a glimpse of him, she may stay in this room forever, but she heard the bike a little while ago pull into the garage. She hadn't seen him in days, and she ached inside. Maggie strolled outside towards the dock. She sat down and hung her feet over the edge. Her toes didn't quite touch the water. She leaned back and placed the palms of her hands behind her on the ground and looked up in the sky. It was a beautiful evening. Perfect for lovers. Except her lover was upstairs at his place, and she was in her little bungalow missing him like crazy. Her choice. She had to get her point across, didn't she? Maggie sighed and stared at his boat tied to the dock. The memory of him as he drove that boat so long ago in a bad storm to rescue her on the deserted island made her shiver. She kicked her foot back and forth. He didn't care what he had to do, or how hurt he was. He came for her that night because all he wanted was to make sure she was safe. Her hero, her rock. He was the Jake she knew, the one that would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. A penny for your thoughts? Maggie, startled for a moment, looked up at him through her dark sunglasses. He wore a pair of cut-off jeans and no shirt. She never heard him come outside because he didn't have Jax beside him. Jax must be at Abby's, she thought. Abby was training Jax so he could be a part of her entourage as she took her act to children's hospitals. Abby put on a show for the less fortunate and was happy to include the spunky dog. She stared at his chest and didn't realize she licked her lips until he chuckled. His soft husky voice made her breath hitch. He held out a single flower, one he picked from the garden. She reached out her hand and tried to take the flower by its stem, but his hand covered most of it. When she felt the warm skin as they brushed fingers, she jerked back. Stay calm, be strong. There was no way she could give in to him now, not yet. Not when she was the one who walked away, to prove a point. What was the point she was trying to prove? Jake pushed away her hand and knelt down on one knee, like he did the day they met. He broke off the stem and placed it behind her ear. His eyes, intense, dark and full of need, looked into her own. How was she going to hold out? He licked his lips as his dark eyes delved into her own, his tongue slaked out and ran across his mouth. That was so unfair, even if it did make Maggie shiver. Then he pulled his hand away and sat down beside her, far enough away where she couldn't touch him. I miss you. It's not the same without you. His words were simple and honest. He gazed at the water, unlike Maggie, who stared at his profile. I miss you too, and yet I think this is good for us to be apart. I need to think. What's there to think about? We love each other. Enough said. She decided to change the subject. They wouldn't get anywhere if they got into an argument, and she didn't want to give up being beside him so soon. Maggie tried to keep her eyes off his chest as he leaned back with his arms stretched behind him, his muscles stretched and taunting her. She turned her head, desperate to resist the pull of his hard, sexy body so close. I'm loving my new office, by the way. I have it all set up and published my first 2 novels this morning. Thank you. Jake nodded. Great news. I'm glad. He leaned back, leaning his body on his elbow and arm so he faced her. All she wanted to do was touch him. Yet she had to resist. What was the point of all of this if she fell under his spell whenever she saw him? He began to speak as they watched the sun go down. I didn't bother you for a few days because I needed some time to think. I've had to take a good long look at the man I've become. Maggie, let me have 2 weeks to prove you're important enough to me, that I care enough to put you first. The rest we can work out as we live our lives together. I don't want to be without you. Maggie watched him, saw how difficult it was for him to admit this. What happens after 2 weeks, Jake? You've already proved you could be away from your job when we did the road trip. I know you can give me 2 weeks. I'm talking about a lifetime here. There were some nights when I didn't see you at all. I woke up alone and found you asleep, the laptop in front of you. It began to happen more and more, and I wondered what I was doing here because you didn't need me at all. She wanted to reach out and touch him, touch the mouth that she missed so bad, but she didn't dare. It would be all over. If she wanted Jake back, the love of her life, she needed to be strong to prove a point. Maggie, I can give you the rest of my life. She closed her eyes. He was so sexy and raw and honest. She didn't want to be without him. I'll give you 2 weeks. We're both busy, but I don't ever want us not to take time for each other. I know. It's not you, it's me. I need to learn to be more open, and to stop working at a certain time. What I've planned for the 2 of us for the next 2 weeks will show you. She grinned. You planned out the next 2 weeks? She reached towards him and then pulled back. He smiled. Yes, and we'll start with tomorrow. I've taken the day off, and we're going to the beach. Will you go to the beach with me, Maggie? He asked, the innocent look on his face captivating her. He moved a bit closer and leaned towards her. They were inches apart. Say yes. He was so close she could feel his breath on her skin. She closed her eyes because in the next moment, he would kiss her. She couldn't let it happen, and yet she needed his kiss. To seal the deal, of course. He didn't touch her lips with his own, but chuckled instead. We'll spend time together as friends, to get to know each other again. No sex. We'll start fresh and take it from there. I want to woo you, Maggie McCoy, so you know I mean business. He wasn't going to kiss her. She must look ridiculous with her heart on her sleeve, her face pointed towards his, her chin up and her eyes closed. Maggie's eyes flew open as she realized he stood up and towered over her. He waited for her reply. Friends? Oh, okay then, we'll hang out. What did she say? How would she hang out with the love of her life and keep her hands to herself? Great. I'll see you about 8 in the morning, baby. Ah, friend. Jake took off for his place as Maggie stared at his back. 2 weeks as friends to get to know each other? Maggie swallowed. She knew every single crevice of his body. How would she be able to not touch, not have sex, and be within touching distance for 2 weeks? Impossible. Yet Maggie was up to this challenge. She doubted that he could hold out as friends for 2 weeks. Her grin widened, and a huge smile covered her face. While he struggled to be her friend for 2 weeks, she was going to do everything in her power to convince him they were way more than friends. She ran to her bungalow, so she could rummage through her outfits. There was no way Jake Hatfield would be able to resist a hot woman in tight shorts and a to-die-for plunging neckline. Maybe this is what they needed, a bit of spice. No sex for 2 weeks. She wouldn't tolerate such a thought. It was almost 8 in the morning, and Maggie was almost ready to meet Jake at the boat dock. He said they were going to the beach, so she picked out the one sexy swimsuit she would never wear in public. That is, unless she wanted to make Jake aware of every single inch of her. Maggie glanced in the mirror at the monokini wraparound she wore. It was dramatic and perfect for sand and sea, with a gold-tone halter and no back closure. The line top wrapped around the back and crossed at the halter neck in front, with very minimal back coverage. The chain that held the halter around her neck was perfect gold, that matched the leopard print material. To set off the suit, wrapped a romantic long white bullet blues Marie skirt around her hips that reached to her mid-calves. The ruffles on the front showed a low, sexy opening, and even though the material wasn't transparent, it hinted of secrets underneath. It showed enough skin when she moved to make him want to part the skirt and touch underneath the folds of the sexy ruffles. If this didn't turn him on, she wasn't sure what would. Maggie let her hair flow free, like a gypsy dancer. As she walked towards the dock, she noticed he was already on the boat. He turned and stared at her as she stood on the dock, the sea breeze ruffling the material of her skirt. She couldn't tell his reaction because he wore dark shades, but she smiled at him and licked her lips, lined with glossy, luscious cherry gloss. She held a pair of walking shoes in one hand, and her floppy hat in the other. As Maggie placed a bare foot on the boat, Jake was right there with an outstretched hand. When their fingers touched, Maggie pulled back. It took her by surprise, the sudden bolt of electricity that shocked her from head to toe. She was the one who planned to entice and excite, and instead he did it without any sexy clothes. He kept his hand out, and she had no choice but to take it again. Maggie took a deep breath and clasped onto his hand as he pulled her on board. At first he didn't let her go. The warmth from his hand, as it radiated into her being, had her taking tiny little breaths of air. Jake lifted her hand, and his mouth lingered close to her skin for longer than necessary. He placed a light kiss on the inside of her wrist and let it drop. Except the kiss burned deep into her skin and made her want him more. Intense. Wicked. You're doing this on purpose, she accused. Doing what? He asked, his face innocent and void of emotion. She found it hard to breathe when he stood so close. You're a tease, Jake Hatfield, and you know it. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer, looking her over in slow motion. Like you, I plan to demolish my prey, and make her beg for mercy before the night is over. She swallowed. Nonsense, I thought we were strict friends for the next 2 weeks. Jake's chest rumbled when he laughed out loud. Maggie McCoy, friends don't dress like this. He nodded to her body again. She smiled a wicked smile and turned her back on him. Oh Jake, you haven't seen anything yet. He didn't know how long he could last as friends with Maggie and her seductive outfit on. The leopard print top crisscrossed over the top of her breasts and pushed them up, where all he could do was stare at her front. The top wrapped around low on her back, and he wanted to drag the white frilly skirt off so he could see what was underneath. At each movement she made, little ruffles parted where a bit of skin peeked out, but then the skirt went back in place and made him desperate to see more flesh. Jake shook his head. Two could play this game. Maggie, can you put some of this lotion on my back before we take off? He grabbed a tube of suntan oil from the console of the boat and stripped off his sleeveless white t-shirt in a slow move that would make any male stripper proud. His back to her, he flexed a few muscles on purpose, and then turned around and handed her the lotion. His brow shot up when she stood there speechless. Cat got your tongue? He asked and winked. He grinned. It had been some time since he winked at her. He remembered when they first met he would do it often. This is what she wanted, he realized all of a sudden. She took the tube from his outstretched hand and turned the lid in slow motion as she took slow, seductive steps towards him. Turn around, she whispered, her voice low in her throat. He felt the cool liquid on his back as she began to rub it in with both her hands. Jake closed his eyes. Maggie, he groaned. Her hands stilled. That was easy, she said, unaware she spoke out loud. Jake turned and picked her up with one swoop, then threw her off the boat right into the canal. He jumped in after her and waited in the water until she came up for air. After she sputtered and cursed him out, he helped her back into the boat. I thought you needed cooling off, Maggie, he laughed. She stood above him on the deck when he began to pull himself up. He looked up when she placed her foot on his chest and held him back from getting on board. Now look what you did, Jake Hatfield. You soaked my skirt. Now I'm going to have to take it off to dry. He waited, her foot on his chest and his eyes on the flash of skin underneath the skirt. He'd wanted to do that since she showed up earlier. She took her hands and peeled the material away from her body. The barely there tiny leopard print stared him in the face. He reached out because he couldn't help it, until her foot pushed forward as Jake fell back in the water with a splash. He went for a long swim while she stood on deck in her glorious leopard suit. Jake didn't know if he could get back up there without ripping it off of her. How would they be able to spend the whole day together like this? They hadn't left the property yet. Maggie, I'm not coming out of this water until you put the skirt back on. It will dry on the ride to the beach. Maggie laughed out loud as he backstroked through the water. Ah, Jake. You can look up now, it's safe. When he got on board, he kept his eyes off Maggie and started the boat. He'd steer clear of her for now, until he could get control of the emotions that flowed through him like a freight train on a downhill ride. It's going to be a long 2 weeks like this, he complained. Chapter 8. By the time the boat pulled up to disembark, Jake thought he had everything under control. Maggie kept her skirt on, and he began to wonder if going to a beach would be a disaster for them. This was a different type of beach, he told himself, and he grabbed the thermal cooler before helping her out of the boat. Where are we? Maggie asked as she gazed around the desolate area. This is Geiger Key's abandoned beach. I thought it would be fun to explore. Did you want to put on your walking shoes? Maggie nodded and placed a hand on his shoulder to slip her shoes on, then balanced herself as she pulled her hair back and dropped the floppy hat over her head. She titled her head to him. I'm sorry for teasing you. Forgive me? Jake slipped an arm around her waist and dropped a kiss on her cheek. There's nothing to forgive, baby, he told her. She smiled up at him. I like when you call me baby. She reached up and touched his cheek. I like when you do that, he admitted, before he grabbed her hand and placed a kiss in the palm. Let's go explore. He held on to her hand and carried the cooler with the other. As they walked down a path, the pavement came to an abrupt stop. A barricade blocked their path to the beach area. A large ominous sign stood beside it. Maggie giggled and pointed. Clothing optional beyond this point, it read. I forgot about that part, Jake mentioned. Do you still want to venture across? Of course. I watched a video online about how someone made a natural structure out of the things he found along the beach. Rock and driftwood cluttered the natural beach as they walked along the rocky shore. Lean-tos made out of the driftwood seemed natural, and yet it was hard to tell if man had something to do with the shapes along the paths. This used to be the highway, Jake told her. Notice those telephone poles that stick out of the ground near the water? I do. It seems odd they are so close to shore. He nodded. It's because to the left of those poles was the highway at one time, until Mother Nature decided it shouldn't be there any longer. It's all washed away now. They walked hand in hand, until Maggie saw the leaning wire fence that looked as if it were about to fall over in some areas. What are those flip-flops doing hanging on the fence? Jake shrugged. Not sure. Looks like someone collects lost shoes to hang on the fence. Everything on the other side of that crumbled fence belongs to the Navy. We won't be able to explore over there. She ran a hand over a small plaque someone attached to the fence with faded letters printed on. Wall of Lost Souls. Lost Souls of Paradise, Maggie read out loud, then grabbed Jake's hand to wander along another path that led to more rocks and sand. Jake pointed to an abandoned metal boat that sat along the washed-up shore. Maggie ran over to the beat-up boat. It looks like an old canoe. A small child's shoe sat in the bottom, faded and weathered. It's called a chug. Refugees who tried to make their way over from Cuba were in this boat at one time. They stood there at the rusty boat and noticed how prehistoric it looked. I can't imagine bringing a small child in this, Maggie whispered, a solemn look on her face. Jake whispered in her ear, "You would make a wonderful mother." Maggie turned away. "Are you crying?" Jake asked, serious. When she turned to him, he saw the anguish on her face. She knew as well as he did the occupants more than likely never made it to shore. Jake wanted to impress Maggie, make her love him more and have so much fun together. This sadness was not going to help his case. "I'm sorry, baby. I didn't realize this boat was here. It's not your fault. I'm not even sure why it bothers me so much. Hey, would you take a look at this?" Maggie began to run over the rocks and broken pieces of macadam left from the broken road. Jake followed, and before them stood a makeshift fort someone built into the driftwood. As they followed the paths, it looked like different areas to sleep and even eat. Maggie began to explore, and Jake found it hard to keep up with her. He was so glad she was smiling again. They were taking one path around the back of the shelter, when Maggie jumped back against him. Oh! A naked man, sitting on a large rock, his arms draped over his knees, looked up at them and nodded. "Don't you just love the keys?" he said. "I'm so sorry to intrude," Maggie told him. She was quick to apologize. "I'm Maggie and this is Jake." She reached out to shake his hand and took a deep breath. Jake did the same and shook the skinny arm. The man looked like he hadn't eaten in a week. "I can offer you a sandwich," Jake told him before realizing he would be giving away their lunch. The man nodded. "I'm obliged, son. I'd like it if you both sat down to eat with me." Jake looked at Maggie and shrugged. He didn't have a problem with sharing their lunch. "Sure thing," he told the naked man. "Name's Chaz," he told them as he stood up in all his naked glory. Jake watched as Maggie tried hard to keep the smile from her face. They were going to have lunch at a naked man's table. The sign did say clothing optional, Jake mused. He motioned them towards a makeshift wooden slate, where he sat back down again. Maggie followed and sat alongside Chaz, and Jake did the same. He reached in his cooler and brought out 2 beers. He offered one to Chaz. "I'm obliged," he said, and set it down in front of him, his eyes on the cooler. Jake pulled out 2 sandwiches. One he gave to Maggie and the other to Chaz. He pulled out a small plastic bowl of strawberries that looked fresh and luscious. Jake picked one up and moved the bowl to the center of the makeshift table. "Help yourself," he told the others. He wasn't sure he wanted to show Chaz the last item in the cooler. Maggie split her sandwich and handed him half. When he took it, he moved his hand off of the cooler and she pulled it towards her. "I knew you had more in there, now what do we have?" she asked and looked inside. Her eyes shot back to him in sudden surprise. "Oh Jake, how sweet." Jake saw her look at the naked homeless man and back to him. "I think I'll save it for later." He baked a cupcake for her with a heart on top. Inside the heart, he wrote "I love you" with one of those bakery pens. He would do anything to prove she was worth it, even bake a silly cupcake. A smile crept up his face as he chewed on the sandwich, knowing she didn't want to share her special cupcake with the naked homeless guy. It made the whole process worth it. He didn't even care that he would have to clean up the disaster of a kitchen he left behind after his cupcake baking ordeal when he got back home. She smiled. "I bet the kitchen looks like a tornado went through." He nodded and smiled as he remembered long ago when they first met and how he cooked her breakfast one morning. She got drunk at the full moon party, and after a day of sleeping it off, he made her breakfast on the deck. Except afterwards she helped him clean up, which took hours and much laughter. After their road trip, he began to work longer and harder than ever before. He knew why. It was because he couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Now he had to prove to her that no matter what happened, he would never back away again and get lost in his work. He watched her as she nibbled on her sandwich, and his heart swelled. What woman would sit in the middle of nowhere with a homeless, naked guy eating a sandwich? "A penny for your thoughts," she whispered. "I'm thinking how much I mean those words on that sweet treat inside the cooler." Maggie's smile made this all worthwhile. Although he wasn't crazy about sitting around with a naked man, Chaz sure had them in stitches after he got done eating. He told them story after story about people's reaction to his nudity when they walked along this path. They became silent when a few people strolled by the makeshift hut. Jake could see out, but it was difficult for them to see where they sat. That's when he recognized two of the men as they stood outside of the tree line. One was the guy Jerry, the one Maggie called Jerk. "Remember Jerry from our road trip?" Her head shot up. "Yes. What about him?" "He's right over there, talking to some other guy. I doubt they're here as tourists." Jake didn't want them to see Maggie. He wasn't sure what was going on, but Jerry wasn't too happy the last time he saw the two of them. He looked at Chaz and doubted the naked man would be interested in helping. "Chaz, is there a way to get around them? I don't want them to see us leave." Jake wasn't afraid of a confrontation, but there were two of them and one of him. He doubted Chaz would be up to a fight. The skinny man had no muscle on him that he could see. "I'm afraid not, but go over there." He pointed to a small-looking cave. "Drop down in the hole and cover up with some sticks and such. It will hide you from prying eyes. I do it all the time." Jake helped Maggie up. He held his finger to his mouth because he didn't want to make noise. Jake led her over to the makeshift cave and took a step down. He was surprised to find himself waist-high in a hole in the ground. "Maggie, let me help you," he said. He took her by the waist and pulled her to him. She brushed her body up against his as shocked eyes stared into his. He crouched down a bit and pulled some of the driftwood over the hole. Newspaper and paper bags lined the sandy hole. Jake could see the forms standing by the tree line, but he couldn't make out what they said. He turned to Maggie, who made herself comfortable on the ground. He sat down beside her. "We can wait here until they leave. I need to get a hold of Josh and let him know what's going on." "We don't know what's going on," Maggie said. "I know it's not innocent, Maggie. No one goes to a deserted beach to have small talk." She nodded, and then clapped her hand over her face as Chaz ran over to the hole and pulled up the wood covering. He slid down and crouched in the corner. "I saw guns, and there's another guy heading this way. Be quiet, this doesn't look good at all." Jake growled. "You sure we're safe here, Chaz? I don't want to be a sitting duck." "Don't worry. We're safe as long as you stay quiet." Jake pulled out his cell phone and put it on mute. He pointed to the phone, but she shook her head, indicating her phone was still on the boat. He began to text Josh when he saw the outline of a familiar face. "Jesse Storm. What's he doing here? I thought he's a secret agent?" Maggie whispered. Jake felt the warmth of her as she scooted closer. He put an arm around her and rubbed her arm with the pad of his thumb. He drew little circles on her skin. She shivered in his arms. The man who spoke with Jerry before Jesse Storm showed up began to walk away. Jake hoped they would all get moving so he could get out of here with Maggie. She didn't need this. He saw Maggie put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes widened. The moment he tore his eyes from her and looked out of the hole, Jesse raised an arm, a gun in his hand. Jesse called out to the other guy. The man turned and began to lift his arms up in the air, when Jesse let loose and fired 3 shots. The man went down. Maggie began to shake. He could feel her body quiver next to his. He pulled her close and pushed her face into his chest. Even Chaz sucked in a deep breath. Jerry laughed out loud. "Well done," he told Jesse. "Now let's get to Baltimore and set you up with my dad." He placed an arm across Jess's shoulder, and they began to walk away. Jake waited until he was certain they were far enough up the beach to get out of the hole. He nodded to Maggie, her hand still over her mouth. "Stay," he whispered. She reached up and began to shake her head. No, don't go out there. Oh, Jake. Please. He may still be alive. We have to help." When Jake said he may still be alive, Maggie pulled herself together right before his eyes. She nodded. "You're right, I'm coming with you." He helped her out of the makeshift hole, because he knew she wouldn't stay there. They began to find their way to the beach, except there was no man anywhere. He looked up and down the coastline. "I didn't imagine Jesse Storm shot a man. I saw him fall." Chaz grunted. "Maybe he washed out to sea." There is no way for it to happen so fast. Something sinister was going on, right before their eyes. Jake pulled his shades down from on top of his head and stared up the coastline. "Is there any more of these hiding places, Chaz?" "Not sure." "There's our answer." A small boat was moving down the coastline, far enough away Jake couldn't make out who it was. The beach was so desolate, it had to be the man he saw earlier. He pointed to the boat. "It looks like he has some help. There's another person on board. I bet the guy wore a bulletproof vest. Jesse must be up to his special agent trickery. It's good no one saw us. I want to go. This place gives me the creeps." "Let's wait a few more minutes, Maggie, and I'll get you out of here. We don't ever have to come back." He pulled her close and let her head rest on his chest. She wrapped both her arms around his waist. "I wonder why Jesse had to make it look like he was shooting that other man. This is like a bad movie happening right before our eyes." Maggie shivered. "I suppose he wants Jerry's dad, who's behind the drug dealing. He needs to prove his worth, and I think he had this all set up. Not sure though. Look, let's get out of here. We should be okay. I'm sorry you had to witness this." "Chaz, thank you for your hospitality," Maggie told him. She went over to the naked man and gave him a hug. Chaz hugged her back, perhaps a bit too long. Jake cleared his throat and pulled Maggie away. He shook the man's hand, held onto it and stared at Chaz. Jake made it clear without saying a word, Maggie was off limits. They were careful to walk along a path where they weren't out in the open. "I'm not sure how far ahead they are, or if they left the area, Maggie. I think we gave them enough time to leave, but let's be careful anyway." He pulled her close to him and kept alert as they walked back towards the concrete barrier. He would do whatever he had to keep Maggie safe. She began to giggle. "What's so funny? I didn't think I'd see a real naked man here on this beach, let alone share out lunch with him. This is quite the adventure today. I'm not sure how you can top this one." Chapter 9. They headed back out to sea on Jake's boat. Jake warned Maggie to keep watch. They weren't sure if Jerry and Jesse drove here or had their own boat. It seemed as if they were alone on the water. Jake let his guard down a bit. "I believe we're safe." Maggie was glad to be away from there. "I don't ever want to meet up with Jerry again. When he choked me at that rest area, I thought I was going to die until Jesse saved me." Jake reached over and placed his fingers on her neck. His gentle strokes touched her deep. "I won't ever let it happen to you again. I promise. It wasn't your fault, friend. It was all Jerry. He's a mean, nasty person, and I don't think he likes women. I want to see him rot in jail." Jake swore. Not sure why they let him out in the first place, unless they need him out on the streets so Jesse can bring down his dad. His dad has eluded the cops for ages, and this is the first time they ever had someone on the inside. If it's such a secret, how do you know so much? Maggie was glad he knew, but it seemed odd. "You are a civilian, right? I'm not involved with a secret agent too, am I?" she asked, her stare suspicious. Jake leaned back in his captain's seat. "No, Maggie. I'm not a secret agent. When they kidnapped you, I didn't give him much choice. He knew with my connections, I could raise questions with some important people. Agents work under the radar, they don't want publicity. Nice to know. Jake's phone rang. I need to take this, it's Josh. As the two spoke for some time, Maggie heard him tell Josh he was taking her to the dolphin rescue tomorrow. He was so intense right now as he tried to find things for the two of them to do, even in the midst of all the chaos. His work kept him busy, but he hadn't mentioned work all day. In his own way, he tried so hard. She needed to put a stop to their game and move on from here. She wanted more than friends. Maggie never wanted to lose him, and she missed being in his arms at night. She didn't like to sleep alone anymore. She would tell him the moment he hung up the phone. I'm sure you heard me tell Josh I'm going to take you to the dolphin rescue tomorrow, right? At her nod, he continued. Would you mind if we meet up with Josh and Sarah? He has a situation at the bed and breakfast in Key West, and needs to talk to me. That would be fun. Why don't we see if John and Abby want to come along? I know Abs would love to see the dolphins. At his nod, she got on her cell and agreed to meet Abby and John first thing in the morning. She sat next to Jake as he drove the boat towards their home. Do me a favor? He asked. Don't wear that suit to swim with the dolphins. Please. Maggie squeezed his arm and smiled before she nodded. She snuggled closer. He threw his arm around her shoulder and she looked up at him. I didn't realize friends got this intimate. He shrugged. I guess we are friends with benefits, huh? She smiled and looked out at the water. Jake, maybe we should call this friendship thing off and go back where we were. I miss you. Jake chuckled. I'm afraid it's too late. A shot of fear hit Maggie. What do you mean it's too late? I planned out our next 2 weeks, and I am strong enough to stick to the schedule. Are you? He gazed into her eyes as they challenged her. I guess so. It's complicated. On one hand, I want you to pay attention to my like this, and on the other hand, I can't stand the thought of sleeping alone. I need you, Jake. He turned his head to the sea. She tilted her head and watched his profile, saw how he swallowed, then pressed his jaw together. Maggie realized this was hard for him too. Perhaps he needed to do this so he could prove something to himself. On the other hand, Jake, I do see the point of all this. I think you're right. I'm going to be strong enough and stick to it. Friends? His placed a light kiss on her mouth. She wanted more, way more, but his mind seemed made up and it was okay for now. He concentrated on docking the boat, and she noticed a light burned in his kitchen window. I think you forgot to turn out the lights when we left this morning. Want some help to clean up the kitchen? Jake helped her off the boat before he walked her to the door. No, Maggie. I don't trust myself to have you in the house. Good night. He turned to her and placed another light kiss on her cheek, and then his mouth drifted to her hair. He took in a deep breath, and was still for such a long time, Maggie wondered if he would change his mind. She backed away first and threw him a kiss. Good night, my love, she whispered as she closed the door to her bungalow. It would be a long night. John showed up early the next morning. The two stood out by the docks while they waited on the women to get ready and discussed the situation. John didn't get as involved as Jake, but it was because he kept himself so busy with the urgent care center. John, I thought you were going to slow down since you met Abby. Didn't the trip to Johns Hopkins help you decide that working 24/7 was too much? John shrugged. His hands went deep in his pockets. The two twins were so much alike, and yet so different. I loved the trip with Abby in the RV, but I ached to come back. She wasn't too happy that I wanted to return, but I did promise to take more time off soon so we could spend time together again on the road. She's a good woman. Don't mess it up like I almost did. John raised a brow. It doesn't look like you messed anything up. What's going on? He asked, curious. Jake told him about their relationship, and how he put his work first before Maggie. Maggie and Abby came out of the bungalow, arm in arm. Excitement rushed through Jake when Maggie smiled at him. Being separated was hard because he knew she was downstairs, not far away. He did admit he appreciated her more, and wanted her so bad, he had to turn away so he could concentrate on driving the boat. After some time on the water, an expensive scarab raced through the water towards them. Jake watched as Josh and Sarah pulled up beside his boat. The ladies began to make all kinds of wild noises. Jake watched in amusement as they leaned over the boat. "Can we ride with you?" one of them asked Josh. The older man looked up at Jake, and he nodded. He'd give Maggie whatever made her happy. Besides, Josh was with Sarah. He didn't see any harm in the girls having some fun. "We'll meet you at the research center," Josh yelled out, and took off like a bat out of hell to impress the ladies. Jake and John watched as the ladies' screams and wild laughter filled the air. The twins shook their heads in unison. It would seem like a long ride until they reached the dolphin research. Nothing could keep up with the scarab, and Josh was showing off. Jake had to admit to himself he was a little jealous. "I wonder if Josh would let me borrow the scarab sometime," John said out loud. "Abby seems to like it a lot." Jake nodded. "I was thinking the same thing, bro." After the research center, the couples went on their way, with Jake and Maggie agreeing to a girls' and guys' night out in Key West. Maggie picked up her cell and called someone as the boat docked. "I'd like to make an appointment this evening for 3. After her call, she turned to Jake. "This will be a night to remember. We're going to Destiny's Art on Duval to get body painted." "Doesn't that consist of being naked?" he asked, a stern look on his face. She shrugged. "I'm not going to get all the way naked." At that, Maggie waved and ran to her bungalow and slammed the door. She heard Jake behind her but tried to ignore him, until he spoke right outside her closed door. "If anyone touches you, I'll tear them up." Maggie grinned. He was so protective. The 3 couples met at the inn with no name, Jake's bed and breakfast that Sarah and Josh managed. Then the 3 women walked arm in arm to Duval Street to get their bodies painted. The men acted as if they weren't going to follow, but the open window in Destiny's art studio told them a different story. Maggie looked up to see the 3 outside the studio. "Look who's here," she told the others. The artist spoke up. "You should have seen the one guy. He tried to come down here, but we didn't let him in. He threatened to buy the building. I laughed and made him leave." Maggie giggled. "That would be Jake. He owns this big company and thinks I'm his employee, I swear. But it is adorable how jealous they are. Perhaps this is good for them." Abby spoke up. "John told me he didn't like me running around topless if he weren't here to protect me." Maggie nodded. "I know, right? Jake told me if anyone touches me, he'll tear them up. He's so protective." She didn't want to tell them any more about their relationship at the moment. About how Jake wanted to be friends for 2 weeks, to prove she meant the world to him. It was something Maggie wanted to keep to herself, because her feelings were so raw right now. "Josh told me to have a good time, but he looked so lost." "Sarah doesn't have to worry, because Joshua probably has his men lurking in the back alleys watching," Abby said. "What do you mean?" Sarah asked, a puzzled look on her face. "Did I spill the beans?" "I think you did," Maggie told Abby. They didn't know Sarah was clueless when it came to what Josh did for a living. She turned to Sarah as the artist began to paint her. "I'm surprised he never told you he was an undercover agent." At Abby's strange, shocked look, Maggie and Abby began to tell Sarah how Josh was undercover for 10 years. They explained how he brought down one of the worst drug dealers on the East Coast. "I'm so sorry, Sarah. He should have told you. I'm not sure why he didn't, but please let him explain himself, okay? I thought you knew, or I wouldn't have said a word." When the artist finished, Maggie felt daring and sexy. She wore a thong to cover the intimate parts, but the rest was brilliant. The artist drew a pair of skin-tight mini blue jean shorts over her skin, and then painted a black and gold Harley top over her breasts. She topped it off with a colorful headband and some gold chains that hung around her neck. The ladies talked more about Sarah's situation, and Sarah agreed to forget it and try to have fun. "He'll tell you, Sarah. Let him do it in his time." They all went up the steps to the front of the shop, and as Maggie walked through the door onto the street, Jake turned and stared. He was unable to take his eyes off of her. She stood there for a moment, nervous. "What do you think?" "I should have brought my bike," Jake muttered. He went to her and claimed her with a deep kiss. When they broke apart, Maggie ran her tongue across her lips. My. I didn't know friends behaved this way." Her teasing tone made him smile. "I'm afraid this friend has an agenda. We need to talk about our friendship. Later tonight." Sarah's voice rent the air as she began to argue with Josh. Maggie turned as Sarah stomped away, following Abby, who shouted, "What do you say, let's party it up?" Maggie grabbed Jake's hand as they followed the others to a small bar tucked on a corner of Duval. They found a few tables and pushed them close together. Sarah and Josh were at odds with each other, and Maggie told Sarah to at least give him a chance to talk about why he lied to her. But Sarah was in a dangerous mood. The three girls stood at a table while the guys bought drinks. "We didn't tell you so you could make a spectacle of yourself, Sarah, even if I'm not sure why he hid this from you." Sarah put her face in her hands as Josh appeared and asked to talk to her. When she refused, Maggie elbowed her. "Don't be stubborn," she whispered, "let him explain." But Sarah turned on Maggie, fury in her eyes. She stomped off to the dance floor where she began to dance with strangers. Maggie tried, but now she wanted to spend time with Jake. The way he looked at her when she walked up the steps from the art studio made her shiver. He wanted her, and tonight she would make sure he got whatever he wanted. They sipped their drinks and laughed at John and Abby, while Josh stood at their table solemn, his eyes glued on Sarah. Maggie followed Josh's eyes to the dance floor. Sarah looked over her way, her eyes apologizing without saying a word. Maggie gave her a thumbs up. "It looks like those two have some things to straighten out," Maggie told Jake as she brushed her mouth alongside his ear. He nodded and turned so her mouth brushed his instead. "It looks like we are in the same situation. I think it's time we put this to rest. You are my friend, Maggie. But most of all, you are my love, the woman I want to be with. I shouldn't try to pretend you're anything else. I'm sorry. Does this have anything to do with my body paint and the fact I am naked from the thong up?" she teased. He stared into her eyes. "Yes." He began to draw tiny circles on her arm while he looked into her eyes, unable to turn away. Maggie sucked in a breath. If anything, Jake was honest. Blunt. It made her want him more. "I can't wait to go home." Jake looked up at a loud noise. "It may have to wait," he said, and followed John to the dance floor where Josh blasted a brutal punch to a man's face who tried to dance with Sarah. The man, sprawled on the floor underneath a wooden table, shook his head and tried to get up. The bar began to sizzle, and Maggie knew all hell was about to break loose. "Let's go." She took Abby's hand and yanked, determined to get out before a brawl between too many patrons started. She heard Jake order Josh outside, and took the lead as she almost ran through the open door of the bar. They all headed up the street, until Josh and Sarah began to argue in the middle of the street. Maggie squeezed Jake's hand. "This night is getting out of hand. We need to get those two home," she told him. All of a sudden the sky cracked, and rain began to fall as the heavens opened up. "Oh dear," she shouted and ran toward Sarah. Abby had the same idea, as the two ran in the rain to their friend. When they got their bodies painted earlier, Sarah wanted water-soluble paint so it wouldn't react to her skin, which was tender to chemicals. Now, with the surprise of a sudden thunderstorm, the rain washed away the paint, and the colors all began to run down her body. Before the rain exposed her, Josh took her in his arms to shield her. It was a tender moment, and almost stopped Maggie in her tracks. Then Abby reached down to the bag that fell from Sarah's hand when the rain burst through the clouds and pulled out a top. She stood in front of Sarah as Abby helped get her top back on. "I want to call it a night," Sarah told them. "I'm sorry, I guess I'm not the party girl after all." Maggie smiled. "Go home and make up," she told her over the sound of the rain and wind that began to stir up. She looked for Jake, who stood under a canopy on the sidewalk with his brother. The two joined the men under the canopy. "That is sweet of you too," Maggie said. "Thank you for giving Sarah space. I can't believe the colors washed off of her so quick." When she snuggled up to Jake, her breasts fit tight against his chest. He moaned. She looked up at him. "Want to call it a night as well?" He nodded. They had a long way to go home. As they turned to leave, Maggie saw the sweetest thing. "Look at them," she urged the others. Josh found an umbrella somewhere and held it over Sarah's head. He wrapped his arms around her as they made their way down the street. "I could write another bestseller with that scene." Jake laughed. He nudged her ear and whispered in his low, sexy voice, "We need to go write our own right now. I can't wait any longer." "It's gonna be a long ride home," she whispered back. "Perfect." That will give me time to fantasize about what I'll do to your painted body, he said, before he opened the car door for her. His stormy eyes made her shiver. It would be a long ride back, plus Abby and John were in the back seat. Maggie let out the biggest sigh ever. Chapter 10. How great it would be for everything to fall in place. Except when they made it home after they dropped John and Abby off, there was a bright light in Jake's kitchen. Did you leave the light on again? Maggie asked. Not that I can remember. He drove the Camaro in the garage when the automatic door opened. A loud bang and some scraping noises came from the bungalow. Jake jumped out of the car in one smooth movement and held up his hand. Stay here, Maggie. Call 911. I think someone is in the house. Fear clutched at Maggie's heart. Don't go in, Jake. Wait with me while I call the police. She pushed the numbers and looked up to find Jake gone. 911. Yes, there's a break-in at our house. Maggie gave the address and hung up before the responder could ask any more questions. She was not about to let Jake go in there alone. Where was Jax? He should be barking, but she didn't hear him at all. The burglars had to see the headlights and hear them pull into the garage, she thought. Unless they were in the bungalow. Then they wouldn't be able to see any lights from inside. But why were Jake's lights on too, unless there was more than one person? Maggie grabbed a shovel from the garden tool shed in the corner of the garage. She tiptoed through the back door and made her way around the back of the house, towards her bungalow. A dark form almost plowed into her, and she stuck the shovel out in front. The person bounced off the shovel and stopped, then pushed it aside along with Maggie. She lost her step and almost fell. Hey you. Stop. Jake. He came around the side of the house, grabbed the form and threw him up against the wall. It was a teenager who cried out not to hurt him. Jake shook him. What are you doing in my house? He demanded, his voice low. The teen's eyes were as wide as a saucer. I made a delivery here. I'm not doing anything wrong. A noise in the backyard near the docks made Jake swing his head that way. Who's back there? I don't know. It's some guy who paid me $50 to drop off a package upstairs. He said the door would be open, and to put it in the kitchen on the stove. Hold it right there. Two uniformed policemen made their way through the gate, guns drawn, eyes cautious. Maggie snapped. Put them away. When they did at her command, she realized it was because they recognized Jake. They shook his hand and stared at the boy. What's going on, Jake? I caught this kid running out the door. I came home and the upstairs light was on. He says someone paid him to drop off a package. Not sure if he's lying. You may want to take him in to question him. Either way, he trespassed on my property. The officer nodded and placed the teen under arrest. They heard a whistle and began to walk towards the docks where they heard some noise a few minutes before. Be careful, Jake, Maggie pleased. It was so dark they couldn't see much since it was so overcast. Even the moon's rays hid behind the clouds. Maggie, please. Go upstairs and get away from here. I don't want you hurt. I can't leave you down here alone. Jake gave her a gentle push. Please, baby. I'll feel better if you get out of the line of fire. I don't know if they have a gun. Deputy, can you take her up? The other officer, who had walked with Jake, nodded and began to steer Maggie through the yard. I'm sorry, yes. You're right. I need to go upstairs for your gun. This is crazy. We're running around out here unprotected. It's in the closet, right? She walked towards the steps as one of the officers followed, her nerves rattled. Maggie knew her own body, and the tremors she felt rise up and down her skin had her gasping in deep breaths. I'll go with you, ma'am, he told her. I'll have to see the package he dropped off and make sure the kid isn't lying. The other officer, who secured the teenager in the back of the cruiser, hustled down to Jake, where the other boat bobbed in the water alongside of Jake's. He was so close to the boat when its engine started up, and the occupants revved the motor as it began to tread water. Hey! Stop! She heard Jake roar out loud. Someone laughed. A sinister, hateful laugh that made Maggie's skin crawl. She turned around and ran back down the steps to warn Jake. She recognized the laugh and shouted, "Oh no, Jake. It's Jerry. I know that voice anywhere." "Yeah, it's Jerry. How about a present for sending me to jail?" Maggie reached Jake and he pulled her into his arms. "Maggie, I told you to stay back," he groaned, then his eyes widened. "Get down, Maggie. Right. Now." He slid down beside her and covered her with his own body. Two officers also ducked down when they realized what Jerry had in his hand. The four of them lay face down on their bellies on the dock when an explosion went off in Jake's house. All of a sudden, the upstairs kitchen burst into a ball of orange and blue flames that took out the whole side of the house. Maggie curled underneath Jake, who tried to protect her with his own body. She felt the tremor of the earth as the explosion rumbled through the air and could smell the smoke. Her head shot up as she watched the flames destroy their home. Son of a bitch. Jake's heart raced against her back. Maggie could feel it. He stood up and held out his hand to pull her from the ground. "Are you okay?" he asked, his gentle voice now rough with anger. She shook her head and fell back in his arms. "Oh, Jake, it's all gone. Our home is destroyed." When she lifted her head, her eyes took in the flames as they flickered and roared to life over the roof of the house. "My computer, my work." Jake set her aside and told the officer to keep her back. He ran towards the bungalow, his steps stretching across the sand and grass. She watched in horror as he went through the door. Smoke began to seep out from her office. She tried to go after him, but the officer took her arm and held on to her. "No, ma'am, he isn't in danger yet. Give him a minute." Maggie shook her head back and forth. "No, there's too much smoke." "Jake," she called out, and then relief flooded through her from the top of her head to the tips of her toes when he came through the smoke-filled doorway. She closed her eyes in relief. When she opened them, Jake stood in front of her. "Please don't ever do that again." When she looked at his outstretched hands, he handed her laptop to her. "I couldn't let those bastards destroy what you began to create. Everything else can be replaced. Thank God Jax is at Abby's place." A bolt of terror went through Maggie. "Jax isn't at Abby's," she whispered. "When we left tonight, I left him in his cage. He thinks he's in a cave, and I closed the door. Jake, oh Jake, he's still in the bungalow in the bedroom. Why didn't he bark?" She broke free and began to run to the bungalow. The smoke poured out, but Maggie didn't care. She had to get Jax out. She was the one who put him in his cage. How could she forget? The upstairs flames were thicker and brighter than before, but below there was smoke. Maggie took her headband off and wrapped it around her nose and mouth as she entered the bungalow's open door. It was dark and dangerous inside, as smoke billowed all around, but Maggie knew her way without being able to see a thing. She worked her way to the bedroom door and pushed it open. "Jax, where are you?" Her hands felt around until she found the large cage. Her fingers fumbled, but she couldn't open the cage until she noticed something jammed into the lock. "What?" she cried out, then a pair of large hands picked up the cage. "Maggie, grab me," Jake ordered. Maggie held onto his belt loop as the rush of pure air rent through her nostrils. She gagged and coughed. "We'll take it from here," a fire chief told them. "You both need to get away from the scene." The sirens of incoming fire trucks and men rushing through their backyard filled the area. Water from a hose began to douse the inferno. Like a well-oiled machine, the firefighters laid out a plan to put out the fire. Maggie felt Jake's strong arms around her. She tried hard to push fresh air in her lungs. "Why hasn't Jax moved?" she cried out and fell to her knees at the cage. She fumbled with the lock and realized someone jammed a piece of steel across so even the dog couldn't get out. Maggie was not strong enough to free the dog, but Jake knelt down and yanked it away. He opened the door and reached in to Jax, who was unconscious. "Oh, Jax, wake up," Maggie pleaded. "We need to get him help." "Get on the boat, Maggie. We'll take him to John." Jake gathered Jax close and stood up with the dog in his arms. His solemn look scared Maggie. Jake was furious. Jake stalked to the boat, and when Maggie sat down, he placed Jax on her lap. He pulled a solar blanket from one of the cabinets and placed it over their pup, then knelt down. "Everything will be okay, Maggie. Keep it together, baby." She shivered. Their night of fun on the town turned into a night of horror. As the boat pulled away from the docks, Maggie looked back to see their home engulfed in flames as firemen worked around the property. She tried to hold it together. It was a house, that's all. It was where Jake and her met so long ago. She didn't realize tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed out loud. Maggie's heart-wrenching sobs went right to his core. Jake didn't look back like she did. He reached out and placed a hand on her cheek. It's a house, made of wood and materials that we can rebuild. He brushed a tear away. She sniffed. It's our home where we met, made love, fought. I feel so violated, like our lives have been raped by a sinister force. He nodded. At least we know who the sinister force is. I drove all those miles in the Impala with his voice in my head and ear. He was up close and personal in my face, Jake. I have no doubts it was Jerry. I agree. You recognize his voice better than I do, but there's no doubt in my mind. I doubt my security system will be able to capture his face. Of course the cameras won't do us any good. They're simmering in soot and dust and water as we speak. If you used a security company, perhaps they will have a video. Jake shook his head. I had a home security system here. Didn't think I'd need anything elaborate for my home. Guess I was wrong. Maggie shivered. You have to realize, Jake, you are a mogul in the business world. You'll need to be more careful where you are concerned. Jake, you do live rather plain for a man of your wealth. I like that about you, she said, as fresh tears began to shimmer across her lids. You're right, Maggie. Our next home will be different, I promise. There will be so much security, the crown jewels will be safe. You will be safe. Maggie smiled up at him, and it wrenched his heart. She was in shock, her face covered in tears and soot from the fire. If he didn't have to get them out of here, he'd have her in his arms. I need to call John. The minute he got off the phone with John, his phone rang again. Josh wanted everyone to meet at John and Abby's within the hour. Feels like déjà vu, he told Maggie, who stared down at Jack's, hair hanging down in her face. He reached out and pushed a strand behind her ear. What if she had been at the top of the stairs? A wretched sound came from deep in his throat. Oh, Jake. Maggie entwined her hand in his, her soft skin enveloped in his large fingers. She brought his hand to her mouth and pressed her lips to them. We're going to be all right, love. Let's not think any more. Jax began to stir. His mouth opened big and wide, as he gave one of the loudest and longest yawns Jake ever heard. A sob escaped Maggie. I think he'll be okay, she whispered. The dog's tail began to flop back and forth in super slow motion. He tried to sit up but fell back, weak. Hang on, fellow. We're almost there. Jake steered the boat around to Abby's property, a large home along a gorgeous strip of beach. As soon as their boat docked, Abby and John ran down to meet them, along with Penny, Abby's German shepherd. Penny sniffed at Jax and sat back as she waited for him to play. I'm sorry, Penny. Not right now, Jake told her with a pat on the head. Let's get him in the house, John ordered. He reached down into the boat and lifted Jax into his arms. Dr. Mode kicked in as he ran through the yard and into the house. Abby's arms went around Maggie, and she tried to hold Maggie up. Jake couldn't stand to watch her struggle. He picked her up and carried Maggie inside. She curled her body against his. I love you, Jake, she said, her tired voice a whisper. He dipped his head and kissed her, an agonizing kiss that stirred his soul. If Maggie hadn't turned around, she'd be gone. Dead. He shuddered against her mouth. He breathed in her scent and closed his eyes. I love you, Maggie. Jake, you need to sit down. I can't pick you up like when we were kids. John's voice sounded far away. Jake looked over at his brother and thought he nodded. John was right. His knees began to feel weak and his head light. He put his love down on the sofa and sat beside her, then pulled her onto his lap. She clung on to him, as if he would disappear. Jax lay on the other couch, his weakened state again stirring anger in Jake's heart. Someone did something to Jax. He watched as John examined him. Even though John was a doctor, he could still tell if there was something going on with their pet. John stood up. I'm afraid you're right, bro. His pupils are not normal. My guess is someone put a muscle relaxer in his food. They didn't want him to make any noise. He's coming out of it, so don't be surprised if he seems fatigued for a day or two. He'll languish around and appear listless, but don't worry, he'll be okay. I'll keep him here and check on him, see if I can get some vitamins from the vet. You may be stuck with us too, bro. The house is toast. Abby brought some warm drinks from the kitchen on a tray. She handed them each a cup filled with hot cocoa and whipped cream. There's nothing better than some old-fashioned cocoa. Drink up, it'll help put you to sleep. I made up the bedroom by the veranda, for the two of you. I think John will agree you can stay here as long as necessary. Maggie stirred in his lap. I don't understand why Jerk would do this to us. We were a part of the reason he went to jail, but all Jake did was punch him in the face for kidnapping me. It wasn't like we caused it, he did this to himself. Jake shook his head. It doesn't matter. He wanted to blame someone, and by the way it sounds, he's a spoiled rich kid that gets his way. Don't be surprised if he doesn't get burned for this crime. Maggie squeezed her eyes shut. I can't bear the thought of him out in society. We need to put his ass away for good. Jake grinned. He flung his head back against the cushion. Maggie never swore. Let's see what Josh says, he'll be here any minute. He better come up with something good. Maggie McCoy is about to go postal. Jake chuckled and gathered her tighter in his arms. Chapter 11. I'm sorry, Josh told them. We can't jeopardize the mission at hand. This is our lives, Josh. Maggie was fighting mad. She stood with her hands on her hips and looked up at him, his face drawn and concerned. He burns down our house, our home, and you can't do anything about him. Josh seemed distant, unconcerned, as if there was something else going on that had him uptight. He kept a constant eye on his watch. Look, the drug empire will be crushed within days. Jesse is on his way to Baltimore to finish this job. Jerry is with him now. We can't stop the wheels. If we do, there are so many innocent kids to consider. Please try to understand. The old man is selling drugs to children in the city schools. Maggie closed her eyes. She wanted to scream and yell, because it wasn't fair. Her exhaustion began to overwhelm her, and Jake placed a strong arm around her shoulders. We need to lie down, baby. It's been a long night. Jake began to steer Maggie down the hall. Josh, keep us informed. Josh went to Maggie and took her hand in his. I'm sorry about your house and everything that has happened. I do understand, but right now I have to get back to Key West. Sarah's brother may be in danger, along with my sister, and I can't leave her to deal with it alone. I promise Jesse Storm will take down Jerry and this ring. You won't have to ever worry about him again. Even though Maggie was exhausted, she realized someone else had troubles as well. I'm sorry, Josh. Is there anything we can do? Is Sarah okay? He shook his head. Sarah is fine. Don't worry, we'll handle things there, but please lie low for now. We'll keep eyes on you and Jake at all times, and I swear Jesse has taken Jerry away from here. They should be in Baltimore within a few hours. Their plane took off about 10 minutes ago. Jake nodded to Josh. If Jesse doesn't take him down, I will. He'll never hurt my family again. Jake, keep your cool, Josh warned. I will, as long as the promises stated here are kept. I have enough money to hire someone to take them out. You know it's true. I won't hesitate, not anymore. He almost killed Maggie. Josh nodded as if he understood. Come on, Jake, let's go to bed, Maggie commanded. She wrapped her arm around his waist and they walked down the hall. Jake was tense and on edge, and she didn't blame him. She felt the same way. Abby had the bed covers pulled back and one of her nightgowns on the pillow. Maggie looked down at her body and realized she was still painted up. No one ever noticed these aren't real clothes, Jake. I can't believe the paint didn't rub off after all we went through. She stood and stared at the bed, as if it called out to her. I need a shower, she whispered, her voice ragged. Jake picked her up and carried her in his arms to the shower. He stripped off his jeans and shirt and stood with her under the water as it cascaded over their bodies. She clung to him as the water ran down her face. Ah, this is heaven. Jake took soap and began to run his hands all over her skin. She wobbled, her knees were about to give out, and he held her up against him as he whispered sweet words in her ear. It wasn't sexual at first, but so soothing. As Maggie stood there and watched the colors from the paint run down the drain, she took Jake's hand and pulled the soap from him. Turn around, she ordered, and began to return the favor. The soap sizzled over his taut skin, and she rubbed his shoulders and massaged his neck and back. Jake placed both hands against the shower wall and hung his head. Maggie, I'm putty in your hands. Her hands, along with her body, began to wake up. As she ran her fingers along Jake's shoulder blades and down his back, he moaned out loud. When she ran her hands further down, he turned and crushed her to him. Soap and warm water encased their bodies, but Maggie didn't notice. An urgency so strong took a hold of her, and she took Jake's mouth in hers and plummeted her tongue inside. He pushed her against the wall, his mouth as desperate as hers. His hands cupped her breasts and ran down her belly and thighs. "I need you, Maggie." He sat down on the bench, along the one side of the shower, the water teasing his skin as it dripped off a well-tanned, muscular chest. Maggie didn't wait, but sat down on his lap and let him bury himself in her. He nuzzled his face in her neck, and hung onto her hips and rocked. She called out his name, over and over again, and he did the same. Their urgent lovemaking was over within a few minutes, but it drained them both of the pent-up hell they had just gone through. Maggie stayed on his lap, her body spent, her arms wrapped around his strong shoulders. Her hair, drenched, hung over her face. "Baby, we need to get up." "I can't," she murmured. Jake laughed and hoisted her up. Her knees buckled when he let her go to turn the now cold water off. She leaned against the wall of the shower. "I don't think I can make it to bed," she moaned and almost fell. He picked her up and wrapped a towel around her shoulders, then set her on the counter and began to rub the towel over her body. He lifted each arm and gave them a gentle pat. "You're too good to me," she told him. "I love you." Jake dried himself off while she sat on the counter in the bathroom, drained of all energy. He wrapped 2 towels over her body, and then took the nightgown Abby left on the bed and put it on her. As he picked her up, she looked in the floor-length mirror. "Look at us." He stopped when he saw their reflection in the mirror. Naked and taut, Jake held her in his arms as if she were a princess. "There's one thing missing," he said. She smiled at him. "What?" He picked up her left hand and kissed her ring finger. She watched him in the mirror, saw the exhaustion in his eyes and the strength of the man she loved reflected there. "A diamond, the size of my love for you, Maggie McCoy. I promise you tomorrow, there will be one there." He bent down and kissed her to seal his word. When he placed her in bed, she reached up and pulled him to her. "I don't want to be alone," she told him. He reached over and turned out the light, then slid down beside her. As he pulled her close, he murmured in her ear, "I don't want to be alone either." "You can stay here as long as you need to," Abby told Maggie as they sat at the kitchen counter for coffee. "I don't mind, and neither does John. Plus, look at Jax and Penny." I think she took the little fellow under her wing. Maggie stretched her neck to look out the window to find Penny mothering Jax. He was still a bit weak, and he stumbled when he walked. That's when Penny would circle around him like she was hurting him, and he would sit down until he got his strength back. "Thanks, Abby. I'm not sure what to do yet. We haven't talked about it, and Jake ran off early this morning to take care of some things at work. He promised he'd be back here by dinner, because he said he had something special for me. I can't wait." "Do you think he'll be here on time?" Abby asked. Maggie nodded. "After what we went through, yes. He'll be here." I think the explosion made Jake realize life is too precious and short to spend so much time at work. I'm going to try to live by that code too. I know I get carried away at times and hide at my desk for weeks at a time. Sounds like the two of you have things worked out. I'm glad you'll be with the living from now on, Maggie. There were times I worried about you. I would call and you wouldn't answer, so I knew you were at work writing, only to get a call back a week or so later. True. I'm sorry about that, but when I get involved in my books, I forget about the rest of the world. When Jake and I talked last night before we fell asleep, I realized we both need to walk away from our work now and again. We promised each other we would work on this part of our lives. We decided to have a date night every week, and nothing will prevent it from happening. Abby reached out and squeezed her hand. I'm so happy for you, Mags. I know your house is destroyed, but homes can be rebuilt. Have you given any thought to what you want to rebuild there? Maggie shook her head. I'm not sure. When Jake gets back, we're going to go back to the property. I told him I want to see if I can salvage anything. Maggie, are you sure that's a good idea? She nodded. Jake said the same thing, but I want to. I need to go back in the light of day and make a decision. He says it's up to me. We can rebuild our home or find another property. I'm not sure. It's all so raw. Whatever you decide, I'll be here for you, Maggie. I can help, and I know Sarah will too. We can have fun with this, it doesn't have to be so sad. I love you, Abby. You make the people around you feel like no matter what, it will all be okay. She got up and hugged her friend. Now, I'm going to take advantage of the sunshine and go sit out on your beautiful deck by the water. I need to think a bit. Maggie didn't realize she sat by the water all day long. Jax and Penny frolicked behind her, and then Jax, worn out, lay down beside her chair. Penny ran off to find other things to do. This is the life, Maggie thought. She loved living by the water. Abby's place was oceanfront, where theirs was along a canal. Perhaps it was time for them to build their own home, by the ocean. She could write with a backdrop like this, Maggie thought. Even more so than their place in the canal. She loved their place, but didn't know if she could go back, even if they rebuilt the home. Maggie sighed and closed her eyes. She wanted to run away. Get away from the chaos that Jerry caused. She sent up a special prayer for him to be caught in the drug bust, and be put away for a long time. Right now, all she wanted was to bask in serenity. Peace. She found it for a while right here, with the bluest skies and white clouds so close, it was as if heaven were a breath away. Maggie had her hand on Jax's back, running her hand over his fur. When Jax became taut and his tail began to wag, she closed her eyes. She knew Jake tried to sneak up on her, but the dog gave him away. Too late, love. Jax told on you. A gentle laugh followed, and then he reached down and nuzzled her neck. His arms went around her from behind. You ready to go? He asked. I think so. She let him pull her up from the chair and fell into his arms. Are you? She asked, concerned at the way he looked. She reached up and traced a line across the dark circles under his eyes. You seem to be a bit disheveled. I'm fine. I'm better than you think. Now, my lady, let's go take a look at our home. He held out his arm so she could tuck her own around his. Maggie waved to Abby, who was out on the veranda with her hand in the air. Don't worry, Jax can stay here, she yelled. He'll be taken great care of. Maggie gave her a thumbs up as Jake helped her into the boat once again. She acts as if we're not coming back, Maggie said. Jake shrugged right before he started the boat and guided it back out in the water. She sat beside him and leaned her head back as the sea wind rustled her hair. The sun kissed her skin, and she picked up the lotion from the console with a giggle. Jake looked at the tube of lotion and then into her eyes. Maggie, I can't look at a tube of lotion without thoughts of you in that delicious bikini. I can't look at it without seeing you doing a slow-motion striptease with your white t-shirt. She placed the tube back on the console. They laughed and enjoyed the boat ride back to their property. Jake took her hand and brought it to his mouth. If you can't do this, say the word and we leave. She nodded, then swallowed hard as the burnt-out home came into view. Jake held on to her a bit tighter, as her eyes widened at the destruction. She shook her head. No, she would not let one criminal destroy their lives. I hope they burn him and put him in jail forever. Maggie's adrenaline kicked in, as the fury of what Jerry did hit her full force. She jumped out of the boat and stomped up the path, her steps slowing down the closer she got to the structure. Be careful, Maggie, it isn't too safe, Jake warned. How would you know? I was here this morning. Why? Because I wanted to look at it first, to make sure it was okay, before I brought you here. His sweet gesture tore at Maggie's heart. He tried to protect her from so many things. She swung back to face him. There's nothing left. I can't salvage anything. Our lives, everything we own, is in a pile of soot and dust ruined by a savage beast. A sob escaped her. Maggie bit her lip. She would not cry. We're here, Maggie. I almost lost you. Do you realize how close you were to being in the kitchen when the bomb exploded? The raw emotion in his eyes caught at her heartstrings. He looked down at his wristwatch. Jake? You in a hurry? We're having a serious discussion, and you look at your watch. Her emotions began to unravel. Why did he have to look at his watch? I'm timing things. She turned away and took a few steps closer to the rubble. Timing? I don't understand. You'll see. Maggie felt his hands on her shoulders. They were warm and strong, and all she wanted to do was fall into his arms and bury herself in his chest, but he hadn't changed at all. I thought you could stand here with me in this moment, without a worry about your work. But all I can see now is how your eyes darted to check the time. I can't do this. She tried to pull away, but his strong hands held her there. He turned her around to face him. He gathered her hands in his, and then took his one hand and reached in his pocket. Jake got down on one knee for the second time, and as he opened the case he said to her, "Maggie McCoy, I asked you before to become my wife and you said yes. Except I drug my feet and put one of the most important parts of my life in second place. You. No longer, baby. You will always be first place in my life. Will you marry me again?" She looked down at him, her love. He stole her heart so long ago. She nodded, because there were no words that she could say without breaking down in a puddle of sobs. Her heart raced and she saw the deep love in his eyes. "I love you." He took the ring and slid it on her left finger before he pulled her into his arms. They kneeled on the sand and soot-filled yard, arms wrapped around each other as he pressed his mouth to hers in a deep kiss that took her breath away. The buzz of a seaplane could be heard in the distance. Jake reached up and cupped her cheeks. His dark eyes looked into hers and he grinned. "I'm not done yet," he said. He began to dish in his pocket for his cell phone. A deep fear surged through Maggie. On one hand, she knew he wouldn't make a call, not now, not when he proposed like this. Yet there he was, a smile on his face as he hit the digits on the phone. "Who are you calling?" she asked, a bit in shock. "Work." "What, Jake? You're not serious?" He nodded, and then began to speak into the phone. "Bonnie." "Jake, what the he?" He placed a finger over her mouth. Her heart began to pound louder, and the anger at his audacity began to build. "Bonnie, listen. I'm going to be out of town for a few weeks, or maybe longer." "Why?" "I'm taking my soon-to-be bride, and we're going to get married." "Where?" "Well, I can't disclose the location. I'll be unavailable. Hold all my calls, have the general manager take over and the crews know what to do. I expect you to keep everything under control. You'll be well compensated." "Jake," she whispered. What was he going to do? Her heart raced again, but in a good way. Excitement roared its head, and she placed a hand on his chest. Maggie gazed into his eyes as he took the phone and sunk it in his pocket. Jake winked at her and grinned. "Do you see the plane out on the water, by the dock?" At her nod, he continued. "The seaplane will take us to a private jet, where we will be on a 2-week adventure. Oh, and we're getting married before we return." "Married for real? Can you leave work again so soon? How can I get married without my friends? Where are we going? What, oh Jake? Oh Jake." She kissed him so hard and so long, she was breathless by the time he pulled away. "I love you, Maggie. With every single part of me. My work can wait. I may have to check in, but that will never take away from us. I won't let it ever again." She placed kisses all over his face and ran her hands through his hair. "I almost lost you. When the house blew up with you so close to being inside, I made a vow last night to never let you go, to keep you safe in my arms always." He kissed her again, long and slow and full of every fiber of love. The vibration and sound from the seaplane's motor rent the air. "We have to go," he told her and pulled her towards the dock. "Where?" she asked. He laughed out loud. "I'll leave that up to you. There's a whole world out there waiting for us. Wherever you want to get married is where we'll go first." "No one does this," Maggie began. He placed a kiss on her mouth. "We do. There is no corner of this earth where we can't go. I want you to choose." Maggie stared. "I'm supposed to pick a place, any place, and we'll go there tonight? Right now?" He nodded. "To get married?" "Yes." He helped her onto the seaplane. Her emotions were all over the place. She looked out at their home, a burnt-out mass of destruction. "I don't want to come back here to live," she said. Jake took her hand and placed a kiss there. "You don't have to. We'll rebuild this and put it on the market. We can stay at my dad's hotel or rent a place until we buy another. I've got property, land all over the Keys. Paradise can be yours for a one-time promise of your love forever, baby. Do you have oceanfront land?" He nodded. "That's where I want to be. In a house where I can see the ocean and feel the breeze on my skin and in my hair. I want to sit in the sand and write my stories and have you come home and gather me in your arms every single day of our lives." Jake kissed her, a gentle kiss that deepened as the plane took off. It skidded through the water and began to descend in the air. "You don't have much time until we get to the Miami airport to catch the charter jet. We'll have to let the pilot know where to take us. He'll need to make arrangements. Do you have any idea where you want to get married? Do we have our passports? Of course. The fire didn't destroy everything. I was at the house this morning and salvaged what little we had left. Luckily, the passports were locked in my steel safe. She loved the fact Jake never went to work this morning, but arranged all of this for the two of them. Thank you. You're worth it, baby. His urgent kiss told her he meant every single word. She sat back in her seat. She now had to make one of the biggest decisions of her life. Where did she want to be married? I can pick anywhere on this earth of ours to get married. Anywhere, name the place, he told her as he pressed kisses to her neck. She shivered. I can't wait until we get there, she whispered as she turned her face to his. Where, Maggie McCoy? Where do you want to go to get married? I think I know, but first I need one of those frantic knock-me-to-my-knees kisses from you, my love, she told him, as she nipped his mouth in a seductive tease. Then I'll tell you where. Baby, there's no more empty promises from me. Tomorrow ends here, right now, in your arms. I love you. The only tomorrow we have is this one, as man and wife, a life together. She nodded and smiled. No more talk. Kiss me. Jake kissed her with every ounce of his soul and his breath. She tasted him, felt his arms so strong as they surrounded her. The world stopped for those moments as he gave her a kiss that did knock her to her knees. Jake pulled away, his breath ragged, her own doing the same. Was it enough to help you make up your mind? Can you decide now where we will get married? She opened her eyes and took a deep breath that made her shudder. I know the perfect place where I want to marry you. Where? Well, perhaps I need one more of those kisses before I unleash the answer. Jake's deep gaze filled with so much love and desire it took her back. I've got all the time you need, baby. Kiss me. She did. Epilogue. 1 week later. Maggie, get up, baby. It's time to leave. She stretched, not wanting to leave. It's so serene and peaceful here. And secluded. He wiggled his brows, a grin on his handsome, sexy face. Maggie grinned. I have to admit, Jake, when I said I wanted to get married in Hawaii, I was thinking more of a television commercial, with the dancers and bright lights and fun festivities on the beach at night. He bent down where she was sitting on the chaise lounge and gave her a sweet kiss. A friend of mine owns this bungalow. When you said Hawaii, I knew it had to be here. He showed me photos before and I pictured you here, lying in my arms on this private beach. She nuzzled his neck. Kauai is beautiful. I hate to leave the lush tropical forest. She got up, falling into his arms. Staring at him through sleepy eyes, she smiled. Although, you told me there's more to this adventure and it's going to be a big surprise. Where are we off to next? He took her hand and led her to the helicopter waiting on the helipad. After he put away their 2 small bags of luggage, he sat beside her and took her hand while the helicopter took off. She loved her husband with all of her heart. He knew she was a bit anxious when it came to flying, and he'd made her feel as precious and comfortable as possible. Even gave her a glass of wine to calm her nerves. They took a trip over some volcanic mountains before getting dropped off at the airport. It's time to say goodbye to Hawaii, he told her. This next place is a special treat. Are you going to blindfold me? She asked, laughing all the way to their seats in the private jet. Jake threw his head back and laughed. Baby, if that's what it takes, I'll blindfold you again. The memory of the time he blindfolded her, when he tried to be sweet and make the bungalow she had rented into an office, made her smile. That had been so long ago. At least it seemed like another time. She decided not to bug him about their next destination. It was more fun to be surprised. He told her last night they would be going somewhere back in time. Maggie was intrigued. Hours later, after a long nap with her husband, they awoke to Lake Michigan below. An Uber took them from the airport to another small plane that flew across the water to an island. There are no cars here, baby. I heard of this place. Mackinac Island. Oh, I'm thrilled. Perhaps we can stay for the season, and I can write here. Jake looked horrified at her suggestion. She decided to tease him. I love the Victorian vibe of the place. Perhaps it can be a setting for a new romance. What do you think, husband? He scooped her up and placed her on the seat of the carriage that was waiting on them. I think not, my love. We'll make our own memories here. Everything that is about to happen will be unforgettable, so much that it will live in your heart and head. Then when you get back home, you can write your heart out. For now, you are mine and mine alone. He finished with a deep kiss that had her toes curling as the horse and carriage clip-clopped down the cobbled street. They were going to make the best memories. Thank you for reading Jake and Maggie's story. John and Abby have a story to tell. Are you ready for more? Available now at all bookstores. Forever for now.